Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 S rank delivered to your door. Lisu, I'm so confused. Why are you teaching martial arts now? Follow the plot. Why are there masters hiding in these desolate mountains and lonely villages? Shouldn't you be out there? Lying on the bed, Lisu was a little depressed. He didn't even dare to practice the 9 yang magic art. After all, he couldn't explain it, right? Fortunately, the one thought generating yang has been completed. He directly visualized in the spiritual sea. Although his body didn't follow the 9 yang magic art route, the yang fire had risen, and his body was already a 9 yang body. In terms of realm, he is probably at the peak of the 1 yang. I'm afraid that the person who created the martial arts method didn't expect that the one thought generating yang could be practiced directly through visualization without moving the key. After all, when he created the visualization method, the 9 yang magic art had already been completed, but he felt dissatisfied with his spirit. Now Lisu is doing the opposite. He first cultivates the one thought generating yang, controls the key with the spirit, refines the essence with the spirit, and does not circulate the Zhaoshan, but puts his body in the 9 yang. Faced with this result, Lisu himself was undoubtedly a little shocked. Can it be like this? However, he looked up and took a look at his template, the world book. World book, owner, Lisu. World resolution. 37%. Xuanglong full character resolution. 45%. Story resolution. 100%. Unlock all the skills in the story. Talent weighting. 182% Cheyenne Lang weighting. 265% plus 37%. This world bonus, Xuanglong aside, the weighting of Cheyenne Lang skills is really terrifying, reaching an astonishing 302%. It seems that there is a 20% bonus more than expected, which should be the character resolution brought to him by Zhao Heng. 300%. It's simply terrible. Therefore, although I don't know whether the creator of the 9 Yang manual has replaced the effective key circulation in the area of Yang Shengai in one thought, anyway, Lisu felt it, and then did it, and it worked. Fortunately, his body didn't grow up at the beginning, otherwise he really missed it. In the past few months, Lisu has undoubtedly been imagining every day, what would it feel like to practice and think at the same time? What would 1 plus 1 equal? 2, okay 3. Awesome 4. Old pervert. In short, he is making great progress. In the past few decades of the Sui and Tang dynasties, his magical skills must have been perfected. As for the internal strength of 100 years, it depends on the situation. As a result, the plan has been written, and his master actually wants to teach him martial arts? Forget it. Take it one step at a time, and see the situation first. The Sui dynasty has not been unified for long. Before that, there were still wars everywhere, and the people in the world were living in poverty. It is not surprising that some people in the martial arts world are tired of fighting and choose to live in seclusion, right? It should not be a big boss. The skills he teaches are at most A level, or even B level, such as the 5 tigers breaking the gate knife. S level skills, how can it be so easy to get? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Lisu silently sensed the thought of Yang and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, not long after Lisu got up, the old man also got up and stood in the yard. The old man was very direct and directly told the authentic Taoist mind method. Upon hearing this, Lisu burst into tears and cried directly. This world is but secret book, authentic Taoist mind method. Nature, dual cultivation of sex and life. Level, super first class. Key, colorless key. Nature, the best is like water. Water benefits all things without competing. Effect, no advantages, no disadvantages, just live longer. Cultivation status, not cultivated. Possession attributes, exclusive, can be passed on. You are an S level skill. Can you be more reserved? I didn't even look for it. What do you mean by giving it to me directly? Lee Su sat down calmly with a crazy complaint in his heart under the old man's gaze. According to the other party's narration, he began to sense the key in his body and run it according to the content of the formula. It's all good, you can't not practice. After all, the achievement of the world fragments, obtaining the skills is the biggest feature. If you get the S-level skills right away, basically there will be no so-called martial arts world when you enter the world fragments for the third time. Undoubtedly, Lee Su still has a little resistance in his heart. But what can he do? What can he do? He is too talented and too strong. Moreover, the thought of generating yang that he had been practicing since infancy had nurtured his body for 6.5 years. It was not an exaggeration to say that his body was a congenital Taoist body. The authentic Taoist mind method. As soon as the thought came up, the true key began to form in the body, flowing rapidly and connecting. There were almost no barriers, and it was formed directly in one go. In an instant, Lee Su was shocked, and the old man was also shocked. The reason for accepting a disciple was mainly because of love for talent. Lee Su had already felt extraordinary and pure yang in the womb. After he was born, he looked even more amazing, and was very similar to the congenital pure yang Taoist body. To be honest, the old man had only seen this kind of physique in the records. It was the legendary top-level cultivation physique. He thought it was fabricated, but he didn't expect to see it with his own eyes. He couldn't bear to waste his talent, so he decided to accept another disciple. He didn't expect that he would show such amazing talent in martial arts practice just now. The skills he taught were undoubtedly the authentic Taoist mind method. This method emphasizes foundation, understanding, and realm. It takes 5 or 6 years for ordinary people to get started, and at least 40 or 50 years to achieve great success. Even geniuses need 1 or 2 years to get started, and more than 10 years to achieve great success. What about Lee Su? As soon as he sat down, he completed the Zhaoshan for the first time, and entered the door. Calculating the time, it took about a cup of tea. The old man, who had never envied others in his life, asked himself that his talent was unparalleled in the world, and only a few people could compare. Looking at Lee Su, he still couldn't help but feel a little jealous. This kind of talent, no one else can compare. Lee Su was also shocked. He didn't practice seriously. How could he succeed all of a sudden? This is too fast. Too fast, right? Could it be related to the birth of yang in one thought? Soon Lee Su thought of a possibility. After all, no matter how powerful the talent is, it is only in terms of understanding, not the body. Lee Su opened his eyes and said timidly, "Master, is this considered successful?" The old man coughed dryly. "Well, it's done. Next, you just need to practice every day until you are full of energy and change your spirit. You continue to practice first, and I will teach you the phantom footwork in the afternoon." Okay. Lee Su sat cross-legged and began to practice silently. One morning, 3 hours, from 6 to 12. 1 round of tea, exactly 36 Cheyenne gang. Then, Lee Su stopped, feeling that he didn't need to practice anymore. Not far away, seeing this scene, the old man who was ready to eat couldn't help but twitch his eyelids again. This is unreasonable. This skill circulates qi through 72 acupoints, which is the number of Disha. This child practices 36, which is the number of Cheyenne gang. This Cheyenne gang Disha just becomes 108 small Zhao Cheyenne. Can this innate Taoist body help people to count the time? In this way, doesn't it mean that this little guy will be able to achieve great success in Taoism in a year? For a moment, the old man was numb. He took a deep breath, waved to Lee Su and said, "Okay, Leah, you can practice according to today's situation in the future. Come and eat first, and I will teach you the footwork in the afternoon." Lee Su nodded, stood up and walked to the table. Anyway, he had already practiced it. The ghosts and monsters in the third world fragments were ghosts. He didn't believe that he would be like an ordinary person and completely powerless in the face of ghosts after mastering so many skills. He found out during this time travel that, although he didn't bring the skills down, his spiritual growth was undoubtedly, otherwise it would be impossible to practice visualization when he was a fetus. So, when water comes, earth will cover it, and when soldiers come, generals will stop it. But I have some expectations, and I don't know what the phantom footwork is like. A level? Lee Soo didn't have much requirements for footwork. After all, his major was the Vajra indestructible divine art. Now even if he practiced the authentic mental method of this sect, Lee Soo would not give up the 9 Yang divine art. He would not practice the skills for the time being, but the thought of Yang would not stop. Obviously, the 9 Yang magic skill also has an indestructible nature, and unlike the Vajra indestructible magic skill, the combination of the two should further improve his defense. Lee Soo quickly ate his meal, feeling quite happy, imagining that the other party would punch him, and he would be fine, but the other party would be killed by the two forces, and look at him with horror before dying. Hurry up and eat, the afternoon won't be so relaxing. Oh. Chapter 102 Phantom Step. Afternoon. The old man drew a cross with a branch in the yard, then looked up at Lee Soo and said, Leah, there are 4 levels of the cross phantom step. Erratic, hidden, burn, and unpredictable. First, I will teach you the introductory steps. Lee Soo nodded, widening his eyes. The old man raised his right foot and stepped on the middle of the cross. At the same time, he raised his left foot, tapped the head of the cross, tapped the tail of the cross, then the left of the cross, and finally tapped the left foot in the middle of the cross and the right foot to the right of the cross. After that, the old man turned his left foot in the middle and his right foot came out first. Then, he stopped and said, Did you see it clearly? Lee Soo was stunned. It was so simple, how could he not see it clearly? The old man smiled and said, This is the left and right cross step. It's very simple, right? Lee Soo nodded. Very good. The old man said, Then from today on, you will do this left and right cross step every afternoon. When you have walked 100,000 times, we will start the next stage. 100,000? Lee Soo was startled, but he soon calmed down. After all, a tall building is built from the ground. It is simple now, but it will undoubtedly be another matter in the future. He walked forward without complaining about anything. After all, Teikai looks simple, doesn't it? Lee Soo went up and walked. At first, it was very slow. It took about 3 or 4 seconds to complete one walk. But fortunately, Lee Soo's body was extremely strong. After the Taoist exercises were circulated around the body, the true ki was also generated, and the breath was even longer. Although the footwork was simple, it felt boring after practicing too much, but Lee Soo was not a real child. After half a century of training in the Cheyenne Long period, he had long been accustomed to this boring and simple rhythm. Not only did he practice seriously, but he was also concentrating on every step, ensuring that the rhythm was not chaotic and the breath was long. Looking at Lee Soo's serious attitude towards practice, the old man was a little surprised, but he couldn't help but admire him. Talent, there is no doubt. Mind, it is even rarer. When he first learned this kind of footwork, he felt bored after a while, and didn't want to practice it anymore. It was not until the master himself demonstrated the erratic state that the old man had a direction and got motivated. So, how long can this persistence last? 1,000 times? 10,000 times? 1 day? 10 days? Or 100 days? The old man thought and smiled. He was not afraid that Lee Soo would get annoyed later. As long as he could perform it himself, he would understand the beauty of this phantom step and naturally be able to persist. Day after day, year after year. There is no time for cultivation, and there is no end to cultivation. Spring goes and autumn comes, winter goes and summer comes. Lee Soo, 8 years old. Since the old man decided to teach him the skills, 2 years have passed in a hurry. In the yard, the old man's expression was a little stiff and uncomfortable. Looking at the small figure with several after images in the yard, he felt a little toothache. A set of static exercises, a set of footwork. After practicing for 2 years, there was no doubt, anxiety, impatience, and temper. The more he practiced, the more excited he became, and the happier he became. What the hell was this? The old man felt that he was already a martial arts fanatic, but now he realized that the disciple he accepted was definitely a martial arts fanatic among martial arts fanatics. And he was not the kind of person who was excited about peerless martial arts or fighting with masters. Instead, he was fascinated by the practice itself. This undoubtedly made the old man feel relieved and helpless. He was relieved and could not help but give him advice, but he was helpless because he had no sense of accomplishment at all. I won't mention the Taoist mental method. The cross step, the left and right cross, the forward cross, the reverse cross, then the upper cross pile, the rise pile, and the 10-meter pile. From beginning to end, Lee Su showed extremely terrifying concentration and dedication. The most weird thing is that, as long as the old man explained the content once, Lee Su entered the erratic state in half a year, disappeared for a year, and now he is in the spy shadow, and he is only one step away from entering the highest level of the phantom step, which is unpredictable. Damn. It took the old man 10 years to reach this level. Fortunately, the old man watched the other person practice from the beginning to the end. The problems he had had before also appeared in his mind. Otherwise, he would have suspected that his apprentice might have learned it before. With such footwork, it goes without saying that the authentic Taoist mind method was perfect. It had been completed a year ago. Originally, the old man planned to let Lee Su stop and start to change the method. But he unexpectedly found that Lee Su's Yankee was still growing and becoming more and more intense. In an instant, the old man realized that Lee Su's pure yang body had not yet been fully developed, so he did not stop him, but let him continue to practice. This practice lasted for a whole year. Lee Su did not know what the old man was thinking. As time passed, he became happier and happier, especially the footwork. After the master told him all the content, the world book directly gave it an S-level evaluation. S-level footwork. There is only one kind of Lingbo Weebu in the world, right? Unexpectedly, in Shuanglong, he actually obtained an S-level 1, which was inexplicably exciting. Although the authentic Taoist method had been perfected a year ago, he could still feel himself being strengthened as he continued to practice. It was indeed a method of cultivating both the body and mind, and his mind and body had been greatly improved. Finally, the one thing to mention was the one thought generating yang. Since the internal circulation began to run, the one thought generating yang, which was empty and could only reflect the main body, began to have a place to attach. The body became a furnace, smelting with divine fire and beating with the mind, and quickly broke through the realm of 1 yang, 2 yang, and 3 yang. Now, it has entered the realm of 8 yang, and the yang energy in the body has reached an unprecedented height. Inexplicably, Lee Su had a feeling that, if he could really cultivate to the 9th level with one thought generating yang, although it was still the 9 yang divine art, it would undoubtedly be different from the 9 yang divine art in Cheyenne Long Babu, and it would truly become a broken level technique. However, just like the seeing God with me of the Vajra indestructible divine art, although it felt very close, in fact, I was afraid that it would take a long time to really achieve it. Feeling the Yankee in Lee Su's body becoming more and more prosperous, it has reached the highest state. On the side, the old man took a deep breath, raised his hand and beckoned, asking Lee Su to stop practicing his footwork, saying, "Leah, come down for a while." Oh. Lee Su jumped down and landed beside the old man. At the same time as he fell, the figure on the 10-meter pile remained and disappeared after a full breath. Looking at the phantom steps displayed by his apprentice, the old man smiled with satisfaction. If he wanted to run with this step, there would be no more than 20 people in the world who could keep his apprentice. But he still had to be careful of the group of shameless people in the Buddhist sect. They always talk about mercy, but they have no martial arts ethics at all when they take action. Leah, I see that your skills have been stabilized. Today I will teach you the first level of my master's mind method. Lee Su was shocked when he heard this. The authentic Taoist mind method is already S level, but it is just the beginning. In other words, the old man is probably holding a broken level skill. The old man did not hesitate and spoke directly, saying the formula. Lee Su remembered it immediately. As the old man spoke, his eyes kept flashing with strange colors. He felt that this method was really strange. It was Taoism that was used as fertile soil, and his own soul was used as a seed to bury and nurture, cultivate the Yuanshan, Yangshan, and refine the Yang. You know, Lee Su originally had a thought that gave birth to Yang, and there was a great sun in his soul, which was vast and panic. Now that he heard this method and felt it, he inexplicably found that this method was feasible. Maybe when it is completed, he will be able to achieve the 9 yang. Master, let me try. It is better to act than to think, and it is better to act immediately. Li Su did not hesitate and immediately prepared to practice. Chapter 103 Accidental Discharge. Li Su sat cross-legged, without thinking about anything else. According to the formula described by the old man, he mobilized his spirit and soul, visualized the sun entering his abdomen, formed the seed of the primordial spirit, and loaded it into the Qi Si field. There was a loud bang, or thunderbolt from the blue sky. After 2 years of practice, Li Su's Qi Si, which had been calm for a long time, seemed to catch fire in the water, causing a drastic change. Before he could open his eyes, Li Su spit out a mouthful of blood, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices at the same time. The true Qi in his body was in chaos and out of control, as if he had gone crazy. On the side, the old man was shocked. Obviously he didn't expect this situation. He hurried forward and stretched out his hand to suppress Li Su's violent true Qi with his Qi. However, as soon as he started, he felt a stinging pain, burning his bones and heart, and it was extremely hot. The old man was shocked by the pain and showed an unbelievable look on his face. The seed just entered? How could it be so hot? Leah has practiced Taoism for 2 years, and his strength is far better than what I had at the beginning. Even so, it was ignited. Is it because of the pure yang body? The old man's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to delay. The cold Qi covered Li Su, suppressed the pure yang heat, and flew into the sky the next moment. The old man walked very fast, all the way, 1 step 100 feet, and in an instant he took Li Su out of Chengdu and headed straight to Yunnan, heading towards the extremely cold place. However, in just half a day, they had arrived at Yuxilang Mountain. At this time, autumn had passed, and winter was coming. The towering Yuxilang Mountain had already been covered with heavy snow, and the mountains turned white. The old man took Li Su straight into the mountain, identified the direction, and quickly headed towards a certain place. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, and the Qi vibrated for 10 miles. Who is it, breaking into my Yuxilang Mountain? Get out. The old man ignored it, and uttered a word lightly, but it was like thunder and lightning, exploding the mountains, and trembling all things in fear. In an instant, somewhere in Yuxilang Mountain, in a palace, everyone in the Snow Dragon sect, including the headmaster, spit out blood, with horror on their faces. The voice was extremely fierce and cold. Under the impact of 2 opposing forces, their true Qi was broken before they could struggle, and their internal organs were injured. Who is this? So terrifying. Rushing into a valley, the old man broke through the ice that had not melted for 100 years with one palm, and rushed in with Li Su. There was a hollow inside, and in the center of the hollow was a huge oval stone, which was blue all over, and looked like jade. Putting Li Su down, in an instant, violent white gas rose up. Li Su's high temperature caused the stone to react, and it burst out with an incredibly low temperature. Under the collision of 2 opposing forces, his body was like being cut by thousands of knives. Li Su, who was in a coma, groaned miserably and was awakened by the pain. Leah, don't resist. Use cold air to suppress the fire poison. The old man said immediately. Li Su opened his eyes, glanced at the old man, and then quickly closed his eyes, letting go of his body to resist, allowing the cold air to enter his body and suppress the fire of the sea of Qi in the soul. 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 days. Looking at Li Su, who gradually calmed down, his whole body was frozen, but the Qi Si was extremely hot. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help scratching his head. Damn, it is indeed difficult to practice this method, and even requires dying to live, but this second level is so terrible, which is unheard of. Could it be that the pure yang body has already reached the extreme yang god? There is no need to practice? The old man fell into deep thought, and he really couldn't understand what Li Su was doing. Reaching out to feel it, there is no doubt that the seed has been formed. With the suppression of the cold air, it gradually returns to the Qi Si, and begins to form the second level of this sect. Not only that, because the fire poison broke out just now, Li Su's Taoist skills were broken. Now the fire is rampant. Although it is suppressed by the cold air, it is undoubtedly like torture for him. Looking at it this way, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th chapters seem to be carried out simultaneously. Hiss. The old man couldn't help but pinch his beard hard, and it hurt. What the hell is going on? In Leah's state, if he wants to wake up, He will undoubtedly need to suppress the fire, synchronize the yang and yin, and finally blend them into one. That is, to reach the 8th chapter of this sex practice. I was originally thinking that I would probably need to be a villain after the new year, and I was entangled. Now it's alright, I will go straight to the 8th chapter. Can this be the way to practice this sex practice? The old man has shattered all his 3 views. Looking at Lee Su's situation, the old man took a breath and felt that his teaching experience had been greatly impacted. It's not that he didn't accept apprentices before, but they felt stupid and foolish, and they had bad intentions. Although he did it intentionally and fulfilled the sex rules so that martial arts would not be lost, he didn't want to let his own martial arts be passed on to others, which would cause cholera in the world. But when he compared Lee Su, the old man almost scratched his scalp. At this moment, he felt that, if his master was still alive, he would probably be at a loss in the face of this situation. It was really outrageous. Standing there, the old man thought about it for a while, and thought to himself, the time for the appointment is coming soon. Leah's current situation should be fine in the short term. Stay here first to complete the appointment, and then return. However, in order to avoid the other party waking up and not being able to find him, the old man still left a message, and drew a map. If he couldn't wait, he would return to Xiangjia village first. After doing everything, the old man jumped out of the cave, and the true energy overflowed to push the ice and snow, to close the cave and seal it. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. The wind whistled, the snow fell, and soon the traces here were completely covered. Almost half a year later, the old man came again. Lee Su was still the same, but compared with before, the fire in the Sea of Qi had reached a balance with the cold air around him. After taking a look at Lee Su's situation, the old man left again. Spring goes and autumn comes, year after year. Almost 8 years had passed, and the old man came again, looking at his apprentice lying on the jade. He had been in a coma for 8 years, and his body was still growing despite not eating or drinking. The 16-year-old Lee Su was already nearly 1.8 meters tall, with hair down to his waist. He was extremely handsome, with sharp corners, and exuded an unforgettable temperament, like the sun and the sea, like a black hole, absorbing everything. Strange heat. Masculine coldness. Looking at the temperament on Lee Su's body, the old man's eyelids twitched, and he sighed inexplicably. Once the practice of this sect is completed, it will undoubtedly produce a special temperament. He himself has a deep understanding of it, which is more dark, and gives a fatal attraction, but this kind of temperament on Lee Su is different, extremely domineering, and enters the heart and soul. If this is born, I don't know how many young men and women will fall for it. Lee Su himself. Master, it's okay to say a girl, are you sure you use the right word? But it should be almost done. Feeling Lee Su's situation, the seed and the mind have already begun to merge. The intense burning heat has subsided, and the coldness on the jade has gradually weakened. The old man couldn't help but smile. Stinky boy, why don't you wake up? As if sensing something, Lee Su, who had been motionless for 8 years, moved his hands and feet, and finally slowly opened his closed eyes. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su's aura vibrated, and the hot and cold true energy filled the 4 directions. After a moment, he turned his head to look at the old man, touched his belly, smacked his mouth and said, Master, I'm so hungry. The old man couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll let you eat a lot when I get home. Yeah. P.S. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. It's on the shelves. From the end of February to now, April 19th. 270,000 words, or 1000 words in my heart, but after all, I have to make a living. I will not start with a separate opening speech here, and thank you all for your support along the way. This book is undoubtedly my best achievement. It is a bit shameless here, but I still ask for the first order. The first update will be at 00:05 tomorrow, and by 23:59, additional updates will be added, based on the first order situation, and one update will be added for every 500 subscriptions. My collection seems to be 26,000, if that's what. Hahaha, of course it's impossible. If there are 3,000 first orders, I can laugh to death in the toilet, but if it's true, well, the author is vomiting blood and yi. Chapter 104 Master, so your last name is Xiangjia village. Li Su is back. He was quickly welcomed by the villagers, and some of his friends came to take him out for a drink. Many of them have already married, and their children can crawl. It is really worthy of the ancient times. Xiang Li, is your illness cured? After drinking for a while, a friend said, yes, I heard from Grandpa Xiang that you are very sick, blue, and red. It is a sudden illness. Is there anything wrong with your body? Otherwise, I'll ask someone to find you a wife. It's good to solve the problem of passing on the family line first. At least there will be descendants. Li Su was stunned. His face turned a little black. Master, is this how you explain it to others? After 3 rounds of drinking, he was finally able to go home. After a week, the enthusiasm of the villagers died down. Then, Li Su returned to normal life. Get up in the morning and practice. Facing his own situation. To be honest, Li Su was a little confused and didn't know how to describe it. To be honest, he should have practiced the original martial arts taught by his master, but not completely, because the 9 yang divine art also mixed in. The two are separate and yet one. There is a sun planted in the sea of Qi, and there is also a sun in the brain. Once practiced, both will work at the same time. The difference is that the one in the brain corresponds to the 9 yang magic art, focusing on self-strengthening and vitality. The seeds in the sea of Qi target the spirit. Once practiced, the spirit will be affected when the true Qi is full and feel a kind of fluctuation. Spiritual skills strengthen the body, and physical skills train the spirit. It's weird. By the way, just to mention, because of this skill, Li Su obtained the 3rd set of S-level skills after coming to this world. And it's still broken. Faced with this result, Li Su completely gave up the idea that he would have a martial arts in the next world after leaving this world. In addition, Li Su, who woke up, still felt a little uncomfortable and full of vigilance. When he was in Cheyenne Long Babu, he got the Ahat magic art, the Wuxiang Jizi, and the 9 Yang true scripture, but the Song Xia war broke out. Then he got the Vajra indestructible magic art and the first volume of the Nameless Heart method, and was almost beaten to death. Now, he got 3 S-level skills at once, which was really explosive. Thinking back to what the master had given him, since he was a child, now that he thought about it, it should be a medicine that was no worse than the Great Huan Dan. Not only that, at this point, Li Su undoubtedly had a guess about the identity of his master. The god seed that the master said at the beginning. I think it was a demon seed, right? Opening the world book panel, Li Su didn't know how to complain. Knowing the plot, shouldn't I try hard to find it? Why did it come to the door by itself? Isn't this too crazy? Such luck? This can be considered as 8 lifetimes of good luck and all of them have been consumed. Secret book, Deoxin demon seeding Dafa. Nature, mental fluctuation. Level, super grade. Broken level, true Qi, extremely rigid and extremely yin. Nature, fierce as fire, cold as ice. Effect, triggering the spiritual field. The move has not been made, and the god has arrived first. Possession attributes, exclusive, can be transmitted. Turning around, Li Su looked at the 5th page again. Secret book, 9 Yang magic skill. Nature, spiritual body training. Level, super grade 1. Broken grade, true Qi, extremely strong and extremely yang. Nature, Yijin Zisu. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Cultivation status, 9th level. Perfect. Possession attributes, exclusive, can be passed on. Wow, 3 doors are at the broken grade. Li Su felt really fragrant while being horrified by what he might encounter in this world. While practicing, he made an extremely firm decision in his heart. He would stay in Xiangjia village for the rest of his life and would never go out. At most, he would go to see his parents. Then, Li Su began to practice peacefully. Not long after, his father Xiangtai and his mother Wan came. The moment they saw Li Su, his mother flew over and hugged him tightly, shouting, "Lia, my son." While crying bitterly, his father was standing aside, and although he didn't say anything, he was also in tears. Li Su smiled and patted the 2 old people on the back. Anyway, one time of traveling through time basically means 1 life, so he didn't object to his parents who traveled through time. On the side, the master was undoubtedly embarrassed. Although the explanation was that Li Su was sick, He knew the specific reason best. Then Lee Su returned to his previous home and lived with his parents. Almost a week later, his father left and his mother stayed here. She undoubtedly felt indebted to Lee Su. After a full year, the mother left again with the father, who came because she was concerned about the other two little guys. Before leaving, she was reluctant to leave and asked Lee Su to go there to see them when he was healthy and successful in his studies. It seems that his father's business is good. In recent years, the world has been peaceful and it has become more and more prosperous. It has blossomed everywhere. I asked, the Sui dynasty has been established for 30 years, and it is a good time to cook with fire and oil. Yang Wang, the guy who likes to show off, built the Grand Canal while starting the East Expedition to Korea. This magical operation is 3 points more coquettish than Lee Su practicing the 9 Yang magic skill in his mother's belly. There are still 7 years before it is broken. Lee Su is undoubtedly a little worried. After all, he knows the future, but he can't speak. After all, how can a child who has not been out much know the situation outside? After thinking about it, he decided to go out in 3 or 4 years and then bring his parents, brothers, and sisters over. After the 2 elders left, Lee Su had some free time, and the old man began to guide him in other aspects. On this day, the old man solemnly handed Lee Su to him. After he dealt with his emotions, he told him about his birth. Although he had already guessed, with the old man's words, Lee Su was sure of the other party's identity. I'm the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan, a disciple of the holy sect. Lee Su nodded, looking at the old man's serious look, so he decided to be naughty, blinked his eyes, and said cutely, Master, so your last name is Z. But, disciple of the holy sect? Isn't it the demon sect? Oh, by the way, the demon sect is the name outside. At least the Yinki sect calls itself the holy sect. The old man's face darkened, and the momentum he had accumulated with great difficulty collapsed. Goddamn, my last name is Z. My last name is Xiang Yushan. Evil Emperor is the title given to me by people outside. Lee Su said, oh, and stopped provoking the old man. The old man shook his head and laughed. I'm introducing my identity, because I regard you as my successor. As a successor, you must know some things. Master, please tell me. Immediately, the old man told his identity. He was the successor of the secret clan of the holy sect, responsible for keeping the secret manual of the holy sect's skills, as well as the legendary evil emperor relics and so on. Originally, he was not going to accept disciples. The reason why he lived in seclusion in Xiangjia village was that there was an evil emperor temple built on a mountain not far away, about 500 miles away. According to the rules of the sect, he accepted 4 bastard disciples and planned to leave after teaching them. The appearance of Wang made the old man stop. Even though he was still in his belly, he still felt the pure yang heat because he thought of the innate pure yang body recorded in ancient books, and a trace of love for talent rose. Listening to the old man's story, Lee Su couldn't help blinking his eyes. Isn't 500 miles far? After talking for a long time, the old man finally finished, then took a breath and said, because you have become my disciple, you will inherit my identity as the heir of the secret clan, and pass on the martial arts of the holy sect. Lee Su's eyelids jumped, and his face showed a look of disgust and rejection without hesitation. He said directly, Master, haven't you already accepted 4? It would be great to pass it on to them. He shirked his responsibility without any hesitation. The old man laughed when he heard it. After years of contact, he knew Xiang Li's personality very well. He likes to practice martial arts, but he is very low-key. He has been practicing martial arts for a long time, especially the phantom step, which is almost perfect, but he has never used it in front of people outside this courtyard. That's why he passed on the martial arts of this sect. That won't do. Leah, you are my disciple, so you must take on all my skills, including responsibility. You should also help me keep an eye on those 4 bastards. Although the plan has been made, if something goes wrong, you should help me clean up the mess. Lee Su bowed his head helplessly. His master was the evil emperor, who had lived for hundreds of years. Who knows if there are other old monsters in the Tang dynasty? For example, the bitch sect Sehongjing's seems to love the death barrier the most. At the end of the book, there is no news that it was confirmed that it was successfully broken. Even DNI only mentioned the death barrier, without mentioning whether she successfully broke it. If there is an old monster who survives, like Zaoheng, it's painful to think about it. Don't worry, I just want you to keep the skills of our sect. As for those 4 guys, their magic skills are no match for yours. They can be killed with a slap. With your personality, I'm afraid you will never leave this village in your life, right? The old man rolled his eyes at Lee Su. After practicing to this point, his heart has long seen through everything. He basically doesn't care about anything in the world. Besides, he himself is not the kind of person who likes power struggles. On the contrary, he enjoyed the grandfather-grandson relationship with his apprentice. Lee Su touched his head and smiled. It's okay. The master and the others don't need to deal with it. The protagonist will help me deal with it later. The old man shook his head, raised his hand, and pointed under his bed and said, I have put all the skills of our sect there. After I'm gone, you will keep it. It includes the 12 chapters of our sect's unique Dao heart planting demon method, phantom step, and some strange martial arts earth sutra collected by the master. You can take a look after you practice the demon planting method to the 10th chapter. It's not bad to learn it, if you are interested. By the way, Leah, because of the special situation before, you have practiced the demon planting method to the 8th chapter, the 8th chapter of destroying demons. Lee Su was stunned. Good guy, really good guy. I jumped directly to the 8th chapter, no wonder it tortured him for 8 years. It should be due to the influence of the 9 Yang magic art. Zhang Wuji mastered the 9 Yang magic art and practiced the great shift of the universe to the 6th level of the creative talent in a little more than a day. It is also reasonable for me to practice the 8th chapter of the Dao heart planting demon method. After the explanation, the grandfather and the grandfather resumed their normal lives. Lee Su practiced, and the old man squinted his eyes and watched, occasionally chatting a few words. The days were plain and happy. But where there is a gathering, there is a separation. Almost a year later, the old man suddenly stood up and said, Leah, I'm going to go out for a few days, to meet a little friend, and arrange some things. When I come back, I will take you to see the broken void. Lee Su paused, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although he knew that this world was not real, he still couldn't calm down when parting came. It was the same when Master Xianming died, and it was the same when the old man in front of him, even though he was not killed accidentally. Okay. Soon, the old man went out. Standing on the 100-meter pile, Lee Su felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, and then he shuddered and looked around nervously. There was nothing. What was going on with this feeling? He never expected that the old man's departure would make him regret for the rest of his life a few days later. Chapter 105 Noon update postponed. Sorry everyone, I need to sort out the plot. I'm not satisfied with the chapter 1 wrote, so I'll postpone it. I'll update it in the afternoon, at 8 PM at the latest. Chapter 106 Blood Oath. It was only a few days before the old man came back. Sitting in the yard, Lee Su was in a daze as usual. Of course, it can't be said that he was in a daze. The main reason was that, after returning to the present world, there would undoubtedly be many things to do. Now he took advantage of his free time to relax a little. After all, Lee Su was a homebody. Standing outside the yard, the old man who came back did not go in immediately, but felt Lee Su in a daze in the yard. After a while, the old man walked in with a dark face. Lee Su was stunned, and then said, Master, you are back. Didn't you say a few days? The old man had a dark face, and didn't say anything. He went straight into his room. After a while, he came out again. I passed on your secret book, didn't you read it? No? Very good. The old man nodded, and then he moved and rushed straight to Lee Su. Lee Su was stunned, his face changed instantly, and the phantom step was immediately performed. In an instant, Lee Su's figure trembled, and turned into dozens, hundreds, which was really unpredictable. The old man was startled, and a rare expression of relief appeared on his blackened face. He smiled and said, not bad, a realm of unpredictable ghosts and gods. Good. Master, what are you doing? Lee Su looked at the old man in a state of panic. However, the next moment, the old man exuded an extremely terrifying aura. For the first time, Lee Su saw with his own eyes the true scene of the 12th level of perfection of the Tao Heart Demon. The ghostly aura was spooky and strange, as if the 18 levels of hell were still in front of him, with countless wronged souls and evil spirits wailing in the wild. The oil pan hell, the knife and axe hell, and the endless purgatory, which made people feel cold. His mind was attacked, and the next moment Lee Su's mind lit up with 9 suns. The blazing light was like the rising sun, and the full heat energy turned into waves and rolled down. The ninefold 9 yang power burst directly from the cells, dispelling the cold. Howl. With a long howl, the 8th level of the Tau Heart Demon burst out. Roar. The sky and the earth collapsed, the rocks were violent, and a big sun fell down. In the rumble, the earth was charred, the magma rolled, and a lava demon climbed up from the ground, making a sound of destruction. Completely different scenes, the same power. It was a spiritual illusion, and also a symbol of the strength of the two. The old man was stunned. Although he knew that his apprentice had good talent and had reached the top at the age of 16 or 17, he couldn't help but smile when he saw it with his own eyes. The Tau Heart planting demon on Leo was still terrible, but it was free from the feeling of evil. Leo, you have grown up. Without seeing any movement from the old man, strange waves burst out. Lee Su, who was originally very powerful, trembled in an instant, and the power in his body was like snow in the sun, and it melted directly. Master, you are cheating. The 12-fold perfect planting demon method is fine, but using internal force to suppress it. Before the words fell, Lee Su's internal energy stagnated and fell to the ground. The pure realm also crushed with power. Facing the old monster who had practiced for hundreds of years, Lee Su could only admit defeat. Lying on the ground, Lee Su looked puzzled and asked blankly, Master, what are you doing? Killing himself? Impossible. I didn't feel any malice. Taking over someone's body? Bah. Holding down someone who is not broken. How can you take over a ghost? Therefore, Lee Su couldn't figure it out at all. The old man walked up to Lee Su and didn't answer. He used his true ki to let Lee Su sit cross-legged. Then he took his right hand and pierced his index finger, middle finger and ring finger with a steel needle. After taking out about 10 milliliters of blood from each finger through the true ki, he said, Leo, there are not many things in my collection that are pleasing to my eyes. This is one of the methods. I got it in the south. It's very magical. It's called blood oath. By taking the blood of 3 fingers of a person's right hand, marks are left on the forehead, chest, and ki with a special method to make an oath. It's similar to the witchcraft in Miao Jiang, but different. It's a skill that makes people make an oath. Once it's made, it cannot be changed and must be completed, otherwise. Lee Su's eyes widened. What else? The old man smiled and said, burned by desire, all you want is to complete the task. Lee Su's eyes widened. Desire. Don't underestimate this, Leo. Although martial arts can suppress many emotions, physical desire is the most difficult to suppress. Therefore, some evil ways often use aphrodisiacs instead of poisons. Toxicity can be suppressed, but desires must be vented. Master, what do you mean? Lee Su felt bad. In an instant, he was 100% sure that this old man was going to make trouble. Nothing, just asking you to help me complete a few things. Just tell me, I'll do it for you, without this thing. No, if you don't use this thing, you will definitely change your face, right? Master, I'm your apprentice. Yes, just because you are my apprentice, you have to do this thing no matter what, and do it well and finish it. Lee Su wanted to say something, but the old man sealed his mouth directly. As soon as the true energy was exhaled, Lee Su's clothes suddenly tore open, revealing his heart and ki. Then, the old man chanted something, and the 3 drops of blood on his hand also shook slightly, and fell on Lee Su's eyebrows, heart, and ki respectively, and began to form an extremely weird pattern. Lee Su was shocked, and his mouth, which had been suppressed, regained its ability to move, but it was out of his control. I, Xiang Li, swear that before I turn 25, I will go to the Central Plains to challenge the contemporary successor of the Yinki sect and my master. If I win, I will marry both mother and daughter. Otherwise, I will be burning with desire and go crazy all the time. Lee Su opened his eyes wide. I, Xiang Li, swear that before I turn 25, I will fight the best in the world and be known as the Holy Sect. Lee Su's face turned black. I, Xiang Li, swear that before I turn 25, I will defeat the contemporary successor of Sehun Jian's Hei and spank her. Li Su's face turned green. Old thing, are you going to kill me? After doing everything, the old man let out a long breath and felt comfortable. Looking at Li Su, the old man smiled kindly and said, "It's okay, I believe Leah will do this." Why? Feeling that his soul and will seemed to be locked in shackles, Li Su's face was full of grief and indignation, and even more puzzled. Obviously, half a month ago, the old guy had no desires. Why? Why? The old man turned his eyes away and said nothing. To be honest, he really didn't expect this. The main reason was that many unpleasant things happened during this outing. For example, when he was about to meet Lu Maozi, a close friend of his, he met Zhu Yuan from the Yingui sect with her beautiful little apprentice. Since they were all from the Saints sect, the old man didn't think much about it and just said, "This girl and my apprentice are a perfect match." To be honest, although Li Su's face was somewhat similar to Xiang Tai and Wang Shi, his temperament changed greatly as he practiced the Daoxin Mo Dafa. He had sword eyebrows and star eyes, and he was dignified and heroic, especially his extreme yang energy, like a dragon and a tiger roaring, like an emperor. If he wasn't suppressed at ordinary times, Xiangjia village might not even have the courage to talk to him. Even so, he was still the center, and was remembered by the villagers. Many girls from other families were waiting for him. What was the result? Zhu Yuan smiled and replied, "Okay, as long as he can beat my disciple, I will let my disciple marry him." At this time, Zhu Yuan was suffering from the pain of love, and was afraid that someone would lead her disciple's heart astray. Naturally, her tone was not good, and her words were full of deep contempt. In an instant, the old man exploded. "Damn, I just said a word, and I didn't propose marriage. Who are you mocking with your weird little girl?" The old man is still young. The old man is still young. How can the old man bear it when he brags about his grandson and is mocked? He immediately said, "Hey, my disciple, let alone your disciple, you can never beat him." Zhu Yuan heard this. Can she bear it? Of course not. She immediately laughed and said with a smile, "Ha, worthy of being a senior disciple. He is really amazing. If your disciple is really so amazing, Wana and I will marry him at the same time. I'm afraid that your disciple is not capable enough and will not be able to enjoy it." "Hey, you said it." "Ha, I said it." With a belly full of anger, the old man left and went to find Lu Maozi. Seeing that the old man was unhappy, Lu Maozi naturally treated him to some wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, he asked the old man why he was like that. The old man was extremely angry and did not think about why Zhu Yuan appeared not far from Lu Maozi. He directly told her about his experience and was about to complain. When Lu Maozi heard this, he was immediately unhappy. Recently he and Zhu Yuan have been in a hot relationship and their relationship is very good, but after hearing what the old man said, Lu Maozi, who was originally a little fragile, immediately said, "Ha, senior's disciple is really amazing. Without the evil emperor's relics, he can actually cultivate the Taoist heart planting demon method. In the future, he will definitely be the best in the world." Lu Maozi, what do you mean? Senior, I don't mean anything. Are you saying that my disciple is not good enough? No, senior's disciples are naturally gifted. Little guy, don't think that I can't hear the hidden meaning in your words. Whatever you think, senior, so be it. I can't do anything about it. You little thing, my disciple has the talent of an emperor and is the best in the world. Are they worthy? Even Sehun Jian's Hei is destined to be beaten with his butt raised. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Hey, you little thing, are you looking down on my disciple? Ha, senior, everyone can talk big, but how many can do it? Originally planned to have a last moment, but ended up getting so angry that the old man almost exploded. Who did he not admire and respect in his life? Today, 2 juniors actually mocked him. Can he tolerate this? This is impossible. After doing everything, the old man felt much better. He was not worried about Xiang Li at all. At the age of 16, his phantom steps were unpredictable. He would definitely have no problem running away if he couldn't win. What was more terrifying was his Dao heart demon seeding method. The 8th level was supposed to be the 8th level of demon destruction, and fighting was needed to stimulate the growth of the demon seed. But when he came back to test, he was almost perfect, and entered the 9th level. The 9th level, there was no problem beating the current ZHUUIN. Wait a few years, the 10th level will fight the 4 wonders, and the 11th level will basically have no problem beating the current successor of Sehung Sword Studio. A group of heroes were beaten by a kid in his 20s. Is this the best in the world? However, when he looked down and saw his apprentice's frantic eyes, the old man's mouth twitched and his heart trembled. After all, he had betrayed his apprentice. He immediately said directly, "Okay, apprentice, I'll leave you in the future. I'll go first." Before Lee Su could speak, strange fluctuations appeared. Unlike before, they were so strong that the air trembled. Soon, the space began to fluctuate, and the shattering scene that Lee Su had seen during the Xianlong period appeared again. Crack, crack. As if glass was broken, the space cracked. The next moment, light and sound appeared behind the old man's shattered void, and an unprecedented energy leaked out. The old man smiled, reached out and touched Lee Su's head and said, "Child, I'll wait for you over there first." After speaking, he turned around and stepped towards the world over there. "Ask who is the master of the vast earth?" Xiu Zhangmo asked the invincible world. "The world is full of people's hearts. Boring, boring. Only Taoism can be expected. Live freely, die freely, leave the name of the evil emperor, invincible throughout life." Looking at the old man who broke into the void and left, Lee Su was stunned and speechless. The evil emperor Xiang Yushan was one of the most impressive characters when reading about the Tang dynasty. There were not many stories about him, but his life was extremely amazing, such as the Borderland and the Twin Dragons. After a long time, the fragments gradually recovered. Lee Su, who was lying on the ground, could move. He sat up. His handsome face was blue, green, red, and purple. "Old thing, don't let me catch you." Chapter 107, unwillingly going to Jianghu. The old man left. He left without a trace of worldly air. But he left 3 huge pits for Lee Su that he could hardly fill. Marrying mother and daughter together, fighting the best in the world, beating the ass of the current successor of Sehung Sword Studio. "I'll throw you." In the room, Lee Su was jumping up and down, raging like thunder, and his 3 corpses were about to leave his body. Being dragged by Zhu and Ci to participate in the Songzai War was already a pitfall enough, but coming here directly led to a whole new level of pitfall. Running into the hut, Lee Su rummaged through the boxes and cabinets. His mentality exploded. He found the box left by the old man, and opened it directly. There were not many secret books. 12 volumes of Dao Heart Planting Demons, 1 volume of Phantom Steps, and a very thick book with Earth Sutra written on it. Lee Su was stunned and picked up the book. It was very thick, with hundreds of pages. He opened it, and saw that there was a lot of content, with a total of 4 chapters. The medical chapter, the poison chapter, the secret chapter, and the witch chapter. Soon, Lee Su found his goal, the blood oath, on the last page of the witch chapter. The words recorded on it were very strange, but the old man wrote a translation. After reading it quickly, Lee Su's face couldn't be any darker. There was no other reason. This thing had no solution. The blood oath was very unique. Not everything could be sworn. The person who cast it needed to know the situation of the person being cast, and make sure that the other party could do it before it could be formed. He practiced the 9 yang magic art. How long would it take to get it done? And this kind of death was a sudden death, not a natural death. Standing in the hut, after confirming that the oath was unsolvable, Lee Su gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire, and almost bit his silver teeth to pieces. He took a breath, walked out of the yard, and closed his eyes. "Don't be angry, don't be angry, I'm not angry at all." After a while, Lee Su suppressed the anger in his heart, and then inexplicably began to have a huge sense of crisis. For a while, he practiced the 9 yang magic art, plus the Dao Heart Planting Demon method, and the Phantom Step was not so good. Practice, as long as you can't die, practice hard. Feeling the unprecedented difficulty, Lee Su said nothing, and started practicing directly. He moved and disappeared from the yard, and rushed into the nearby forest. The 8th chapter of the Dao heart planting demon method is almost at its limit. Before he was not in a hurry, he slowly polished it and stimulated it through the 9 yang divine art. Now it's not possible. Before the age of 25, that's only 9 years. Within 9 years, minus the time to find someone, there are at most 7 years left. The Yin Kui sect is not easy to find, not to mention the top of the world. Ning Sanren is erratic, and the evil king should have entered the Sui dynasty to manage the western regions. It's also difficult to find. As for Wu Zunbizuan, Fu Kailin is not in the central plains. The only one who can be found is undoubtedly Xian Dao Sonk, but that big guy is a swordsman. Heroes in the rivers and lakes usually use swords and play with knives. Dao heart planting demon is not at the 11th level. Going to find him is looking for shit. Li Su let out a long roar, and his power, which had never been fully unleashed since he began to practice, soared into the sky at this moment. The Dao heart demon cultivation method, the 9 yang magic skill, and the phantom step, 3 peerless martial arts, were displayed crazily at this moment. In an instant, within a radius of 100 meters, human figures were erratic, overlapping, and seemed real and illusory. Scorching, extremely scorching. The sun was in the sky, burning everything. Magic, extremely magical. The aura covered, the flame demon descended, carrying the sun, and reigning here. With all his strength, Li Su burst out with a terrifying power beyond imagination. Under the traction of the aura, he was like a demon or a god, showing his peerless talent. He did not return until he was exhausted. Have you heard about it? What did you hear? It seems that something bad happened in the mountain. When Xiang and Yu's family came back before, they were all numb and covered in cold sweat. They said they heard the roar of wild beasts landing on the wall of the courtyard. Hearing the voices of the village talking, Li Su staggered and almost fell down. Snap. He ran 10 miles away, and someone could hear him. Hurrying back to the house, Li Su quickly took out the secret book left by the old man. Daoxin planting demon method. Read all 12 volumes, remember, and put it down. Then he flipped through the Earth Sutra left by the old man and read it. The Earth Sutra is very unique, and the evaluation given by the World Book is S level. That's right, S level. Although it does not involve strengthening one's own martial arts, the content inside is very unique. Not to mention the medical chapter, the plaster that the old man gave Li Su to eat when he was a child is in it. The poison chapter is very classic, but Li Su is not very interested. The 9 yang magic art resists poison, and the Vajra indestructible also resists poison. The buff stack is too high. After reading the witch chapter, Li Su finally understood how the master controlled his speech. When mentioning witches, what comes to everyone's mind? Probably dancing, mystery, and poison. Through the study of the witch chapter, the witches in it are roughly divided into 2 levels. The first one is relatively superficial, using sounds, gestures, and drugs to give people mental hints and even hypnosis. The second one is more advanced, involving the use of spirit. The contract between the old man and Li Su is the second level. With the magic planting method as the guide, witchcraft is launched. Once successful, it is basically unsolvable, unless you can reach the same level as the old man, or even higher than the old man. Obviously equal. That's completely overthinking. The old man is an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. In a few years, Li Su has no chance of catching up with him. However, the means can be learned. Compared with the witch chapter, the content of the secret chapter, Li Su was undoubtedly excited after reading it. The secret chapter has little content, and what makes Li Su most excited are 2 of the secrets. Golden Cicada Gong and the method of cutting injuries. These 2 secrets have no offensive power, but are methods of saving lives. The former, through the spirit and true ki, a pupa is formed in the body. When suffering from extremely serious internal injuries, the injury can be removed by this method. The latter, launched by the spirit, through the body's nerves, to achieve external injury control, and if it is cultivated to the highest level, even if the heart is pierced by a knife, it can be forcibly suppressed for several hours without death. Instantly, Li Su's eyes lit up. A way to save his life. Although his ability to save his life has reached a very high level with the Vajra indestructible divine art, For Lee Su, who has a very low sense of security, the more the better. Lee Su was so excited by the old man's trick that he wanted to die, but at this moment he couldn't help but get excited. Without hesitation, he started practicing. In this way, Lee Su began to practice madly and endlessly. 1 month, 3 months, 10 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The Dao heart planting demon method advanced to the 10th level of the demon extreme, but the 11th level failed. It was the same feeling as the 8th level of the Vajra indestructible divine art. It was obviously a great success, but it just couldn't enter. I can only endure it for a few years, maybe it will succeed. Then there was the golden cicada art and the cutting injury method, which Lee Su mastered. In the body, the true ki and spirit combine to form a special pupa, covering the whole body, including the 5 internal organs. Once the internal organs are impacted by the ki, they can be directly cut out of the body. The cut wound method penetrates the nerves of the whole body through the spirit. For this reason, Lee Su has tried it specially. Even if a decimeter long wound is cut on the body with a knife, it can be suppressed by the spirit, quickly stop bleeding, and prevent it from splitting. It can be quickly treated with medicine. In addition, Lee Su also learned a lot about the medical chapter, poison chapter, and witch chapter, especially the witch chapter. In order to avoid being harmed by this method again, Lee Su not only understood it, but also learned it. So far, he has turned 19 years old. Basically, he has done everything he can do. Standing in the yard, Lee Su's face was full of melancholy and extremely depressed. I have to go, because I can already feel the feeling coming from my brain, heart, and words from time to time. This burning desire is actually burning from 3 positions at the same time. Only ghosts can bear it. Whenever the brain is a little unhappy, it starts to stir. This is really scary, isn't it? So, Lee Su reluctantly left the yard and stepped into the world of martial arts. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After bidding farewell to the people of Xiangjia village, Lee Su left Chengdu and headed straight for Nanling in front of everyone's reluctant eyes. By the way, he was not going to fight Sonk. Not yet. He was going to find his parents. It has been 34 years since the beginning of the Sui dynasty. There are still 3 years before the end of the Sui dynasty. Now it is almost in chaos. My father came once a month ago, and he was gloomy and miserable. It was obvious that the situation was not good. This time, I will first persuade my father to shrink the industry and stay in Nanling to find a chance to connect with the Song family. I will not go out before the establishment of the Tang dynasty. He walked very fast. After all, his strength was already stable, and he was among the best at that time. From Chengdu to Guangxi, it was only more than 1,000 kilometers. He took a step of 10 feet, 1 step per second, and almost 1 kilometer per minute. It took about 8 to 9 hours. Along the way, Lee Su crossed mountains and ridges, and did not enter the town. He set out at dawn, and arrived in Nanning city at dark. Even if it is Nanling, it seems that the atmosphere of the central plains can be felt. Along the way, it feels that the people are in a hurry and look panic. It was just like the atmosphere in Jianan prefecture during the Xianlang period. Lee Su sighed. When a country prospers, the people suffer. When a country perishes, the people suffer. No matter where. Once a war breaks out, the most suffering people are always the ordinary people. Nanning is a county town. The Tower City is not big, far less than the big city of Jianan prefecture. In order to avoid trouble, Lee Su did not go through the city gate. He jumped directly and instantly crossed the city wall less than 2 feet high, and entered the county town. The sky gradually darkened, but the county town was still crowded with people. There was no curfew, as if Nanling had not been affected so much. South of the city, Xiangjia cloth. Lee Su recalled the name of the store his father had mentioned in his mind, and walked directly in that direction. Not long after, he saw the plaque of his family in the 5th story in the middle of the central street in the south of the city. Lee Su frowned. At this moment, there were people walking by the door of Xiangjia cloth. There were a lot of cloth scattered at the door, and noisy sounds came from inside. You, don't go too far. Mother's voice. Woo woo woo. The girl's voice was crisp, aggrieved, and sad. She must be the younger sister. You injured my father, and you want to marry my sister? You want to seize my Xiang family's property? I will fight you. The boy's voice was almost changed with anger. Hey, Wang, I advise you, the son of the leader of the Black Wolf gang is willing to marry my daughter. This is a blessing that your Xiang family can never ask for in 8 lifetimes. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise, the fate of your husband will be the fate of your whole family. I tell you, no one in Nanning can save you. Instantly, Li Su's eyes were red. TM. 3 more chapters. 10,000 words. Chapter 108 Black Wolf Gang. With a move of his body, the distance of 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. Li Su landed in front of the Xiang family's cloth and walked directly inside in the surprised eyes of many people. At the door, there stood 3 big men with fierce faces and banditry. They were mixed up in the underworld. Seeing Li Su coming, one of them frowned and said angrily, "The Black Wolf gang is doing business. Idle people get out, otherwise my blade will not be used." Li Su raised his hand and waved, and the big man who had not finished speaking crashed directly into the wall next to him like a kite with a broken string. Boom. With a roar, he was shattered to pieces. It really means that all the bones in his body were broken directly. The other 2 people's faces changed. No doubt they didn't see how Li Su made a move. They gritted their teeth and had murderous intent on their faces. "Damn it, you dare to attack the Black Wolf gang. You are dead, and your whole family is dead." The 2 drew their swords and rushed over, raised the blades, and chopped down. Puff. The long knife slashed Li Su's shoulder. The 2 men showed a grim smile, increased their strength, and slowly dragged the knife, preparing to let Li Su die in a very miserable way. However, as the knife was dragged, the expressions of the 2 men gradually turned pale and lost all blood color. The sharp knife clearly slashed on Li Su's shoulder, but it stopped there, unable to fall down or drag it. Li Su snorted lightly and exhaled his strength. 2 streams of 9 Yankee followed the sharp knife and instantly broke into the hands of the 2 men, burning the meridians and veins and entering the lungs. They didn't have time to make a sound. Their internal organs were burning, and they fell to the ground directly. Without stopping, Li Su didn't even look at the fallen person, and entered the shop. The shop was very large, about more than 100 square meters. At this moment, there were many people standing inside, all wearing black uniforms with black wolves embroidered on their chests. In front of this group of people were his mother, younger brother and sister. At this moment, the mother's face was pale, one cheek was red, and she hugged her tearful sister tightly and pulled her angry brother. In an instant, Li Su's eyes turned red, and anger squeezed into his heart, burning wildly, and the flames of anger could almost burn through everything. The spirit fluctuated and exploded. In an instant, it swept through the group of big men and directly deprived them of everything. "Go out, kneel down." The more than 10 people showed a look of horror on their faces, and their bodies turned around completely out of control. They raised their hands and feet stiffly, and walked out step by step. As for the leader, Li Su did not control him. This fat and ugly guy was stunned. He was about to say something, but found that his men actually walked out, stood in front of the store, knelt on their knees, and then touched the ground with their heads with a thud. Blood spurted out, and more than a dozen people's faces were twisted in pain. Their bodies were trembling, but they did not move. In an instant, the fat man's face changed and turned pale. He didn't think that his men would go out and kneel down because of a word. These people are elites in the Black Wolf gang. They have seen blood, and many of them have killed people. Who are you? What kind of magic did you use? Why do you want to be an enemy of my Black Wolf gang? Li Su didn't even look at the other party. He took a big step and walked in front of his mother. Wang was stunned. Looking at her handsome son who appeared in front of her, she couldn't hold back any longer. Tears flowed down her face. She burst out with grievances, fears, and fears. Li Su's face was throbbing with blue veins. He forced a smile and put his hand on his mother's swollen right cheek. He exhaled the 9 Yankee to dissolve the blood clots inside. Then he lowered his head and looked at his mother's big-eyed, well-behaved, and cute sister in her mother's arms, and his somewhat dazed brother. He stretched out his hand and wiped their heads. "You are so big now." Xiang Mo was stunned. He was older than his sister. He had seen his brother and still had an impression of him. Immediately, she couldn't help crying. "Brother, The younger sister, Xiangqing, was stunned at first. She didn't have much memory, but the big hand touching her gave her the same feeling as her father. She couldn't help but burst into tears, very sad. Don't cry, don't cry. Li Su picked up the aggrieved little girl and let her lie on his chest and said, brother is here, it's okay. After reaching out and touching her brother's head again, he looked at his mother who had recovered and said, where's dad? Hearing this, Wang couldn't hold back her tears again. Your father was beaten and his leg was broken. Really? It's okay, mother. This time I came out, I brought the master's medicine. As long as it's not cut off, it can be cured. Li Su smiled and comforted. Come on, take me to see dad. Wang was startled and couldn't help turning her head to look at the fat man behind Li Su. Don't worry about him. Go into the house. I'll deal with this later. After touching his brother's head, holding his mother's hand, Li Su held the younger sister and walked directly to the back room. From beginning to end, he did not look at the fat man. The fat man looked at Li Su's family leaving. His face turned red and then white. He was extremely frightened. His eyes were wide open. He wanted to speak, wanted to beg for mercy, but found that his body could not move. He was shaking madly. Sweat, like rain, his clothes were soaked. But, he just couldn't move, not at all. From the corner of his eye, he saw a dozen Black Wolf gang members kneeling outside, just like him. In an instant, the fat man's mind collapsed, and his soul was full of death. A big word death filled his mind. How arrogant he was just now, how scared he was now. In a courtyard, Li Su smelled the smell of medicine, and entered the big house. On the side, on the bed, there was a person lying. The smell of blood and medicine was overwhelming. When I saw him a month ago, he was still energetic, but now, he was lying on the bed, groaning in pain. Li Su took a deep breath, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were so cold that it made people frightened and palpitated. It was just like when he saw Monk Xianming die beside him during the Xianlong Babu period. But he suppressed it, madly suppressed it, and the alarm bell of reason was beating wildly. He couldn't explode, couldn't explode, couldn't explode. His family couldn't bear it. Li Su pulled Wang together and walked to the bed. Letting go of Wang's hand, he smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay, it's a small problem. The palm power fell, and Xiangtai, who was still unconscious on the bed, was wrapped in blood-stained white cloth and shattered. He raised his hand and waved it, and the fragments flew away, revealing a broken foot and a broken head. He slowly retracted his right hand, his bones were creaking, and the blue veins extended from his face to his neck. The intense emotions were like a gunpowder barrel, impacting his whole body. The demon seed that was suppressed tightly was unprecedentedly stimulated at this moment. Originally, there was only a little bit of evil true energy, and blood-red madness appeared. Extreme emotions brought extreme changes. Boom. Like a stepping stone, the 10th level of the demon extreme broke through and entered the realm of demon transformation. Li Su ignored it. He raised his hand and took the medicine. Through the control of true ki, it covered Xiangtai's injuries. At the same time, the 9 Yang divine art overflowed and entered his father's body, starting to repair his body. Under the anxious eyes of his mother and the eager eyes of his brother, the injuries on Xiangtai's head and legs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, his breathing stabilized, his brows relaxed, and after a while, Xiangtai uttered a soft groan, and slowly opened his eyes. Li Su smiled, and said a little narrowly, Dad, I haven't seen you for a month. You are quite shocking to your son. Familiar voice, familiar tone. Xiangtai was startled, turned his head, and then showed joy on his face. Son. The eldest son, although they have been together for far less time than the younger son, the girl has been here for a long time, but if you say that he likes him, Xiangli is undoubtedly his pride. Dad. The two little ones immediately became excited when they heard their father's voice, and the girl lying in Li Su's arms couldn't help but twist her body to look at Xiangtai. Wang's face was full of tears. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and couldn't help crying. His father. Everyone, this is awesome. 2,800 subscriptions. It's only 12 noon, and there are already 5 chapters. I've already cried in the toilet once. Without further ado, more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. I'm a good person. Carefully turning her sister around to avoid spraining her and handing her to her father, Lee Soo smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to go out for a while to sort out the things outside." Xiang Tai was startled and raised his head to speak, but when their eyes met, he couldn't help but tremble. Without saying anything, he just nodded and said, "Well, let's settle it early and have dinner together." Okay. Lee Soo got up and walked directly outside. Lia Wang was a little worried. The Black Wolf Gang is in Nanning. It's okay. Without looking back, Lee Soo smiled and said, "There will be no such gang in the future. Go out and close the door." Lee Soo flashed and came to the outside. At this moment, there was no one outside the door. Looking at the Black Wolf Gang members kneeling outside the door, they were talking. The Black Wolf Gang, the largest local gang in the south of the city, actually knelt at the door of the Xiang family's cloth shop. Something big was going to happen. Looking at the fat man, Lee Soo said, "Identity." The fat man looked terrified, but found that his mouth was out of control and he said, "Wang Qi, the manager of the Black Wolf Gang. How many people are there in the Black Wolf Gang?" "More than 200 people. Is there someone behind the Black Wolf Gang? Why are they targeting my family?" "Yes. The Xiang family's cloth is all over the place, involving the surrounding areas of Nanling and many areas in the Central Plains. They have a lot of money and can be used as spies." "Who is it?" Lin Shihang. "Oh, the Yinkui sect. What a fate." Lee Soo nodded and stopped asking. It must be said that the effect of witchcraft combined with the Tao Heart Demon is amazing when it is used to deal with ordinary people who have only practiced boxing and kicking. And Wang Qi, when he heard the 3 words Yinkui sect, his heart was chilled. Rumble. Footsteps came, and there were many people. Obviously, the Black Wolf Gang got the news and someone came. After a while, a large group of people wearing black tights and embroidered with wolf patterns stood at the door, all holding knives in their hands. The leader was a middle-aged man with a bulge in his temple. He had practiced Qi to the extreme. "Pei Guang, leader of the Black Wolf Gang, I wonder which brother teased my disciples in this way. If you have offended me, please speak up." Lee Soo raised his eyebrows, stood up, hooked his finger, and asked the fat man to go out with him. When he came to the door, Lee Soo ignored the middle-aged man and looked at the fat man and said, "Are these all the members of the Black Wolf Gang?" Wang Qi, whose body was almost soaked with sweat and whose clothes could not cover the dripping water, felt cold in his heart. Lee Soo's question was intended to kill all the members of the Black Wolf Gang. He wanted to scream and beg for mercy, but his mouth could not control himself and said, "No, the second Hall Master didn't come, and some elite soldiers didn't come either." As Wang Qi spoke, Pei Guang's face suddenly showed anger and embarrassment, which was no less than rebellion. But when he saw Wang Qi's appearance, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. "Really?" Lee Soo nodded, turned his head, and looked at the more than 10 gang members who were kneeling, and said, "Perform seppuku and cut off your intestines. Don't scream." With a sudden tremor, the faces of the more than 10 people lying on the ground showed extremely panic. Their eyeballs were about to burst out, but they couldn't control it. They just trembled and straightened up, pulled out their long knives, and under the extremely terrified eyes of the Black Wolf Gang, they used them to stab into their stomachs and cut their stomachs open while being extremely terrified. The severe pain almost made them crazy, but they couldn't make any sound. Facing this extremely terrifying scene, Pei Guang finally realized that he had offended someone who must not be offended. He screamed, punched directly, and at the same time raised his foot and ran away without looking back. Well, as long as you practice a certain level of true Qi, you can't control it directly. As soon as he took a step, Pei Guang's heart was chilled because Lee Soo's voice rang in his ears. When, without waiting for him to react, Lee Soo raised his knife and chopped twice with the long knife he had taken from the Black Wolf Gang members nearby. With a flash of the knife, his hands and legs were cut off at the same time. Ah! With a shrill scream, Pei Guang still jumped up, but his hands and feet were separated in less than 2 meters, and he fell down, blood all over the ground. Stop the bleeding for him. Several Black Wolf gang members with terrified faces, who wanted to escape, but couldn't control their bodies, came to Pei Guang, held him down, and stopped his bleeding. Li Su glanced at the rest of the gang members and said lightly, "Go and kill all the elite members of the Black Wolf gang, bring the head of the second Hall Master, and then bring this guy's whole family to me." In an instant, the Black Wolf gang members who gathered in front of the Xiang family's cloth dispersed and rushed in the direction they came from. No, Sir Senior, sir, no matter what I did wrong, no matter how the Black Wolf gang offended you, please, let my family go, let them go. Pei Guang, who was screaming, came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he twisted his body madly, looking at Li Su and begging loudly. Li Su was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help laughing. Ha. Interesting, really interesting. You broke my father's head, broke my father's legs, beat my mother, and wanted to steal my sister. Li Su lowered his head, with an extremely murderous look in his eyes, and said softly, "Now you actually tell me to let your family go. Okay, I'm a good person. I don't have such a strong murderous intention. I won't move in my swaddling clothes." Pei Guang widened his eyes, with despair in his eyes, extremely desperate. About half an hour later, the Black Wolf gang members who left came back, with fewer people, and most of them were injured. They were holding people in their hands, and there was a bloody head. The first was the second Hall Master, and Pei Guang's family. The second Hall Master's face was full of fear and confusion. He couldn't help but be afraid. He was very strong, but facing the gang members who risked their lives to stab him, he was still cold until his death. Why? And Pei Guang's family, men, women, young and old, there were many people. He had 3 wives, 5 sons, and an old man. They all had a look of fear, especially the old man, who had a dead look on his face, and kept saying retribution. And the eldest son, who had been shouting, that you are dead, since he was tied up and dragged here, turned pale when he saw his father lying on the ground with his legs cut off. Li Su turned his head, and looked at Wang Qi. "Is it them?" Wang Qi nodded. "Who has taken a fancy to my sister?" "The oldest one." "Very good. Kill them all, leaving the oldest one alive." With a scream, Pei Guang's family fell to the ground silently. Li Su turned to look at Wang Qi. "Perform seppuku on your own, and don't scream." Seeing Wang Qi dead, Li Su said, "I think you will understand my strength. I'm almost done with my anger after killing him here. Now I will give you a task. Clean up this place, and then take these 2 father and son to beg in Nanning. How to deal with them is up to you, but within 1 year, they cannot die, and must live in pain. Understand?" The remaining, terrified Black Wolf gang members were stunned and wanted to nod frantically. "It seems that I understand." Li Su snapped his fingers, turned around and walked into the house. "By the way, I don't want to hear any rumors, understand?" The Black Wolf gang members, who were less than 20 left, suddenly fell to the ground and finally could control their bodies. They lay on the ground in horror, shooting and pissing. Some people couldn't help but want to scream, but when they saw Li Su's back, they frantically pressed their mouths and dared not make a sound. After a long while, more than 20 people stood up tremblingly, without any hesitation. 2 of them had madness in their eyes, and rushed directly to the tied-up eldest son, kicking his limbs, and blocking his screams with sackcloth. 2 people lifted up the father and son, and the rest began to deal with the bodies on the street. In the inner courtyard, Li Su listened to the movement outside and nodded, and the murderous intent in his eyes finally dissipated. "Well, I'm hungry." Walking into the big house, Li Su said, "Mom, I want to eat braised pork." Huh. Wang was stunned. Xiang Tai was also stunned, but when he saw his son back to normal, he smiled and said, "That's right, mother of the child, didn't you buy 10 kilograms of beef before? Are you waiting for your son to come? Then I'll do it," Wang said hesitantly. Li Su smiled and said, "It's alright now. Don't rush out. I'm cleaning outside. Does mother have all the ingredients? If not, I'll go buy some." Yes, they're all in the kitchen." Although she didn't know how to end it, since her son said so. Wang naturally believed it. She immediately smiled and said, "I'll make it for you right away." Li Su smiled and said, "Yes. I haven't eaten the braised pork made by you for more than a year." Wang said happily, "You kid. Mom, I wanted to. I wanted to." Seeing their parents calm down and regain their energy, the two little guys shouted immediately, "We have it all. We have it all." Chapter 110. Building a force. No wonder the Yingui sect targeted him. Sitting in the yard, Li Su rubbed his brows. He had always known that his father was good at business, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. The Xiang family's cloth is everywhere, and there are more than 100 families in Nanling, and even more outside Nanling. In a sense, without Li Su knowing it, he has become a top second generation rich. There are too many financial resources, so it would be inappropriate for his father to sell his property. He can't abandon his family and business, right? This is not a family fortune of tens of millions, but tens of millions. God knows how his father, who was born as a farmer, has built such a huge industry. It seems that it has something to do with his master during the conversation. Because after accepting him as an apprentice, the old man gave his father some advice. "So what other forces are there in Nanning?" Li Su said. "Hey, sir, there are 3 powerful gangs in Nanning. Before our gang, there is also a Yaolan gang on the Yangjiang River, and then there is the beggar gang made up of beggars in the city." Kneeling on the ground, the former Black Wolf gang member, after the incident a few days ago, now leads the remaining Black Wolf gang members. The former leader, Zhao Liang, trembled and said, "Over the past few days, he has lost a lot of weight, and almost every time he closes his eyes, he sees the terrible scene that day. His hair has turned a lot whiter." "Yeah." Li Su nodded. "Tell me about the people in those 2 gangs and their means of making a living." The Yaolan gang, the leader is Yudong. His Yaolan palm is very powerful. He is good at water and is known as the white shark in the waves. He is on par with Pei Guang. He has a daughter Yufeng, and he has 2 masters. One is good at stick techniques and the other is good at leg techniques. They make a living by transporting goods on the river. As for the beggars gang, there are a lot of people. It's very messy. If they have money they will do anything. If anyone in Nanning is stolen, or if women and children are missing, it's basically them who did it. Li Su looked at Zhao Liang in surprise. The little leader actually knew so much. No wonder he was able to quickly integrate the remaining members of the Black Wolf gang. "Can the rest of you deal with the beggars gang?" "Yes, it's not a big problem. Although the beggars gang is one of the 3 gangs, it deals in things we don't like, including the gang leader. The strength is not strong, just proficient in boxing and kicking." "Very good. You go to the beggars gang and chop off all those involved in the trafficking of women and children. Bring the rest of the people here, and then go find Yudong and ask him to come to see me." Zhao Liang was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Sir, what do you want to?" "I plan to integrate the Nanning gangs and establish a new force." Zhao Liang took a breath and was shocked. He and the rest of the Black Wolf gang knew how terrible the person in front of him was. He and the rest of the Black Wolf gang knew it best. In their eyes, his methods were no different from those of gods. Such a person wanted to establish a force. "Oh my god. I'll go right away." "Wait." Li Su stopped him and took out a pill. "Take this." Zhao Liang felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse. After taking it, he swallowed it in one breath. Li Su raised his hand and pointed at the other person's forehead. "This is a set of key circulation method and swordsmanship. Write it down. The pill can enhance your internal ki. Follow the method, and you should be able to catch up with Pei Guang in a week. With the swordsmanship, it should be no problem to kill Pei Guang. The first 5 methods can be passed on to the rest of the people. If you have done what was arranged before, there will be another reward." Feeling the information pouring into his mind, Zhao Liang was extremely shocked. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground in excitement and said loudly, "Zhao Liang, I'm willing to die for you. Go." "Yes." "Leah, what are you doing?" After Zhao Liang left, Xiang Tai came out, as well as Wang and the 2 little guys. They looked at Li Su in shock. To be honest, the whole family was in an unbelievable state these days. They were shocked by the amazing methods shown by Li Su, especially the reaction of the unruly Nanning's largest gang. Li Su smiled took his sister, who ran over to him and said, "Haha, these are just some tricks taught by the master. Nothing." Nothing? Xiang Tai's mouth twitched. The Black Wolf Gang, which could almost destroy his Xiang family, was subdued. Looking at Zhao Liang, who was leaving, the fanaticism in his eyes clearly regarded his son as the master. "Leah, what are you going to do?" Not to mention summoning the remaining members of the Black Wolf Gang, he also had to attack the Beggar Gang and the Yaolan Gang. This was not a small move. As a father, he knew his son very well. He had no interest in money, power, etc. He had previously mentioned that he wanted him to come back and inherit the family property, but the other party refused without hesitation and let his younger brother inherit. Li Su rolled his eyes at his father. "Isn't it because dad's property is too big? If there is no corresponding force to protect it, there will be big problems." Xiang Tai was stunned when he heard this and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Zhao Mo, do you want to learn martial arts?" Li Su turned his head and looked at his younger brother, who was standing beside him and looked forward to him very much, and asked with a smile, "Hey, can I, brother?" "Of course, you are my younger brother and you are just the right age, but it is very hard. I want to learn." After experiencing a crisis, Xiang Mo undoubtedly had a great desire for strength. "Very good, but you can't fall behind in your studies." "Ah, you still have to study? Are you angry about the behavior of the Black Wolf Gang?" "Xiao Mo, yeah. This is the result of having strength alone. Knowledge and strength can only complement each other when they are combined. Otherwise, if you only learn strength, do you want to become like the Black Wolf Gang in the future?" Xiang Mo was stunned and immediately shook his head. What he hated the most was the Black Wolf Gang. How could he become like the Black Wolf Gang? "That's right, brother will teach you martial arts from today. From now on, you will study in the morning and learn martial arts in the afternoon. In the future, the Xiang family's industry will be handed over to you to manage, and the power that brother will establish in the future will also be handed over to you." "Ah, what about brother? I have no interest in these." "Oh, brother, I want to learn too. I want to learn too." In his arms, the little girl cried out. "It's very hard." Li Su smiled. "Liuli is not afraid of hardship," the little girl said firmly. "Okay, I'll teach you." Looking at the harmonious atmosphere of their 3 children, Xiang Tai and Wang couldn't help laughing. Especially Xiang Tai looked at his eldest son, full of pride. From now on, the backbone of the Xiang family is his eldest son. The Xiang family is harmonious, but Nanning is very uneasy. The Black Wolf Gang suddenly collapsed. Pei Guang and his son had their limbs cut off and begged on the street. The attackers were former members of the Black Wolf Gang, which undoubtedly shocked the other 2 gangs in the city. Especially Yu Dang. He went to see it once in person. When he saw Pei Guang lying on the ground, begging for life and death, and the faces of the Black Wolf Gang members, he immediately felt an indescribable sense of terror in his heart. Who is this person? He can make the Black Dragon, the largest gang in Nanning, like this? And Zhao Liang, after coming out of the Xiang family, the despair and fear on his face had disappeared, and his eyes were burning with incomparable heat. That was the look of someone who could give everything for that existence. The skills and swordsmanship in his mind gave him a huge shock. What excited him the most was that the adult was obviously planning to build a force with them as the core. This was a great comfort to Zhao Liang, who had been anxious for the past few days. Well, a typical Stockholm syndrome. Of course, it was not just that. Although Li Su's Dao heart demon was different from that of the old man, there was no doubt that the impact on people's hearts was extremely terrible. His temperament was in the prime of his life, high above, and in the hearts of Zhao Liang and others, he was like the emperor of the world. When Li Su was about to accept him, there were basically only 2 emotions in his mind: surrender and worship. To die, that was really not a joke. Back to the base, Zhao Liang gathered the remaining 20 or so members of the Black Wolf Gang and excitedly announced the adult's idea. In an instant, the expressions of more than 20 people present froze, and the next moment, they burst into cheers, with extremely excited and fanatical expressions on their faces, just like Zhao Liang. Soon, Zhao Liang began to teach swordsmanship. Although it was only 5 moves, everyone was so happy that they couldn't help themselves. Compared with the Black Wolf Gang, this knife technique was far superior. Immediately, everyone's eyes were even more fanatical, and they regarded Lee Su as their adopted parents, and were willing to die for him. A week later, the Black Wolf Gang, who had practiced almost the same, took action. The beggars were the first to kneel. They knelt very quickly, and the leadership, including the gang leader, was killed cleanly by beheading. Because Lee Su had asked people to commit suicide that day, this group of people died very unpeacefully, and basically died by being cut in half. The remaining beggars were so scared that they urinated and excreted, and surrendered directly. Afterwards, Zhao Liang left 2 people to organize the beggars, and immediately went to the Yaolang gang. Zhao Liang's arrival naturally shocked Yao Dong. He got the news quickly, and had been paying attention to the situation in Nanning County. He got the news when the beggars were destroyed. Only 3 gang members took action, and killed about 60 to 70 people in the beggars. This record shocked him, and the way the beggars died shocked him even more. When Zhao Liang arrived, Yu Dong, who was still a little confident, felt that the other party was no weaker than Pei Guang, and his heart went cold. Zhao Liang knew that he was just a small leader of the Black Wolf Gang before. How long has it been? How could his strength be comparable to his? Moreover, the Black Wolf Gang members who came over, there were only more than 20 people, but they had the momentum that the entire Black Wolf Gang had lost before. Their eyes were crazy and burning, without even a trace of fear in their eyes, which undoubtedly put great pressure on all the Yaolang Gang members present. Master Yu Dong, my master wants to see you. Come with me. Immediately, many people in the Yaolang Gang were about to say something, but Yu Dong raised his hand and waved it. He took a breath and showed a bitter smile on his face. With the Black Wolf Gang like this, what room does the Yaolang Gang have to struggle? Okay. Asterisk 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 Zhang's backyard. Zhao Liang brought Yu Dong to the scene and knelt on one knee and said, "Sir, we have already suppressed the beggars, and the leader of the Yaolang Gang has also been brought here." He had been prepared when he entered the courtyard, but he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. In the courtyard, the man standing under the tree looked very young, but his soul couldn't help but tremble. That aura was like the sun above his head, as if the emperor was in front of him. Even if he had many thoughts and ideas in his heart, they all disappeared at this moment. He completely understood why Zhao Liang and the members of the Black Wolf Gang were like that. With fear, Yu Dong knelt down, put his head on the ground, and said tremblingly with great respect, "Yu Dong, meet you, sir." At this moment, Lee Su's eyelids twitched in the courtyard. Not long after Zhao Liang dealt with the beggars, he got the news. After all, the Zhang family didn't have much else, but they had a lot of money. But all of them were cut in half. What the hell is that? And this Yu Dong, you are like this. When we first met, it makes me uncomfortable, don't you know? It makes me look like a big villain. Of course, Lee Su didn't say anything, and said directly, "I plan to unify all the forces in Nanning, and I don't plan to force them. The reason why the beggars are here is because they are trafficking in people, which I don't like. I'll give you 3 days to consider it. If you don't want to, then take your men and leave Nanning." Yu Dong was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that such a person in front of him would give him room to choose. Immediately, he raised his head and said directly without any hesitation, "Yu Dong, I'm willing to serve you. Although those who are in the underworld don't want to live under someone else's roof, it depends on the situation." The strength shown by Lee Su is undoubtedly another dimension. After all, in Nanning, whether it is the Black Wolf Gang or the Yaolang Gang, although they are powerful locally, they are worthless outside. Don't you want to consider it? No, it is Yu Dong's blessing to be able to serve you. Lee Su blinked his eyes. He thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. "Very good, Zhao Liang. I'm here. I'll give you 1 week to unify the beggars. When you leave, go outside and ask the housekeeper for 3,000 strings of cash. Use the original Black Wolf Gang base as a base to build a new hall, and collect all the information about Nanning City. As for the Yaolang Gang, Yao Dong will give you 3 days to handle the affairs of the gang, transform, recruit, and train talents, spread out with my Zhang family store as the center, and collect intelligence from all over the world. From now on, there will be no more Black Wolf Yaolang in Nanning. They will be unified as the first floor, focusing on intelligence and exploring the world. Li Su said indifferently, after the prototype is established, you two will come to me, and I will teach you martial arts and methods. Only Yao Dan will be responsible for intelligence and name it Digwin. Zhao Liang will be responsible for force. With the Black Wolf Gang as a core, we will build Cheyenne Luo. Yes. The two said in unison, with a touch of heat in their eyes. Go. Watching the two leave, Li Su sighed, his face full of melancholy. Damn, it's true that ginseng is not as good as expected. 9 out of 10 times. Chapter 111 First Floor. Time passed quickly. 2 years later. Nanling, Song family. Besides the head of the family, Song, the Heavenly Blade, the second in command of the Song family, Song Zhi, who was known as the Earth Sword, was rubbing his brows at this moment, feeling a headache. Second brother, what's wrong? Song Lu, who was standing aside, had a puzzled look on his face. Recently, a new force has appeared in the Jianghu, called the First Floor. It has developed very quickly. From its appearance to now, it has only been 2 years, but it has spread all over the Central Plains, from the Turkic Goryeo in the north to the Nanling in the south, from Jiangdu in the east to Tuayuhan in the west. The wide range of regions involved, and the large sphere of influence are shocking. Songlu was shocked. There is such an organization? Why hasn't he heard of it? It's not surprising that you don't know. In fact, I didn't expect it at the beginning. They are quite smart, and the way they provide intelligence is different from others. They mainly sell intelligence in business transactions. I only discovered it after I accidentally watched the family intelligence content. Song Zhi took a breath and told the situation. Business? Songlu was stunned. That's right. This organization sells intelligence about goods in various places, such as food prices, cloth prices, mineral prices, etc. In this way, they exchange money from local merchants, and the merchants use the information they provide to transport their goods to various places. You also know that I also have a lot of goods sold in Nanling. Recently, several caravans have made huge profits. I couldn't help but look at their itinerary records and found that they all bought information about materials from various places in the Central Plains through a place called the First Floor, and then made a lot of money by transporting the goods there. Songlu was a little surprised when he heard this. There was actually such an organization. However, this organization is extraordinary to be able to involve all over the world, but it shouldn't make his second brother so concerned, right? Although his Song family is isolated, it is actually as solid as a rock. This kind of intelligence organization is basically no threat to the Song family, right? Seeing Song Lu's expression, Song Zhi shook his head and said, "Third brother, you don't deal with intelligence, so you don't know how terrible this organization is." "Oh. Second brother, what are you talking about? You know, commercial intelligence has a certain timeliness. For example, if a certain place is short of food or cloth, in fact, it will be mobilized very soon. Unless the local grain merchants deliberately raise the price. Otherwise, within a month at most, grain merchants will hear the news and come. But the intelligence provided by the First Floor is different. They can determine that there will be some shortages of materials in a certain place as early as several months ago. Basically, the merchants who bought the information went there just when a huge gap officially appeared there, and basically they were right, and there was no case of wrong intelligence." Songlu was shocked. This was undoubtedly a bit different. It was estimated in advance, and there was no mistake. Talent. Song Zhi looked at Songlu's expression, shook his head and said, "Third brother, it's not that simple." "What do you mean, second brother?" "I can also do this kind of analysis, but it can only be done a few months in advance. For example, for problems with food, by observing the planting conditions and rainfall conditions after the spring, we can roughly calculate the results in May or June." Songlu nodded. He had no doubt about his second brother Song Zhi's ability. Song Zhi sighed, "But the problem is that by the time I figured out the result, it was too late." For example, in Loyang, I figured out the result there, and then passed the message. How long do you think it would take to get to Nanling under normal circumstances? From Loyang to Nanling? It's probably thousands of miles away. With my Song family's intelligence system, it would take several days, even if we use carrier pigeons. Yes, it would take several days. Song ZHI took a breath, but at this time, let alone organizing people to collect grain, even if there is grain, it will be too late to transport it to August or September. But the first floor is different. Not only do they give out intelligence around April, but they also provide information, based on the situation, from near to far, almost guaranteeing that there will be no shortage of food in the local area, and the price of grain is basically flat at a level where you can make a lot of money. How big an intelligence network is needed to cover all over the world and conduct such micromanagement? How long has it been since the first floor appeared? According to his observation, about 2 years. Moreover, although the first floor involves commercial intelligence, the content is so much and so wide that it can be said to be all-encompassing, big and small. In this case, whether it is to inquire about information, summarize information, or transmit information, a large number of people are needed. How much manpower and material resources are needed to do this? If it was established by the court, Song ZHI would not be surprised, but it is obviously not. The first floor is obviously a gangster organization. Not only that, the most terrifying thing is that according to Song ZHI's observation, more and more local merchants have joined it after cooperating with the first floor. Today's world is not peaceful. The tyrant Yang Wang went north to Korea twice, and the construction of the Grand Canal has made people live in poverty. In the 7th year of Day, Wagon rebelled. Now it is the 12th year of Day. Yang Wang, who has fled to Jiangdu, is still living a life of drunkenness and dreams. The world is in danger. How can we not be nervous when such a force suddenly appears at this time? Moreover, what makes Song ZHI most headache is the initial traces of the first floor. It is just south of Nanling, not far from Nanling, and I don't know who created it. Moreover, the organization has a strict structure and its members are extremely loyal. Since the rise of the first floor, it has been watched by all the major forces in the world, and one of them couldn't help but take action. The results surprised everyone. Although the first floor in the local area was destroyed, the first floor then contacted the 2 sides and 3 families, and used its intelligence as a condition. In less than a month, the family was broken, and the whole family, young and old, were captured and beheaded in front of the destroyed first floor, to mourn the dead members of the first floor. That result undoubtedly shocked the world. Then someone wanted to test and give up a city for the first floor to operate, hoping to lead out the power of the first floor and expose it to everyone. The result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After the first floor took over the city, it only sent some people to manage it to ensure basic peace in the city. The manpower was directly recruited locally. When other forces entered, they immediately withdrew and continued to operate their own first floor without asking anything else. Although the result shows that the first floor seems to only do business and has no interest in power struggles, who can guarantee it? How can it be guaranteed? Therefore, Song ZHI was very troubled. He was very curious about who could have established such a huge intelligence force, but only engaged in intelligence trading instead of competing for world domination. Asterisk 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 time passed, and another half a year passed, and it was the 13th year of Day. 30 miles outside Nanning County, in a valley, the mysterious first floor in the world was organizing an annual summary meeting. This title came from the owner of the first floor. It was held once a year to analyze and summarize the world's situation, development status, and future goals. Xian Luo Zhao Liang, Diwen Yaodong, and the later established Shangbu Xiangtai, and their deputies, a total of 6 people. The person next to Zhao Liang, one of the former Black Wolf gang members, named Wang Kaiyang, said, as for the Skynet, as of now, there are 6 gold orders, 35 silver orders, 300 bronze orders, and 2000 black iron orders. The person next to Yudong was his daughter Yufeng, who said, as for the ground net, as of now, bases have been established in the Turkic, Korea, Khitan, and Tuayuhan royal cities, but due to the Han identity, they are currently more focused on business, and cannot do more for the time being. Next to Zhang Ta, it was naturally Zhang Mo, who said, the Department of Commerce, as of now, the value of materials is 670,000 strings of cash, and 300 new merchants have joined. Looking at all the information, Zhao Liang smiled and said, the work arranged by the owner of the building for this year has been basically completed. Yu Dong also smiled. 2 years, just 2 years, the first building has developed to an incredible level under the wise and powerful leadership of the owner of the building. At this moment, Zhang Tai was a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect that his son would establish such a terrible force with just a little effort. Then, let's start the summary and the goals to be achieved next year. After about an hour, the meeting was disbanded. Zhao Liang, where is Leia? Half a year ago, after the first building had risen steadily, and its combat power became more and more sufficient, Li Su disappeared after the three of them were allowed to manage the huge first building. Zhao Liang said, the owner of the building should have gone to the Central Plains, or the Jiangnan area. I don't know where he is exactly. Really? Zhang Tai nodded, and then said, the new year is coming soon. How about bringing your wife and children to my house? By the way, Yao Long, are you coming? Zhao Liang showed a happy look on his face and said, okay. Yao Long also nodded, come. As time passed, they found that, although the owner of the building was mysterious and unpredictable, like an emperor, he was different from ordinary people. He didn't have any rules at ordinary times. Sometimes he would keep them for dinner and ask about the welfare and treatment of the organization's personnel. After more than a year, although they were in awe, they also loved this leader more and more sincerely. In fact, now the first building, even if the owner is not there, the cohesion is extremely terrifying. Moreover, the members were treated very well, and the benefits for injuries and deaths were continuous, especially in terms of care for the descendants. Basically, the families of those who died because of the first building received excellent education and treatment. This was in ancient times, and scholars died for their friends. This was no joke. Most people directly regarded the first building as their home, and had a great sense of belonging. Soon, the first leadership class under the first building zone left the headquarters happily, and headed towards Nanning County. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, where is the first building's owner, who spent more than a year to cultivate the first building, and is now famous in the world, and has been speculated by countless people. He is in Jiangnan. To be precise, in Yangzhou. He is already 20 years old, but at this moment, he has no image of a building owner at all. He is squatting on the roof, and watching the show. The target is not someone else. Naturally, it is our Xuanglang's protagonists, Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling. At this moment, the two little guys are only 16 years old. Because they are not full, they look thin. The two of them are happily eating the big white buns they just got from the vegetable and meat bun shop. Watching the two people leaving in a fight, Li Su couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Not long ago, I felt the energy. It should be Yu Wenxi who attacked the stone dragon. In a short time, these two little guys should be able to steal the longevity secret and start a legendary life. 9 years. Or 10 years. The two little guys have become the best masters in the world. Li Su came here, of course, for the longevity secret. After all, he has obtained the Taoist heart demon cultivation technique, so the longevity secret is not a problem, right? Then, Zenzan. To be honest, Huang Da's legend of the twin dragons is beautiful, but there are many women who are regrettable. Susu is, and Zenzan in front of him is also. The former has a sad love, and the latter seems to have found love, but she died for love. Shaking his head, Li Su took out a sketchbook and started to sketch. With his current strength and realm, even if he only has a slight understanding, even if he has never practiced, he can draw vividly. Soon, Zhu Xiling's miserable appearance and the two people eating buns were recorded by him. Li Su didn't want to fight for the world fragments at all. He looked at the two little guys' unlucky looks from time to time and recorded them. It was really nice. If he waited until the two of them became famous, he would give them the novels. It would be very interesting. Before Li Su traveled through time, many people liked the novels, and Xuanglong happened to be one of them. It would be very happy to kill them. After doing everything, Li Su didn't leave. As long as he didn't destroy the plot, the two little guys would naturally escape. He waited for a while and saw that there were fewer people in the bun shop below, so he stood up and jumped down. Seeing someone falling from a high altitude, Zensun, who was cleaning up the stall, naturally couldn't help but scream. Her eyes were round, and when she saw the face of the person coming, she couldn't help but be attracted by him. Those eyes were like the stars in the sky, which was breathtaking. Hearing the shout, Liu Feng ran out immediately. He was about to speak, but when he saw Li Su, he was also stunned. Li Su smiled and threw out 3 silver coins, each of 50 taels. This girl is good, how about selling her to me? Liu Feng was stunned. As a man, he was naturally furious, but when he saw the ingots, he was speechless. When he got Zensun, it was only a few taels, but now the world is in chaos. Silver is precious, so much is enough to live a carefree life. The next moment, the evil woman in the room ran out, saw the silver, her eyes lit up, and said sharply, "Sell it, sell it." Zensun, who was originally stunned by Li Su's face, heard it and her body trembled suddenly. She couldn't help but look at Liu Feng, but saw that his eyes were dull, and he just looked at the ingot without saying a word. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel sad. Li Su smiled lightly. "Very good, I'll take the person away." With a roll of true energy, he brought the girl over. Zensun screamed and was held in his arms. She jumped up and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 112 Taoism. With Zensun, Li Su galloped all the way and soon arrived outside the city. After the girl screamed, she seemed very silent, and her eyes no longer had the previous lively breath. Born as a human, but being treated as a commodity and sold twice, how great is the impact on the soul? Li Su naturally understood the girl's mind at the moment, and he didn't say anything. Since he had taken action, he naturally had to change the other party's fate. The method was also simple. He taught the skills and sent them to the first floor after they achieved something, so that they could live a stable life. Anyway, it was very simple for him. After a while, Li Su stopped and landed on a tall tree. Looking at the person in his arms, he put her on the branch and smiled. "Come, sit down first." Zensun was startled. The voice was too soft, as if the warm sun melted into her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed for a while. But when she came back to her senses, she found herself on a tree pole more than 10 meters high. She couldn't help but screamed, and her little hands grabbed randomly. She stopped after pulling something. Li Su's old face flushed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching wildly. "Girl, where are you pulling?" After grabbing the thing, Zensun calmed down a little and had the energy to look around. It turned out that she didn't know until she looked. When she saw it, her heart was beating like a deer. Then, she didn't let go. Li Su's eyelids twitched for a while, and he felt that he was being driven. He didn't say anything. Through the fluctuations of his spirit, he could feel the girl's emotions at the moment. If he really said something, the other party would faint. So Li Su took out the sketchbook and let the other party hold it. He looked at Kaozong and Zhu Xiling, who were screaming with their bare buttocks exposed by the stream not far away. With a smile on his face, he started to paint directly. Black History 2, got it. Listening to Sasha's voice constantly ringing, Zensun, who was embarrassed and couldn't help herself, finally raised her head and found that the person she caught was concentrating on painting something. It was easy to deal with. After finishing the painting, Li Su turned his head and looked at Zensun, who had forgotten what his hands were doing, and showed a curious look on her face, and said, "Curious?" Zensun's neck shrank, a little timid, but still nodded. Although she has been a married woman for some time, she is not old, only 17 or 18 years old. Li Su turned the sketchbook and handed it to Zensun. At first glance, Zensun's face was a little red, but when she saw the two people in the painting screaming strangely, and the woman not far away, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. But when she saw the people in the painting clearly, she couldn't help but screamed, "Xiaoling, Xiaozang." Li Su nodded and smiled. Yes, it's them. His painting was a realistic painting, and the two boys looked vivid. How could they not look like their dark history? Zensun raised her head and looked at Li Su with a puzzled look. Why? Although she cared about them, she also knew that the two were just one of the many orphans in Yangzhou. They were smart and cute, and usually lived by stealing, so she helped them from time to time. That day, I passed by and heard two hungry little guys saying that they wanted to be generals in the future. Not only that, they were also very capable of action. They stole things and went to learn from the teacher. They also stole martial arts. This made me very interested. I decided to observe them for a while, and the more I watched, the more interesting it became. Interesting? Well, look at the stone over here in the painting. Is there a book on it? Yeah. That's called The Secret of Longevity. It's a strange book handed down from ancient times. It was written by a master. It was also what the tyrant emperor of the Sui dynasty wanted. Not long ago, he sent Yuan Zi to get it, but it was stolen by these two guys. Zensun couldn't help showing an anxious look on her face. It's okay, I'll watch. If there is really danger, I will save them. After saying that, he put away the painting book, raised his hand to stop the girl again, jumped up, tapped the air, and flew away with his true energy. This time, Zensun didn't close her eyes. After all, she was a girl. After a moment of discomfort, she recovered. Especially after the claw just now, she couldn't immerse herself in the sadness. As she was lifted up by Li Su, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, shocked for a while. Flying? She was actually flying. Looking at the ground below, her heart trembled for a while, surprised and happy. Isn't it beautiful? Li Su's voice was soft and said, the world is so big, there are countless wonders and treasures. If you are trapped in that small Yangzhou, you may never have the opportunity to know the vastness and wonderfulness of this world. If you think it's wonderful now, then cheer out loud. The little girl has never been treated like this. Whether it's her parents at home or getting married, the next life waiting for her is not happy and worry-free. For a moment, she couldn't help it. Her little mouth opened slightly, and she couldn't help but scream. Then her face blushed, and she quickly shut up. But her expression was full of incomparable joy at this moment, and she was in high spirits. Li Su smiled gently, holding the girl, and running all the way back to Yangzhou City. Seeing the protagonist does not mean that you have to follow each other all the time. It is enough to take a look occasionally. He does not care. Zensun still needs to eat. Back in the city, he found a prosperous restaurant, booked the #1 room, and ordered a table of food with Zensun to eat. Not long after, night fell. After Li Su asked Zensun to rest, he sat alone in front of the window. After a while, he raised his head and snapped his fingers lightly. The sound was not loud, but it was very penetrating and rushed into the sky. Gee. A moment later, accompanied by an extremely loud eagle cry, all the white birds rushed down from the sky and came to Li Su. Reaching out, the soft true energy overflowed, dragging the falling white bird, which looked majestic and had a strong breath, and caught it. This is the Seika falcon, a young bat brought from the kitten by the first floor a few months ago. It was very unruly, refused to eat or drink, and almost starved to death, until it was obtained by Li Su. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the head of Heidong King, and the 9 yang qi overflowed and entered its body. Kia. Feeling the qi entering its body, Heidong King made a cheerful sound. It had only been a few months, but its size had already surpassed its peers, and was extremely powerful. After stroking Heidong King several times, Li Su took out the drawing board and turned to the blank page. After writing a few words on it with a charcoal pencil, he put it into the letter bucket tied to Heidong King's ankle, took out half a pound of raw beef and some water, fed it to the little guy and said, Xiao Bei, help me send the letter to Zhao Liang. Heidong King nodded very smartly, then let out a long cry, soared into the sky like a white light, and disappeared beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Li Su gently closed his eyes and began to practice. The next morning, he pulled Zensun out of the city again and went down the river all the way. Li Su did not stop, but went directly to Dansheng, which was the terminal of Shuanglang and Fuzhenzhou. After staying for almost a day, the two little guys and Fuzhenzhou came. After quietly drawing the two little guys who were distraught because of Fuzhenzhou's departure, Li Su turned his eyes and looked at Song Shidao. Undoubtedly, he had taken a fancy to Fuzhenzhou and invited him to board the ship. In this day and age, having a ship, especially a fleet like the Song family, is undoubtedly equivalent to a luxury yacht in modern times. It might be possible for someone else to do it, but it's a pity that he found the wrong person. The other person is not poorer than you, and he was not moved at all. This time Lee Soo followed him. After all, black history is black history, and he has not forgotten the secret of longevity. The things still have to be obtained. Soon, Yu Wensi caught up, and Fu Junzhuo carried the two little guys all the way. Stop in a forest, and wait for him to catch up. After a deadly fight, Yu Wensi was seriously injured and left, and Fu Junzhuo was undoubtedly even more annoyed. His heart veins were frozen, and his meridians were messed up. No wonder he said that Master Yijian couldn't save him. This injury is really annoying. Fortunately, Lee Soo had foresight and injected a little strength into them in advance, otherwise he would not be able to save them after the fight was over. Putting Zenzin down, Lee Soo appeared in front of the two people who had fainted from crying, took out the Chang Shengju first, read it from beginning to end, and wrote down the contents. The World Book immediately contacted. Secret Book, Chang Shengju. Quality of skills, Taoism. Current situation, unable to practice. Lee Soo was stunned and froze in place. Taoism? This thing is not martial arts? Is it Taoism? He was stunned. He didn't expect that Chang Shengju, one of the four great skills, was actually Taoism. You know, that kind of magic method is also martial arts. No wonder no one can learn it. Once you practice it, you will go crazy. The emotional reason is here. I'm afraid that, because the world is not right, there are things that use true ki to practice magic, so I fell into such a dilemma. The next moment, Lee Soo's eyes lit up. Although it can't be practiced, what about after leaving this world? Or what about entering the next world? For a while, he was not only a little excited, but he didn't expect to get Taoism. After spending some time memorizing the content, Lee Soo shook his feet, and in an instant, the buried Fu Junzhuo was brought out of the soil. After carrying a few stones and putting them in, he pulled up Zenzin, took Fu Junzhuo with him, and jumped up, taking a 10-foot step, and rushed towards Dancheng. However, in less than half an hour, after landing in Dancheng and finding the base of the first floor, Lee Soo showed the token and asked her to send someone to send Fu Junzhuo to Nanning. Looking at Zenzin's worried eyes, Lee Soo smiled and said, "Don't worry, although he won't wake up for the time being, he won't die either." Zenzin. Next, it may be a little exciting. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, I will have someone send you to Luoyang first, and wait for me there. Zenzin was startled. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and many thoughts appeared in her mind in an instant, and finally turned into the scene of flying in the sky. Then, she shook her head, and reached out to grab Lee Soo's sleeve. Zenzin is not afraid. Okay. Lee Soo smiled and said, then for the next period of time, you have to call me Lord. Lord? Yeah, that's okay. Zenzin nodded. Lee Soo reached into his arms, took out a mask, and put it on his face. He pulled the girl next to him, and the next moment he soared into the sky, went directly to the dock outside the city, and headed west. He was very fast. In just half an hour, he saw 4 large ships in the river from afar. The flags on the ships were flying, and the word Song was written on them. Nanling, Song family. Lee Soo chuckled and jumped up with Zenzin. The huge river was dozens of feet away, but in the blink of an eye, Lee Soo floated down and landed directly on one of the large ships. Then, Lee Soo turned his head and burst out with momentum. Because of Yu Wensi's matter, Song Lo and Song Shideo were no longer in the mood to sleep because of Fu Junzhuo's matter. The two people in the cabin, who were thinking about it, suddenly shocked, and then their faces changed drastically. Terrible momentum, boundless momentum, that is not weaker than the terrible aura of the master of the Song clan, Xiandao Song. Suddenly standing up, the two looked at each other with shocked expressions on their faces, and rushed out directly. In front of the bow, Song Lu took a deep breath, and looked at the two people standing on the bow. Not to mention the woman, the man, just one glance, was shocked, and in an instant, it seemed as if he was in the endless molten sea, and his soul was about to be burned. Sir, what do you want to find my Song family? If you need anything, as long as it is not excessive, the Song family is willing to help. Although frightened in his heart, Song Lu still maintained the demeanor of a Song clan. Standing at the bow, Lee Soo's mouth corners were slightly hooked, slowly turned his head, and changed his original voice and said, "It's not too much, just take a boat." Songlu was startled, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and said, I wonder where you are going? Song Family Mountain City. Sir, who are you? Songlu was shocked, and couldn't help asking. On the side, Song Shidao's face also changed drastically. Such a master, going to his Song Family Mountain City? What's the purpose? The owner of the first floor, Xiang Li. Boom, or thunderbolt in the clear sky, Song Lu, Song Shidao, even Ally Yuking who came out later couldn't help but turn pale. The owner of the first floor, Chapter 113 heading to the Song clan, 6th update. The first floor. Who doesn't know about the Jianghu now? Who doesn't know about it? The world's #1 intelligence force. Even if they are only involved in business, it can't change the impression of the Jianghu people on the first floor. Not only that, the reputation of the first floor has become increasingly huge in the past 6 months. Xian Luo Zhao Liang appeared in the Jianghu because King Jiao Ren Xiaoming attacked the first floor. He vomited blood and left after 3 punches, shocking the Jianghu. If Xian Luo is like this, then what about the owner of the building? For a time, the reputation of the first floor became more and more famous, and the Jianghu people also speculated about the identity of the owner of the first floor. Song Lu took a deep breath. His face became more and more solemn. He didn't doubt it. It was a joke. With the aura shown by the other party, there was no need to deceive. He said, I don't know why the owner of the first floor went to my Song Family Mountain City. Haha, after all, he is the 3rd person in the Song family. This question is too low level. In addition to Xiandao Song, what else in the Song family is worth my personal visit? In an instant, the faces of the 3 people on the boat changed drastically. Bold. Unlike Song Lu, Song Shidao could feel Li Su's terrifying aura, and the Song family guards who came behind him were immediately angry. Song, the heavenly sword, was a god to the people of the Song clan! Exclamation mark. In this huge world, there were only a handful of people who were qualified to call the clan leader by his name. Even the emperor of the Sui dynasty, when he mentioned Song, he called him the clan leader of the Song clan, fearing his reputation. Bang, bang, bang. Draw the bow, shoot the arrow. No. Song Lu was shocked and spoke quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Dozens of arrows broke through the air and flew towards Li Su. The arrows broke through the air and arrived in a short time. Li Su chuckled, and under Zensen's pale face, he did not move, and a huge amount of true energy came out. But, under the shocked eyes of everyone, the arrow seemed to hit an invisible wall and stop directly in front of Li Su. With a slight shock, the arrow broke. Li Su glanced at the Song disciples who were shooting arrows. After seeing their shocked and pale faces, his eyes fell on Song Lu. Loyal? It's really touching. I'll let them go this time, but there won't be a next time. Song Lu was sweating profusely. Just now, he felt like he had stepped into the gates of hell, and his bones were cold. There was no doubt that the owner of the first floor in front of him was on the same level as his eldest brother Song. With a fist, Song Lu bowed and said, Thank you, sir. The strong must be respected. No matter what the reason, the Song family took the initiative to attack. At this time, even if the first floor killed them all, the Song family could not have any complaints. This was just like ordinary people attacking Xiandao Song. That was courting death, and deserved to die. Li Su said calmly, then it should be no problem to take the Song family's boat to Songjia Mountain City. Of course. Song Lu took a breath and said, please wait in the cabin. Song Lu will have someone speed up the return to the Song family. No, just stay at the boat. By the way, do you have wine? Yes. Song Lu turned around and said, King, go get the wine, the best wine, and have someone prepare the table and stools. Yes. Liu King saluted, turned around and asked the Song family disciples who were still standing to leave, and immediately ran towards the cabin. After a while, Liu King came out with a jar of wine, and 3 Song family disciples carrying tables and stools, and wine utensils. Li Su raised his hand and the wine jar, table, and wine utensils flew in front of him. He sat on the ground and said, no need for stools. Everyone, get off. The 3rd master can also send a message to the Song family. After all, I'm going there suddenly, and it is a bit rude. Song Lu was startled. After staring at Lee Su for a moment, he clasped his fists and said, "In that case, please forgive Song Lu for being rude." Lee Su waved his hand indifferently and turned his head and said, "Zensun, pour the wine." Zensun, who had come back to her senses, trembled and went forward to pour the wine. However, it was obvious that the shock brought by the arrow had not subsided. Her hands were shaking. Looking at the wine spilled on the table, Zensun was so anxious that she almost cried. "Haha, don't worry, take a deep breath. 2 days ago you were just an ordinary person. It is natural to be nervous when facing such a thing suddenly. People will have this reaction to things they are not familiar with. Take your time and get familiar with it slowly. As long as you master it, you will not be like this in the future." Lee Su's words seemed to have magic. Zensun, who was extremely anxious at first, quickly calmed down and was no longer nervous. Not only Zensun, but Song Shideo and others who did not leave also felt relieved and relaxed at this moment. "Are you Song Shideo?" "Yes, senior." Song Shideo was startled and clasped his fists. As the son of Song, he was not a dandy at all and looked gentle and elegant. "Would you like to drink?" Taking a breath, Song Shideo was very nervous, but as a son of Xiandao, he would not lose his father's face no matter what, so he immediately said it would be disrespectful to refuse. The boat went down the river and headed towards the Song clan, accompanied by several flying pigeons that went ahead. The next morning, the clan member in charge of the Song clan's intelligence system looked at the information brought back one by one as usual. When the pigeons held by Song Lu finally arrived, his face changed immediately. He stood up, with a look of urgency on his face, and went straight to the room where the second person in the Song family, the Earth Sword Song Zhi, was. "Uncle San, why are you in such a hurry?" In the room, looking at the person who came in through the door, Song Zhi frowned at first, and then showed a look of surprise on his face. Being in charge of the family intelligence system, the third uncle is undoubtedly an extremely stable person. The owner of the first floor has appeared. Oh. He actually appeared. Where is he? Who is he? He calls himself Xiangli. He is now on the private salt ship that the third son Song Lu and the Song family are returning to. The old man took a breath, looked at Song Zhi and said, "Second son, go find the eldest son." Song Lu sent a message that the first floor owner is amazingly powerful. Facing him is like facing the eldest son, and the other party's destination is my Song family mountain city. Song Zhi's eyes widened. What? Even though he was a sword, he was shocked by the content of the intelligence at this moment, and couldn't handle it. The first floor owner finally appeared, but he was on the Song family ship, and he was heading towards the Song family mountain city, and his strength was the same as that of his eldest brother. There were so many complaints that he couldn't even vomit. "Third uncle, are you kidding me?" Hearing this, the third uncle's face turned black. How could he joke about such a thing? If it was a joke, it was Song Lu. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Song Zhi took a breath, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but in the end he let them all go. The first floor master and the eldest brother Xiandao are similar in strength, but for this reason, the usual means are meaningless. Immediately, Song Zhi stood up and said, "I'll go see the eldest brother now." After that, Song Zhi went out and rushed towards the Immortal hall. "What's the matter?" Just as he arrived in front of the Immortal hall, Song's voice sounded soft and pleasant. "Big brother." The third brother sent a message that the first floor master got on his boat and is heading to the Song family mountain city. "Oh." The third brother said in the message that this person's strength gave him the same feeling as the eldest brother. Report. At this time, a disciple of the Song family came quickly. Zhao Liang of the first floor Skynet led 6 people of the Gold Order and 20 people of the Silver Order to come by boat with great momentum. Song Zhi heard this and couldn't help but widen his eyes. If there was still a trace of doubt in his heart before, at this moment he was basically certain that the first floor master was really coming to the Song family, and judging from the situation, he was heading straight for the head of the Song family, Xiandao. At this time, a burst of laughter sounded, and the soft and pleasant voice revealed an inexplicable smile. "How long has it been? How long has it been?" Ever since he became the best swordsman in the world and was named the Heavenly Sword. Although he was famous in the martial arts world, From that time on, no one dared to provoke him, and there was no opponent who could use the sword. But he didn't expect that someone would come to challenge him in such a high-profile manner today. For a moment, the sword intent in the sword sharpening hall burst out. The terrifying sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to cut off Kyungsuo. Interesting. Chapter 114. The world is shocked. The world is about to be in chaos. Heroes are rising up, and the overlords of all parties are watching. As the first floor, which has suddenly risen in the past 2 years, and then became unstoppable, is naturally the target of countless forces. They suddenly took action, which naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Yuzhang, Lin Shihang. As the flying pigeons came quickly, he couldn't help but take a breath, and stood up suddenly. Senior Lin, what happened? Ren Xiaoming, who was recovering from his injuries, showed a puzzled look on his face, and then felt the burning pain from his chest. Not only was his eyes a little gloomy, he thought of the bastard Zhao Liang of the first floor Skynet, and he would definitely retaliate. First floor, take action. Lin Shiheng said slowly, with great fanfare, go to Songjia Mountain City. Huh? Ren Xiaoming was stunned. The first floor? Go to Songjia Mountain City? When it comes to the Song family, what is the first impression that comes to mind? Naturally, it is Shai and Ao. Instantly, Ren Xiaoming's mind flashed back to the moment when he saw the other party. Although the martial arts world says that he retreated, he knew best that he was retreating. He didn't even block a single blow. The heavenly blade Sonk's blow was a casual blow. Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoming gritted his teeth. Damn it, that bastard. Sonk is not one of the 3 wonders of the world. In his eyes, in terms of lethality, Wu Zumbizuan is also inferior. Are you going to die? Is this inflated? Think that if you beat me, you can fight with the heavenly blade? Haha, I can only say that you really think too much. Lin Shiheng didn't speak. His expression was very solemn. The intelligence contained not only the content of the first floor's operation, but also the news from Songjia Mountain City. The sword intent soared into the sky. In just 6 words, it said a lot of things. Skynet Zhao Liang. It's not enough to make the heavenly blade song like this. Asterisk 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 Li clan. Li Shimin, who had just left Taiyuan, and was trying to make his father rebel, frowned as the news came. To be honest, he was very afraid of the first building. With his talent as a commander, he understood the power of the first building the most. War is fought for intelligence. What were they going to the Song family for? You have to know that among the 4 clans in the world, Li, Song, Yuan, and Ibu, the Song family is the most terrifying. It occupies Nanling, and looks north to the Central Plains. It is undoubtedly the most powerful clan among the 4 clans. Second brother. On the side, Li Xiaoning also frowned. She, who is as brave as a man, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Taking a breath, Li Shimin said directly, turn around and go to Nanling. At this moment, in the cabin, Che Xiao and Peiji also looked solemn, especially Peiji, who didn't know what he was thinking, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Asterisk 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 Yunkui sect. Master, what happened? 5 or 6 years later, she has become a big girl, so beautiful that people can't help but want to hug her tightly. The contemporary successor of Yunkui sect, the demon girl Wanwen, looked at the master with slightly frowned eyebrows. The whole body is full of fatal attraction. Compared with Wanwen, who is still a little green, this is a ripe peach, exuding an extremely powerful attraction and mystery from the inside out. The leader of Yinki sect, Zhu Yuan, said softly, the first floor, go to the Song clan. On the side, Bayan Bufu and others heard the words and their faces changed immediately. Song clan, the first floor, this is definitely not a good situation. The world is about to be in chaos. The situation is unclear. If they unite, what else can others play? The world's #1 intelligence force, the top 3 financial resources in the world, plus the world's #1 sword, and the Song clan's strong army, once combined, what kind of terrible chemical effect will it produce? Under the chain reaction, I'm afraid that everyone in the world will look sideways. And, Sonk, the heavenly sword. This is definitely an existence that no one can ignore. Yinki sect is like this, and so is Seheng Sword House. No one dares to underestimate this proud child of heaven who has stayed in Nanling for decades. No one. Let's go. To Nanling. Asterisk 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 Jiangling Zhao Zian. Liang Du Fui. Changbei Wanbo. Wagon Li Mi. Bashu Ghui. Yuan. Dubu. All the heroes in the world turned their eyes to the Nanling Song clan, who had been vigilant, but did not think they would take any action. The actions of the first floor completely touched everyone's nerves. Countless secret agents of various forces set out one after another, and even the leaders of some forces set out directly to Nanling. Fei Zuan, go find Master Kong, and go to Nanling to understand the situation. Yes, Master. As the leader of the righteous path in the world, Seheng Swordhouse naturally could not sit idly by. The owner Fan Qinghu, who had made the unification of the North and the South as her life goal, dared not be careless. Nanling, Qiandao. Someone she cared about 100,000 times. Someone who had completely different ideas from her, but could not be convinced. She knew him too well. Even if he was sitting in the South, far away from the Central Plains, she was infinitely wary of him in her heart. A martial arts genius? The best sword in the world? No, in Fan Qinghu's eyes, the most terrifying thing about Qiandao Song is his character, intelligence, and strategic vision. The first floor, this organization that suddenly appeared and grew into the world's #1 intelligence force in just 2 years, has huge economic strength and has spies and businesses all over the world. The contact between the two is really too scary. At this moment, even if Yang Jian was still alive and the great Sui dynasty was not in chaos, he would probably be terrified. Asterisk 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 at this moment, on the Song family's private salt ship heading south back to the Song family, drinking the fine wine brought by Zenson, and looking at the beautiful rivers, Li Su, who shocked the world, was in a daze. Because he was on the ship, the Song family ship did not stop, and rushed all the way, going south to Jiangzhou, and then to Yazhou. After passing it, Nanling is in sight. At this moment, Song Lo and Song Shidao walked out of the cabin with complicated expressions, looking at the man sitting on the bow, whose every move was extremely mysterious and attractive. The news that the first floor Skynet was heading to Nanling has come. Basically, this person sitting on their ship and drinking all the way is undoubtedly the owner of the first floor. Song Lu couldn't help but walked forward. Li Su didn't look back, still looking at the surrounding scenery, and said with a smile, "Third Master, how about sitting down and having a drink?" Song Lu took a breath, walked to the table and sat down. "Master, I remember that the first floor once stated that it would not get involved in the world hegemony. That's the case. In my eyes, the world, power, and money are meaningless. Fighting for hegemony is a waste of life." Song Lu was stunned. He didn't expect the first floor master to admit it so generously. In this case, why did you stir up all this trouble? If the other party just went to the Song clan alone, no matter what they wanted to do, it would be fine. Now that the first floor Skynet has taken people to the Song clan with great fanfare, the eyes of the entire Central Plains have been attracted to it in an instant. There is no doubt that today, the Song family has become the focus of everyone in the world. What is the purpose of the first floor? Is it to form an alliance with the Song clan? Even Song Lu, looking at the news, couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face, and couldn't help but doubt the purpose of the first floor master. Is this going to the Song family to form an alliance? Will it cause unrest in the world? Li Su paused for a moment, and then he burst into laughter. His laughter was like thunder, shocking everyone around him. The rolling river water was affected, and the river surface began to tremble. The Song family's big ship, which could not be shaken even by the storm, was shaking, and it felt like it was about to break. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone present was terrified. The person who laughed seemed like a god at this moment. That's right, that's right. Li Su laughed up to the sky and said, "The owner of the first building is fighting against the world's #1 sword of the Song family. How can this world and this human world not pay attention? How can we sit back and watch? Fighting for world dominance, power and wealth, beauty and country? Ha ha ha, how can it be compared with our battle? Martial arts, swordsmanship, who will be the best in the world? This should be the theme that the world should pay attention to, and this should be the pursuit of warriors in this world." As Li Su spoke, Song Lu's mind was shocked. He heard and felt the respect that the person in front of him, the owner of the world's #1 intelligence force, had for Shyandao. How can we fight the Lord of Shyandao quietly? Whether it's the rivers and lakes or the world, everyone come here and watch me. Even if the world is about to be in chaos, his battle with Shyandao will become the theme and the core. Power, wealth, beauty, country, they all have to make way for them. Unable to resist, Song Lu picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. Instantly, pride grew. Yes, my eldest brother is the best in the world. When he appears, he must have this kind of pomp and this kind of situation. Not far away, Song Shidao and Liu King, and even the countless Song clan disciples on the boat, couldn't help but be excited at this moment. No matter how it went, they were honored and proud of the actions of the first floor master. This scene is what the Song clan master Shyandao Song should have. First order 3500, 501 update, 7 updates, plus 3 updates, 10 updates. Yeah, I did it. Chapter 115 Nanling. Nanling. The thorn in the heart of the Sui dynasty, the existence that countless people in the world in the rivers and lakes fear. Today, because of the first floor, it has become the core of the world. Standing at the foot of Songjiashan City, Song Zhi, the second of the Song family and the Earth Sword, was among them. Looking at the distant river, a big ship, the flag of the first floor was flying. Skynet has arrived. He took a breath and remained silent. A day ago, Song Lu sent back the news and reported the purpose of the owner of the first floor. Standing in front of the grinding hall, listening to his uncle read out the contents word by word, Song Zhi was shocked for a while. Over the past few days, he has thought a lot and guessed a lot. There are countless possibilities in his mind, all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. However, the final result is that this is just a stage prepared for his eldest brother. The world hegemony, power struggle, wealth and fame all make way for me. For a while, Song Zhi not only felt absurd in his mind, but also felt that the owner of the first floor did not play by the rules. But, for no reason, he couldn't help but feel excited, happy, thrilled, and proud. To be honest, Song Zhi, no, it should be said that the entire Song clan disciples have a little regret in their hearts. That is, the head of the family, Shyandao Song, is not included in the list of the 3 wonders in the world. Ningdaoki, Bizuan, and Fukailin. Indeed, they are amazingly powerful and qualified. But his eldest brother is definitely not weaker than the above 3. Why is his eldest brother not one of the 3 wonders in the world? The above 3 are. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Now, seeing the actions of the first floor, Song Zhi couldn't help but clench his fists. Perhaps the battle between the two will be extremely dangerous, and even a bad result will occur. Even though Song Zhi has absolute confidence in his eldest brother, he is also a little uneasy, but at this moment he is only excited and excited. 3 wonders in the world? Huh? Do they have such a pattern? Have they ever arranged it like this? No. There is no doubt that after this time, this battle will completely shock the world and sweep the entire martial arts world. The discussion among people will no longer be about Ningdaoki, Bizuan, or Fukailin, but about Shyandao and the first floor. Slowly closing his eyes, Song Zhi waited quietly, and the disciples of the Song clan also waited quietly. What kind of person is the owner of the first floor? Between the lines of the words sent back by Song Lu, one can undoubtedly feel the other party's extraordinary style, the arrogant attitude, and the arrogance of regarding the world, power, and wealth as dung. Similarly, the first floor ship, Xian Wang Zhao Liang stood quietly on the bow, and behind him were 6 gold orders and silver orders. They were also waiting quietly. The flying Heidong King, the carrier pigeon owned by the owner of the building, conveyed a very simple content, summoning the gold order to go to Nanling. Although he didn't know what the owner of the building was going to do, Zhao Liang, who was extremely fanatical about Li Su, directly dropped everything and rushed over with all the strong men of the first floor. At this moment, behind him, 3 gold orders looked fanatical, and the other 3 were inexplicably excited. The original Black Wolf gang members were enthusiastic, and the newcomers were excited. Although they had never seen the owner, they could feel the atmosphere in the building. The first floor had great respect for its owner. What kind of person is the owner? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two top forces in the world were facing each other in the south and the north, but they did not come into contact. The people from the major forces in the world who came quietly around were getting more and more nervous. Skynet had arrived, but did not get off the ship. The Song clan also saw it, but did not come to greet it. Both sides seemed to be waiting. Facing this result, there was undoubtedly only one thought in everyone's mind. The first floor, the owner. The dragon has no end, and no one has seen or known the existence of the first floor since its establishment. The first floor, the owner is here in person. Oh my god, oh my god. For a moment, everyone was shocked. The Yinji sect, Sihim Giants Hey, the Lee clan, and Wagging, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists. If they really formed an alliance, the situation in the world would probably change completely, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the earth would turn upside down. Just then, a group of people came over and went to the Song clan. That was Zhui from Bashu, who arrived with his son Zi Wenlong and Song's eldest daughter Song Yuhe. During this period, Zhui had a good relationship with the Song family and had not yet abandoned the Song family and joined the Sihim Sword House. Brother Song. Brother Z. Song Zhi smiled and nodded, then looked at Song Yuhe and said, Yuhe. Song Yuhe smiled and said, second uncle. On the side, Zi Wenlong also said, Zi Wenlong meets second uncle. Song Zhi nodded, yes, sister. Not far away, Song Yuhe ran over and pounced directly on Song Yuhe. Song Yuhe smiled and stretched out her hands to hug the little girl who was obviously immature and had been hurt by Kaozang, Yasuki. Ghui glanced at the big ship of the first floor parked not far away and couldn't help but say, Brother Song, I heard that the owner of the first floor is coming all the way here. Song Zhi nodded and said, yes, he is on the third brother's ship and he should be here soon. Ghui's eyes condensed. He really came. It was just a guess, but on Song Lu's ship? What's going on? Seeing that Song Zhi didn't want to talk more, Ghui didn't ask anymore and stood there, waiting quietly. Woo. Not long after, a horn sounded. In an instant, everyone was shocked and looked up and looked at the riverside. With the appearance of the sails, 4 large ships of the Song family slowly came. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. Here they come. Asterisk 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 on the bow. Lee Su put down the wine glass in his hand, turned his head, and looked at the building ship with the flag of the first building flying not far away, and the Songjia mountain city that was already in sight not far away. With a move of his body, he stood up, pulled Zensun up directly, and after holding her waist, he jumped up. In an instant, the distance of dozens of feet passed by in a flash. He landed directly on the building ship of the first building. Skynet Zhao Liang, meet the building owner. Without any hesitation, Skynet Zhao Liang knelt on one knee, and the members of the first building of the entire ship immediately knelt on one knee in unison, shouting, meet the building owner. As their huge voice sounded, in an instant, all the forces watching Songjia Mountain City couldn't help but clench their fists. The owner of the first building is really here. Get up. Letting go of Zensun, Lee Su raised his hand. Zhao Liang and others hit their chests with their right hands and stood up. Not bad, not bad, Zhao Liang. Your strength has improved again. It's all thanks to the cultivation of the landlord. Haha, you are still like this. Lee Su smiled and said, this is my little maid. It's not easy to take her with you. Please help me watch her. Yes. Turning his head, looking at Zensun, who looked a little uneasy, Lee Su raised his hand and patted her head. Don't worry, it will be over soon. The next moment, Lee Su jumped up, looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His body diameter rose and rushed to a height of dozens of feet in an instant. Then he stepped on the ground, and the void connected and rushed towards the direction of Songjia Mountain City. Looking at the distance of hundreds of feet, the other party actually flew in the air. For a moment, countless people were shocked and horrified. Is this a person? After moving his body, Lee Su did not go up the mountain directly, but floated and landed directly in front of Songjia Mountain City, in front of Song Zhi and others. Looking up, he glanced at Song Zhi and others. When he saw 2 girls standing together, who looked very similar, one mature and the other immature. He couldn't help but blink. Song Yasuki, Song Yuhua? Huh. Lee Su glanced at the people who were a little further away and looked 7 points similar to Song Zhi. Is it Ghui or Ji Wenlong? Interesting. In an instant, Lee Su retracted his gaze and looked up at the mountain. Feeling the sword intent that permeated the mountain, he took a breath, and then the 11th demon seed, the state of demon transformation, burst out. A big sun was in the sky. In a trance, the sky and the earth changed color, the earth trembled, and the world seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, and everything turned into scorched earth. Countless people wailed in the raging fire. The terrible aura became more and more intense, and the scope became wider and wider. In front of Sangjia Mountain City, there were obviously thousands of people, but at this moment they seemed to fall into reincarnation. Their faces were blue and their lips were white, and they couldn't help themselves. Even the strongest Earth Sword Song Zhi, or Bashu Ghui, both felt the unspeakable horror. It seemed that the one standing in front of them was no longer a human, but a demon god. Not far away, the Yinki sect was located. Zhu Yuan's eyes shrank, and she couldn't help but clench her jade hands. Although it was as scorching as the sun, it gave her a sense of familiarity. On the side, Wanwen's eyes flashed with a strange light. Although she had some expectations, she didn't expect it to be so peerless. As for the other side, Senjian's Hei, Monk Liakan looked solemn, and his hands clasped together trembled a little. And Shifixun was even more difficult to control herself. Jiangxin Tongming was greatly impacted, and his Tao heart was unstable. Demonic power. On the Li family ship, Peiji's face also changed, and he felt something different. Who is this person? Clang. At this moment, a sharp sound was heard, and on Sangjia Mountain City, the sword intent rushed into the sky. The sword is the Tao, and the Tao is like a sword. The moment the sword rose, the world was convinced. This is the heavenly sword, the sword that opened the sky. In an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a mountain of swords, and the sharp sword intent was piercing and cold, as if he was in a sea of swords hell. Lee Su smiled casually, walked past Song Ziran and others, and walked towards Sangjia Mountain City step by step. One step, one seal. Sword intent, big sun. The two extreme forces, as they approached each other, burst out with boundless and terrifying aura. At this moment, the two forces intertwined wildly. In Sangjia Mountain City, the rocks cracked inexplicably, as if they were split by a sword, and the grass and trees suddenly became charred, as if they were burned by flames. The two had not yet fought head on, but the world had already lost its color. Haha, what a great first floor owner. A voice as gentle as jade sounded, with joy in it. Thank you, you are worthy of being the master of the heavenly sword. Lee Su had a smile on his face, full of joy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Demon War Heaven Sword. The sword energy was sharp and piercing. Walking on the stairs, Lee Su's eyelids under the mask kept twitching. The world inside the world fragments was much more terrifying than the one in the novel, especially after the first entry. Even if the previous book was Xianlong and the next book was Xiaoou, you would find that in terms of strength, Xiaoou was almost one level higher. The protective key formed by the 9-yang magic art was constantly vibrating, and every second, it seemed to be cut hundreds of times. The sword intent, as if it were a reality, kept cutting. Every step forward gave Lee Su a feeling that he was not climbing the mountain to find the heavenly sword, but walking into the depths of the sword mountain hell. The leaves floating over, it would be fine if they were cracked. The stairs and rocks were all cracked. What the hell was this? Lee Su felt very distressed. The Lord of the Heavenly Sword gave him a stronger feeling than Zhao Heng, who had lived for more than 100 years in Xianlong. And it was obvious that the former was definitely more than 8 streets ahead of Zhao Heng in terms of martial arts talent. In terms of talent, Qiao Feng was not as good as Song of the Heavenly Sword, right? The heavenly sword of a person was created by himself. As he walked, Lee Su felt more depressed and frustrated. The stinky old man walked away in a carefree manner, but he dug a huge pit for him to fill. The higher he went, the more Lee Su couldn't help but feel that he would be buried in this pit. The top of the mountain, very far, but not far away. Feeling the knife's intention, he quickly walked towards the knife grinding hall where Cao Zhang, the protagonist of Shuanglong, should have gone. The knife grinding hall, a scene that he had only seen in novels, paused for a moment, and a look of nostalgia appeared in Lee Su's eyes. He couldn't help but recall the battle when he read about Cao Zhang coming. The first battle, 30 knives. The second battle, 80 knives. The third battle, the heavenly sword finally came out. It was just a few words and 2 or 3 chapters of scenery, but the legendary figure of Xian Dao Song was deeply implanted in his heart. And now, he really came here and faced that legend. Taking a breath, in an instant, all the extra thoughts in Lee Su's mind disappeared, and the pit dug by the master and the bitterness in his heart disappeared at all. As a top master, he would not fight with these emotions, not to mention that he was facing the heavenly sword. Lee Su stepped in. What kind of man was he? Tall? Gentle? Handsome? Perfect? There were too many words to describe him. As Lee Su stepped in, the terrifying sword intent suddenly disappeared. Similarly, the heat on Lee Su's body also disappeared. Since my heavenly sword was perfected, no one in the world dared to enter the Song family mountain city to fight me. The voice was soft and pleasant, without the domineering and sharpness of a swordsman, but like a Confucian scholar, quiet and far-sighted. There are 3 wonders in the world. Master Ning is carefree, I don't know where he died. Bizuan is obsessed with power, only the Turkic king's court would go there, and Fukailin is devoted to the country. It's hard to escape from the mountains of Korea. Only the Song clan leader has been improving day by day for more than 10 years. You are the closest, and you won't avoid fighting. If possible, I really don't want to come to you. Since we are looking for a master in the world to fight, this is naturally the best place. Lee Su said softly. Song smiled when he heard it, and his eyes became more and more appreciative. It seems that you are ready to die in the Song family. As expected of a knife player, he was murderous as soon as he opened his mouth, and he didn't know how to respect life at all. Lee Su smiled and said, how can the Song clan leader be sure that he won't die in my hands? After the words fell, the two were silent. Suddenly, Lee Su threw a punch. This punch was amazingly fast, with almost no prelude. When I saw the action, the fist had already been thrown. In an instant, the disappeared sun came again. Boom. The void was shaken by this terrible force, and it was stirred up like flowing water, turning into a raging fire. Good. Song's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his left hand, holding the pitch black sky knife in his hand, and slashed it out. The knife was like an antelope hanging on the horns, and it was natural. With one slash, the sky and the earth were all in it. The sharp knife intent and boundless killing intent exploded at this moment. An incredibly fast punch, an indescribably wonderful knife. They collided with a loud bang. In an instant, terrible energy burst out. One was sharp, the other was scorching, and it broke out in this 10-foot sharpening hall. In an instant, the house made of solid stone was hit by an unprecedented impact. The walls on all 4 sides cracked, the ridge of the ceiling, and the tiles instantly shattered and burned. Lee Su took a breath, and moved his feet. Phantom step, a realm unpredictable by ghosts and gods. One step forward, it is the time of the day, the geography, the 8 trigrams, the great derivatives of 50, and the one that escaped. Just one step, Lee Su transformed into hundreds of forms at this moment, as if he was everywhere and nowhere. Song's eyes showed a strange look. He had seen many body movements in the world. In terms of unpredictability, the Yingui school was unparalleled. In terms of etherealness, Sehen Jian's He and Ning Daoki were the best. In terms of weirdness, everyone in the world could only lag behind the evil King Shizixun. But Lee Su's step suddenly reached a whole new level. Taking a breath, Song's eyes showed a rare seriousness. He slowly closed his eyes, and the man and the sword became one, and the heaven and man became one. It was a man, a sword, and the Tao. The heavenly sword came out of his body. With this sword, Lee Su felt unprecedented discomfort. This was not a sword that blocked everything, nor was it a sword that cut off everything, but the Tao of the heavenly sword. No matter how you change, no matter how unpredictable you are, the Tao has locked you, and the sword has locked you. TSK. Even Li Su couldn't help smacking his lips at this moment. This was really unreasonable. The demon seed was shocked, and the Tao heart arose. Taoism and devil merge into one. Li Su backhanded, and flicked out with one finger. A simple flick was the culmination of Taoism's heart of devil, the comprehensive essence of the 11th level of devil transformation. The scorching weirdness and the cold tyranny merged into one. Ding. The blade trembled slightly, and both shook at the same time. The terrifying key force far exceeded the previous one and burst out again. The grinding knife hole finally couldn't bear the terrible power and exploded. Ha ha ha, good. Song showed an extremely excited look on his face. He didn't expect that there was someone in the world who could break his heavenly knife in this way. Li Su's eyes also flashed with excitement, and the hairs on his body stood up. Cultivating martial arts. Cultivating martial arts. If there is no opponent who can fight, what's the point of this martial arts practitioner? Come again. With a loud shout, Li Su's Taoism heart of devil burst out with all his strength. With a move of his footsteps, he stepped into the supreme realm with a phantom step. Song's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his killing intent became heavier. The heavenly sword in his left hand trembled, and in an instant it turned into an endless sea of swords, rolling out. Boom. 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 The fist was an extremely powerful fist, a fist that burned everything and froze everything. The knife was a knife that cut off everything, a knife that broke everything and killed everything. The two of them were like lightning and wind. They entangled madly. The knife light and the fist shadow soared into the sky. Boom. 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 The battlefield began to expand, and Li Su and Song turned into two breezes and two electric lights, fighting madly. 10 feet, 100 feet, or 1000 feet. The terrible energy kept exploding, and in an instant, the entire top of the Songjia mountain city became a battlefield for the two. The knife light and the fist force made the sky and the earth change color, and the wind and clouds surged. 10 moves, 100 moves, or 1000 moves. The huge Songjia mountain city, under the crazy fight between the two, actually collapsed bit by bit, unable to withstand the terrible power. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, at first, the sword intent and the sun disappeared, and everyone was still puzzled, but as it broke out again, everyone couldn't help but clench their fists and control their breathing. When the grinding hall exploded, the two were no longer confined to one place, and the entire Songjia mountain city was used as a battlefield. At this moment, under the mountain city, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, full of horror and fear. That sword light, that fist power, even far away at the foot of the mountain, you can see it. Is this the heavenly sword? Is this the first floor owner? For a moment, everyone present was speechless and full of fear. Is this still human power? At this moment, the Li family and the like are even more chilled. If such an existence appears on the battlefield, will the troops really be useful? I'm afraid that a battle between the two can break the morale of hundreds of thousands of troops. Heavenly blade, is it so strong? Li Shimin and his companions were shocked. They suddenly felt that their idea of competing for world domination was like a joke in front of the two people fighting on the top of the mountain. Dang. 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 On the mountain city, whether it was Li Su or Song, they ignored the reactions of the people below. The more they fought, the more excited they became. It was the first time that Li Su met a match. Song had not had an opponent for decades. For a while, the two of them fought like thunder and fire, and the fight was unprecedentedly fierce. Boom. 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 1 hour, 2 hours. The two people who fought madly seemed to be tireless and had no limits. One was the proud son of the emperor. He began to practice in the womb. He had just reached the realm of the 11th volume of the magic transformation when he was 20 years old. The other was unparalleled in talent and created the heavenly blade method by himself. He made the name of the heavenly blade with one sword. After decades of continuous precipitation, the realm of the heavenly blade had long been beyond imagination. There is no doubt that this battle can be said to be the strongest battle in the world. Thousands of moves, tens of thousands of moves. From the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun. The huge Songjia mountain city, under the battle between the two, was actually cut off a visible layer, and it was several points shorter. Countless people at the foot of the mountain were frightened and speechless. Finally, when the sun was about to set, it was the end. Song put his hands together and raised his sword. It was the last sword of the 8 heavenly swords, and the heavenly sword asked. Lee Su's pupils shrank, and he stepped forward. The demon seed was fully excited, and the true energy and spirit were burned to the peak, and then he punched out. Boom. There was a loud tremor, and in an instant, the entire Songjia mountain city couldn't help but tremble. The terrible power swept everything and drowned everything. The move fell, and the winner was decided. A splash of blood splashed, and Lee Su staggered, and fell back several steps, before he could barely stand. There was a gap in his chest, and his internal organs were visible. Song also stepped back 2 steps, spitting out blood and was injured. The result is self-evident. Song was injured. The first floor owner was defeated. Facing this scene, the Song clan members who were watching the battle at the foot of the mountain couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. They won. The faces of the people who came later, such as Cheyenne Wang, changed drastically and showed an expression of disbelief. As for the people watching the battle, their eyes were inexplicable at this moment, and many of them looked directly at the first floor. The death of the floor owner meant that the opportunity had come. Chapter 117 Social Death. On the mountain city, Lee Su shook his head, as expected of Song, the heavenly sword. He tried his best, but still lost. Song exhaled. His face was not happy, but full of regret. This battle was undoubtedly unprecedentedly enjoyable. The realm that he could only master, but could not cross for decades was also loosened, and there was a possibility of touching another level. Unfortunately, it should not happen again. The sword force entered the body, and even the gods could not save it. He looked at Lee Su, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Do you have any wishes?" Haha. Lee Su laughed when he heard it. "Master Song, although Xiang admits that you won, let's forget about wishes." Song was startled. Lee Su's mind moved, and the golden Zen art and the cutting wound technique were activated at the same time. In an instant, Song's sword force was directly cut out of his body. The next moment, the wound that was torn apart quickly merged. At the same time, the 9 Yang divine art was activated, and the next moment, the foot-long wound healed without medicine. Faced with this situation, even Song couldn't help but open his eyes wide. "Excuse me, if you don't have some means to save your life, how dare you come to this Song family mountain city and challenge the heavenly blade Song?" Song couldn't help but laugh and said, "Really? Is that so? Ha 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 ha. The first floor owner actually has such means. Song admires it." As the two people talked, the people at the foot of the mountain, who had originally had different thoughts, couldn't help but be stunned. Feeling the weak heat rising again, many people took a breath of cold air, especially the organization of the Ngui sect, which already has masters, turned cold. Before, they clearly felt that the first floor owner's vitality was gone, but the next moment he returned to the peak. It was too unbelievable. On the mountain, Lee Su smiled and was about to say something. However, with a click, the mask on his face cracked, unable to withstand the force. Song was stunned, and Lee Su was also stunned. Looking at the first floor owner in front of him, who was obviously no more than 20 years old, Song was undoubtedly a little surprised at this moment. "Young man?" Lee Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This was really embarrassing. Song suddenly took a breath. His eyes became a little dark, and he said, "I felt strange when I first met Song. Although you are strong, your blood is as strong as a young man. I didn't expect that you are actually a young man. By the way, what is your relationship with the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan?" Lee Su was stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. How did Xian Dao know that he was related to Xiang Yushan? Suddenly, Song laughed and said, happy, I didn't expect that the owner of the first building was actually the apprentice of the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan. 7 years ago, the other party suddenly appeared and said that his apprentice would come to challenge me soon. As a result, I waited and waited, but didn't see anyone. I thought the evil emperor was joking, but I didn't expect it to be true. No wonder he is so proud. Alas. Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes, not because the other party recognized his identity, but because the other party's voice was very penetrating and instantly spread throughout the Songjia mountain city. In an instant, countless people in the mountain city widened their eyes. Evil Emperor, Xiang Yushan. At the same time, the Yingqi faction, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but tremble. She had a vague feeling when she first saw it, but she couldn't be sure. After all, the Dao Heart Demon cultivation method of the ZG sect didn't have that kind of terrifying burning heat. Now that she was sure, she couldn't help but panic, because she couldn't help but think of the words she said to the Z Emperor in anger, and almost subconsciously had the urge to run away. Senior, you. Li Su felt a chill in her heart for some reason, and felt something was wrong. That old man came to find Cheyenne Dao specifically? What did he want to do? Song smiled on his elegant face and said directly, I heard from the Z Emperor that he made an agreement with the Yingui sect that if his apprentice can beat his disciple, he will marry the disciple, and if he can beat the master, then the disciple and the master will marry together. After the words fell, Li Su exploded on the spot. Old thing, although I'm not a human, you are a real dog! Exclamation mark. At the foot of the mountain city, hearing Song's unconcealed words, the heroes were stunned, and the person involved, Wanwen, widened her eyes and looked at her master in disbelief. Master, what's going on? Zhu Yuan's face turned black, and her silver teeth were about to break. That old bastard, he actually took his angry words seriously, and told Song. And, Song, that bastard, actually said this in public? Bastard, extremely bastard. What made Zhu Yuan most uncomfortable was that she might not be able to beat the strength shown by the first floor owner. After all, the heavenly demon art is very similar to the Dao Heart demon art in terms of class. Even if they are at the same level, the former will suffer a lot. This is really embarrassing, super embarrassing. Looking at the stunned eyes of her own apprentice, Zhu Yuan's heart is about to explode. An unprecedented sense of shame spread throughout her body. Her dark history was directly exposed to the whole world, and she almost died on the spot. Not far away, Sehung Sword Master Fixun and others were stunned. Even though she was a clear-minded swordsman, she couldn't help laughing at this moment, and burst out laughing. On the side, Monk Liakan clasped his hands together and kept silent, but the twitching corners of his mouth showed how restless he was. Song continued, by the way, your master seemed to say that his apprentice would go find the contemporary successor of Sehung Jing's and spank her? Damn. Li Su exploded, feeling uncomfortable all over, as if he was being publicly executed. Under the mountain city, Shi Fixun, who was originally laughing in her heart, was immediately pale and red when she heard the words. The evil emperor was disrespectful to the elderly, and the head of the Song family. How could he say such a thing? Looking at the jumping Li Su, our world's #1 knife couldn't help but show an extremely happy smile on his face. Boy, let you wear a mask and pretend to be of the same generation as me. Although he, Song, is a very serious person, he didn't say that he wouldn't be naughty. And this matter itself is undoubtedly very interesting. Very interesting. After it spreads, he has a feeling that Fan King Hu will not be able to sit still and will jump on the spot and send people to rob and kill Li Su everywhere, and Ning Daoki should also take action. Next, this martial world will undoubtedly be very interesting. Li Su's face turned green. He never thought that the legendary military strategist, the great strategist, who could scare the heavenly Kon Li Shim in a way as soon as he appeared, would be so naughty. He said angrily, Senior Song, what you did was not kind. Song shrugged his shoulders and said, this is an agreement with the evil emperor. Suddenly, he understood why the evil emperor wanted to cheat his apprentice like this. There is no doubt that the little guy in front of him is a genius. There is only one in 1,000 years, right? Anyone who meets this talent will probably envy it, right? Now teasing such a genius, no matter what, it is very clear, and the whole person is clear. Li Su's eyes are dim. Really? Song turned around and said, after the war, Song will not keep you, please. Li Su took a deep breath. His face turned black and green. He finally saw that the leader of the Song clan was clearly teasing him on purpose. Okay, you are Cheyenne Dao. You are amazing. Flirting with me? Let's ride the donkey and watch the opera, and we'll see. Lee Su flashed, and without saying anything else, he rushed straight to the foot of the mountain city. Watching Lee Su go down the mountain, especially when they saw each other's true face, Song Zhi and Song Lu couldn't help laughing in their hearts, and at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. At most about 20 years old, younger than Shideo, but the strength is really speechless, only full of envy and jealousy. Looking at Ji Wenlong and Song Shideo not far away, there is jealousy and envy in their eyes. It fell directly in front of Song Zhi and others. Lee Su suddenly glanced at Ji Wenlong not far away. Song Shideo saw that he was just envious. This guy's mood was undoubtedly very unhealthy. Originally, he was still a little embarrassed, but now it's completely gone. What's more, he didn't count as robbing. After all, they have been married for so long, and have never touched each other. There is no need to guess what is going on inside. How many political marriages are happy? Senior Song, thank you for your special care and love for me, your daughter. I'll take her away. Raising his hand, Song Yuhua screamed not far away and was held in Lee Su's arms. Looking back, Lee Su glanced at Ghui and said, if there is no love, don't force them together, it will cause separation. After that, Lee Su rushed up and flew to Zhao Liang of Cheyenne Wang, stopped Zensun, held one in each hand, and then rose from the sky and disappeared in an instant. Sister. Song Yuzi was shocked and couldn't help shouting while running. Song Zhi and others also changed their faces. Obviously, they didn't expect Lee Su to kidnap Song Yuhua, and they were immediately angry. Leave her behind. On the side, Ji Wenlong's face changed immediately, and it was extremely distorted. His wife was taken away by someone. As a man, how could he accept this? Ghui also looked ugly at this moment. This was undoubtedly equivalent to slapping his Ji family in the face. Brother. Song Lu couldn't help but yelled. Little bastard, don't do anything. In the mountain city, Song, who was happy in his heart, suddenly turned black and chased after him. Judging from Lee Su's performance, if it was Song Yuzi who was taken away, he would not say anything, but Song Yuhua was different. However, when his eyes locked on Song Yuhua, he frowned and stopped. Song Zhi and Song Lu also rushed out, and they were stunned. Brother? Song suddenly turned his head and looked at Ghui who rushed over and stopped, with an unhappy look in his eyes. Ghui was stunned, obviously not understanding why his elder brother would look at him like this. Song glanced at Ji Wenlong not far away and suddenly laughed. Interesting, Ghui, you really gave birth to a good son. After that, Song stopped chasing, but said, Xiang Li, take good care of my daughter. If anything happens, don't blame me, Cheyenne Dao, for not recognizing people. Lee Su's voice came from afar. Ha, let's talk about it when the senior catches up with me. Song smiled, turned around and returned to the mountain city. When his figure was about to disappear, he said lightly, the alliance between the Song family and the Ji family is cancelled. Although he used his daughter for marriage, it did not mean that he did not love his daughter. It was just because he was cold and arrogant by nature, and his performance was relatively calm, but it did not mean that he really didn't care. After the words fell, Song Zhi and Song Lu, who were originally planning to say something, suddenly shrank their pupils and their faces suddenly looked a little ugly. Ghui was startled, with confusion on his face. He turned his head involuntarily to look at Ji Wenlong, but saw that his face was pale and frightened. In an instant, the words Lee Su said before she left appeared in Zhui's mind, and his face immediately became extremely ugly. Damn it. Without waiting for him to speak, Song Zhi and Song Lu gave him a cold look, turned around and left. Zhui's face was livid, but he couldn't say a word at this moment. After looking at Ji Wenlong with great anger, he turned around and left. Not only embarrassing, but also embarrassing. And after today, the Ji family has completely lost the Song family as a big backer, and will undoubtedly face a series of problems like a mountain when they go back. In an instant, if Ji Wenlong was not his biological son, and his only son, Zhui wanted to pinch him to death. 3 updates today, 10,000 words. After thanking the book friends for their subscriptions, the book friends rewards, when it is put on the shelves today, because there were too many outbursts the day before yesterday, the emotions are a little scattered, and there is no manuscript left, so there is no way to burst out. I will try my best to write, and then save the manuscripts, and when it is almost done, I will burst out again. Chapter 118, Solitary Yang does not last long. Taking Song's daughter away, many people will undoubtedly think, is Lee Soo getting cocky? Also, Zensun, Fu Junzhuo, and now Song Yuhua? No longer a little monk in this life, is Lee Soo completely letting himself go? Of course not. Lee Soo admitted that he took Song Yuhua away because he was unhappy and stabbed the other party. As for causing a conflict, not really. After marrying into the Z family for several years, Song Yuhua is obviously still a virgin. Although ordinary people can't see it, his top perception can be sure. Don't listen to the nonsense on the internet. If virginity can be identified with the eyes, there would be no special people in the ancient palace to take off pants for inspection. Lee Soo and Song can see it, and that is from their fundamental union. When he scanned Song Yuhua, he clearly felt that the other party's emotions towards Z Wenlong were full of indifference and obviously had no feelings. That's why he took the person away. As for whether he let himself go, how to say it, a little, but more due to several reasons. First of all, let's see what Lee Soo practiced. First, the 9 Yang magic art, the most Yang skill in the world, as the saying goes. Solitary Yang cannot be born, solitary Yin cannot grow. Under the extreme Yang, facing a woman with Yin as the main body, will undoubtedly have a great attraction to him. Second, the Tao heart planting demon. This is a legendary skill that changes one's mind and nature after practicing it, and it can't be more evil. Although Lee Soo suppressed it, it doesn't mean that he has not been affected at all. Moreover, the demon seed is his 9 Yang god, so that the magic skill has changed its appearance. Third, the blood oath, the root of evil planted by the stinky old man. Although it has not erupted, the influence has always been there. Although Lee Soo did not resist, and would not be unable to bear it, when he saw the hole, he was also affected by lust all the time. Therefore, if only one of the above conditions is mentioned, Lee Soo can still bear it. With the 3 conditions together, even if Xian Lang has cultivated the Buddha's heart for half a century, he can't stop. So, he has let himself go. With the 2 women, Lee Soo got a boat and went down the river. On the boat, Song Yuhua's face flushed, feeling the heat around her waist, as if it was branded, and she was so shy that she almost dug a hole in her shoes. She was very angry. She had never been so irritable before, and the moment she was taken away, she felt that the sky had fallen. Polite, gentle, elegant, cold. This girl who seemed to be composed of words like obedient and gentle, how could she be treated like this? But her father didn't chase her, but instead sent a message to hand her over to this man, who didn't know etiquette, was rude, and had no idea of the difference between men and women. For a moment, she felt a mixture of emotions, as if all the oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea had been overturned, and it was difficult to describe her inner feelings. A polite girl really couldn't say sweet words, so she could only condemn the other party. You, how could you do this? Looking at the girl whose mind was like 7 or 8 deer jumping and jumping, Lee Soo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly and said, "Are you happy?" "Ah." Song Yuhua was stunned. Happy. This word had been forgotten on the day she married into the Ji family. You are unhappy in the Ji family. I brought you out. Your mood will not be worse. But I'm different. Because your father suddenly pranked me, I was very unhappy. In order to vent minor emotions, I brought you out, which made me feel much better. Song Yusi opened her mouth wide, not knowing how to express her feelings at the moment. She wanted to refute, but what the other party said seemed to be right. Although her mood was complicated, it was not going in a bad direction. No longer looking at Song Yuhua, Lee Soo turned to look at Zensun and said, "Zensun, is there any place you want to go or anything you want to do?" Zensun was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "Really? Yuhua? Where do you want to go? Or what do you want to do?" Song Yuhua was stunned. She blinked her eyes, and many thoughts came to her mind, but she quickly shook her head. Okay, you two seem to have no desires, so let me take you to find something interesting to do. Taking the two women, he went down the river, arrived in Dingzhou, bought a carriage, and went directly north. This time, Li Su did not rush. He walked and stopped along the way. When he came across a beautiful place, he stopped and took the two girls to go for an outing. They walked aimlessly. Along the way, Li Su went to hunt game when he was hungry and went to get spring water when he was thirsty. In this regard, Zenzan adapted quickly. Although she was a child who grew up in the city and had little experience, she liked this lifestyle directly. Every day was different, every day was fresh, meeting different people and things, and eating different things. Song Yuhua was undoubtedly very defensive at the beginning. Although she had been married once, she had not been deflowered. In fact, she was a girl in the boudoir. What made her very distressed was that from time to time Li Su would hold her and Zenzan to go mountain climbing or wading, which made her very uncomfortable again and again. However, after about half a year, the quiet girl gradually adapted. As the conservative mentality of the two little girls was gradually turned into a wild horse by Li Su, they hid with laughter along the way. Looking at the two girls with smiles on their faces, Li Su struck while the iron was hot and began to teach them things. The world is now in chaos and disorder. Women, especially beautiful women, need to master some means to protect themselves. With this as an excuse, Li Su did not care whether the two girls were willing or not, and directly stimulated the two girls' meridians with true ki, and began to teach them martial arts. However, to Li Su's surprise, Song Yuhua had a very high talent in medicine and toxicology, and Zenzan, who was unexpectedly a girl, was quite constructive in witchcraft, refreshing Li Su's three views. With the two girls walking and stopping along the way, Li Su's true ki gradually stabilized and was no longer so irritable. As mentioned earlier, solitary yang does not last long, and yin and yang need to be combined. By the way, don't get me wrong, what I'm talking about here is not the physiological kind, but the spiritual and mental kind. The Dao heart planting demon method is worthy of being the most supreme and unique skill of the heavenly demon strategy, without a doubt. Along the way, especially Song Yuhua gradually opened up her mind method, and the spirits of the two girls kept getting closer to Li Su, and finally blended into each other. Li Su temporarily resolved the growing fire in his heart. He was surprised to find that, because of the fusion of his spirit, a seed appeared in the spiritual sea of the two women, the devil seed. With the Dao Ju that Li Su passed on to them as a core, an alternative Dao heart seeding devil was formed. No, it should be a small devil seed, with Li Su as the main core. He was the sixth. The Dao heart seeding devil method did have the means to plant seeds for others, but they were obviously different. With the emergence of this change, not only did the two women's martial arts begin to improve rapidly, but their true ki also underwent a huge change, which was exactly the opposite of Li Su, extremely cold and cold. In less than a year, the two women no longer needed Li Su's help. They could jump several feet and their strength increased greatly. Not only that, Song Yuhua combined the content of the Earth Sutra Poison chapter and the Song family martial arts to create a set of palm techniques, which were poisonous and cruel, and completely different from her temperament and appearance. Zenzan combined witchcraft, and her spiritual use became very secretive. Every move was mysterious and unpredictable, which made people unconsciously affected and controlled by it. Although Li Su was surprised, he was still very happy. At least the two girls had the ability to protect themselves. Even if they broke the void in the future, they would not be left alone. But, the only thing that Li Su did not expect was that the two people's personalities had changed a little. Yes, it was a change. Zenzan was still the little girl, and Song Yuhua was still the pure and elegant. In front of him, she treated him like this. But when she turned around, it was different, completely different. When passing by Jiangzhou, Song Yuhua, who was helping Li Su deal with the information of the first floor, saw the news that Cao Zhang wanted to marry Song Yazi with Yang Gong's treasure house as a betrothal gift, and the girl smiled and corroded the table in front of her. As for Zenzan, one day a boat passed by, and the woman on it saw Li Su's appearance, and was attracted by him. For a moment, this girl clapped her hands, and the other girl jumped into the river with a dull face. Hiss. Facing this scene, Lee Su took a breath and got goosebumps. Isn't this developing in the direction of Yandere? After that, the two girls became more and more gentle to Lee Su, almost inseparable. Whether it was their eyes or their spirits, Lee Su felt an unprecedented affection in them. But once he met other girls, it was another matter. Unable to help himself, Lee Su said, I have no interest in them. Zenzen, Yuha, knows, but their eyes and their thoughts make people angry. Don't worry, Brother Lee is just teaching her a lesson. She won't die. Is this still the same Zenzen, Song Yuhua? The Taoist heart demon cultivation method is really weird. The two rabbit-like girls turned into carnivores. Although he thought about it, Lee Su didn't say much. He had to swallow the sins he had committed with tears, right? However, after calculating the time, after the day's work was over, Lee Su stopped the two girls who were about to go down to deal with the affairs of the first floor and said, Zenzen, Yuha, get ready and go to Loyang. The two girls were startled and suddenly thought of something. He's Jade? Recently, there has been a rumor in the martial arts world that the He's Jade, which had disappeared for a long time, has reappeared, and the place where it appeared is none other than Loyang, the eastern capital. Not only that, it is rumored that the contemporary heir of Seheng Sword House, the leader of the righteous path, is also in Loyang at the moment, and seems to be planning to choose a wise ruler. Immediately, Song Yuhua's eyes lit up, and she said with some excitement, Brother Lee is going to spank Shifixun? Lee Su's expression froze, and he looked at the excited Song Yuhua in astonishment. Is this still the quiet girl who couldn't even say a dirty word a year ago? Song Yuhua, she doesn't like Shifixun, that's for sure. It's not just rumors in the martial arts world. In the Song family, she knew that her father had a relationship with the previous generation of saints of Seheng Sword House. This made her very unhappy. On the side, Zenzen was also very excited. Brother Lee, can you go see Xiao's Hang and Xiaoling this time? As one of the few people she had contacted in her life, she undoubtedly cared a lot. When she heard Xiao's Hang, Song Yuhua's pretty face suddenly turned cold, and she thought of her sister. Zenzen quickly said, Sister, Xiao's Hang is just that kind of person. There are too few people in the world who care as much as Brother Lee and are willing to treat women fairly, so just spank him, and he will behave himself in the future. Looking at the two women who had changed their demeanor, Lee Su took a deep breath. Zenzen was fine. After all, she had no family. Song Yuhua's words. Lee Su couldn't help but have a headache. God knows what Song's reaction would be when he knew about his daughter's changes. Soon, the three of them headed towards Loyang, the eastern capital. As for spanking Shifixun, isn't that nonsense? One of the three big pits of the stinky old man. No matter how unwilling he is, he has to fill it. Chapter 119. Chapter 118. Eastern capital Loyang. Loyang, the capital of the ancient times. One of the birthplaces of Chinese civilization, the eastern starting point of the Silk Road, and the center of the Grand Canal of the Sui and Tang dynasties. In history, 13 dynasties successively built their capitals in Loyang. The area and the height of the city walls are undoubtedly the highest among the ancient Chinese cities. In such an ancient city, the population is almost equivalent to that of a modern city-level city, whether it is permanent residence or throughput. In the first year of Emperor Yangdi of the Sui dynasty, 605 AD, Emperor Yangdi of the Sui dynasty moved the capital to Loyang, and ordered Shang Shuling Yangsu, Jiangzhou Deji Yang Yuan-Ke and others, to build Tokyo in the east of the old Wangqing of Loyang and the west of Loyang City in the Han and Wei dynasties. There are 2 million people in service every month, including 700,000 people building the Palace City, Zhui City, more than 100,000 people building palace walls and courtyards, more than 800,000 earthworkers, and more than 100,000 carpenters, bricklayers, metalworkers, and stone workers. This shows how amazing the scenery of Loyang is. Bringing 2 women, he went directly into the city. Brother Lee, what are you going to do next? Nothing. The 2 girls were stunned. They had undoubtedly learned a lot and understood a lot in the past year. Now Loyang is in the limelight, and countless forces have come here. This is the center of chaos. But it is obvious that Lee Su is not interested in fighting for world domination. The two girls laughed and said, yes, Brotherly came here just to spank people, not for that bullshit world domination. Lee Soo rubbed his eyebrows. Can't he not spank people? Then Brotherly, where are we going next? Go to the first floor and wait. Song Yuhua suddenly said, Brotherly, I may have to go to Man King building first. Yuzhi and Shideo are also in Loyang. We didn't have a good chat last time. Lee Soo thought for a while and said, go, Zenson should go too. I will stay on the first floor these days. Zenson showed reluctance on her face, but she soon made a decision again. The main reason was that she was not very confident about Xiao's Han. Without her, Song Yuhua would definitely not just spank people. Soon, the two women walked side by side. Lee Soo took a breath and disappeared in a flash. Asterisk 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 at the same time. Man King Lao. At this moment, it was very lively. Recently, it has become very famous. Not long ago, in the Battle of Jiangling, he led a group of defeated soldiers and beat Du Fuwei for 10 days without being able to enter the city. Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling, who were carrying the secret of immortality, were in the building. Most of the famous guys in the world were also there, and there were also masters from outside the domain. It can be said that most of the forces in Loyang with ulterior motives gathered here. It was also difficult for Wang Shicheng. He was obviously the master of Loyang, but no one cared about him. Li Shimin was forgotten, and Li Xianfen, the son of Li Mi, came here. His face was swollen from being beaten. Song Yuhua and Zenson arrived quickly. They went directly into this Man King Lao. After calling a servant and asking about the floor where the Song family was located, Song Yuhua took Zenson to the second floor. As soon as I went upstairs, I heard it. All the sisters here are my Cao Zong's unmarried wives. I wonder which one Brotherly is talking about. Pucci. A familiar voice, the same funny voice. Zenson couldn't help but laughed out loud. On the side, Song Yuhua's mouth twitched, and there was a smile in the corners of her eyes. If Yuzhi really married the other party, she would not be as depressed as she married Ji Wenlong in the future. The laughter naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them, Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling were the most shocked. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, showing excitement and ecstasy on their faces, and shouted, Sister Zen, and rushed towards Zenson in an instant. Looking at the two little guys, Zenson also had tears in her eyes and a face full of joy. As the two approached and stopped, she took a step forward and hugged them all at once, saying, you two little fools, I was really worried to death. Intimate words and extremely warm hugs. Shuanglong, who had been hunted almost day and night since leaving Yangzhou city, trembled and couldn't help but burst into tears. As if he had found his relatives, his body trembled. Although the three people were emotionally shocked when they met, Fu Zhen and the other two not far away had fierce eyes, especially when they looked at Zenson. There was a strange and inexplicable look in their eyes. They were quite afraid of Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling's strength, but that woman was different. Obviously, they didn't feel any aura on her. She should be an ordinary person. If they started with her, they might be able to take her down and threaten her. Similarly, Li Xianfen's eyes lit up at this moment. Whether it was the cultivation method or the method of small species of demons, whether it was Zenson or Song Yuhua, the temperament and appearance of the two women were undoubtedly directly improved. They had a good foundation, and now they were even among the best. Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling reacted so quickly that their faces changed in an instant. Zenseo didn't know martial arts, so they had to be careful in this place, where the wolves were looking around. However, the two looked at each other with a cold light in their eyes. If they wanted to touch Zenseo, they would have to step over their bodies. On the side, Song Yuhua, who knew what was going on between Zenzen and the two little bastards, smiled and nodded. In terms of loyalty and righteousness, the two little guys were pretty good. Sister? At this time, Song Yuzhi, who was originally in the room, listening to the noise outside, heard the affectionate words of Zenseo from Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling, and she suddenly felt a little restless. A woman, whether she loved or hated, gave it to a man, which undoubtedly showed her care. Immediately, she couldn't help but walked out. However, as soon as she came out, Song Yuzhi immediately widened her eyes and looked at the person next to Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling in disbelief. She ran to the person who couldn't be more familiar and threw herself into the other's arms. On the other side, Song Shideo, who was also in the room, couldn't help but stand up and run out after hearing his sister's voice. There are only 2 sisters in the Song family. The only person who can make Song Yasi call her sister is undoubtedly Song Yuha, who was taken away by the first floor owner a year ago. Sister. Song Shideo, who came out, also widened his eyes, looking at the woman held by his sister Yasuki, with an extremely excited and happy look on his face, and ran over quickly. The 3 of them have a very good relationship, especially the eldest sister Song Yuha, who has been taking care of the 2 of them since they were young, like a sister and a mother. The originally tense situation directly turned into a large-scale recognition scene. For a while, the atmosphere in Manqinglao was undoubtedly a little awkward. After all, this is a brothel. Because of the conflict, the owner of Manqinglao, who came in a hurry, stood there with an awkward expression at the moment, not knowing what to say. However, Song Yuha, as these 3 words appeared in everyone's mind, the next moment, everyone in the entire Manqinglao couldn't help but stiffen their bodies and thought of a name. The first floor owner. A year ago, the battle in Nanling shocked the world. The Heaven Sword lived up to its reputation and reached the peak again, and was ranked among the 3 wonders in the world. The first floor owner was undoubtedly even more mysterious and shocked the martial arts world. Although he was defeated, the first floor owner was only a young man in his 20s, and he was also a legend that had shaken the world hundreds of years ago. He was a disciple of the evil Emperor Xiang Yushan. In 2 years, he established a huge strength that spread all over the world. The first floor. A series of legends that seemed like myths pushed his reputation to the extreme. There was no title of evil emperor or little evil emperor. The first floor owner was directly named the 5th wonder in the world. He was ranked alongside martial arts masters such as Ning Daoki. After all, his age was there. In an instant, Li Xianfan's original thoughts were gone, and his mind was directly clean. Although there are still many people in the martial arts world who doubt it now, he saw that battle on the spot, and he had nightmares for more than 10 days after returning. From then on, whenever he heard about the first floor, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Not only him, but countless people in the huge restaurant were shocked. Even a proud man like Guo had a solemn face and said nothing. He had not forgotten the expression and words of Bian Bufu when he mentioned the first floor master. Although he was not afraid of Bian Bufu's strength, the odds of winning and losing in a battle between the 2 were 50-50. Such a person dared not even say a word when mentioning the first floor master. It can be imagined that he was afraid of the first floor master. Sister, how did you get here? Song Yasi raised her head, with a look of shock and confusion on her face. Wasn't the other party taken away by the first floor master? Song Shideo on the side also had a puzzled face and was full of questions. Song Yuha smiled when she heard the words. She naturally understood what her brother and sister meant. Silly girl, sister has her own hands and feet. Brotherly treats me very well, and I can come and go freely. Brotherly. Song Shideo and Song Yasi were both startled. They knew that the first floor owner was called Xiangli, but they didn't expect that the name of the eldest sister would be so intimate. And looking at the eldest sister's expression at this moment, it was obvious that she was doing very well, and her eyes were extremely bright, which was completely different from when they first met in front of Sangjia Mountain City. What first floor owner? Exaggeration. Catch the people first. Take down those 2 guys. The 2 evil men of Changbei, Fu Zhen and Fu Yan spoke with cold faces. Although they had heard of it, they felt that the rumors were exaggerated and did not believe it at all. In an instant, Li Xianfan was shocked, and his face turned green. Compared with him, countless people in Manqinglao were shocked. The first floor did not participate in the affairs of the rivers and lakes, and did not intervene in the world hegemony, but you could not say that they had no temper. This organization was extremely fanatical about the first floor owner. If you dare to insult the first floor owner, they would dare to kill your whole family. Therefore, even if they succeeded at this moment, the 2 evil men of Changbei would be dead. At this moment, Cao Zong and Zhu Ziling's faces changed, and they gave Bei Fenghan, who was not far away, a direct look to signal that they were ready to deal with the 2 evildoers. Song Shideo and Song Yasi's faces also changed. The fact that Cao Zong and Zhu Xiling were intimate with a woman was obviously related to their sister, so they naturally could not sit idly by. They were about to speak immediately. However, at this moment, Song Yuhua's face turned cold, and Zenzan's face turned icy. The two women's personalities did not change much, but if they were targeting Li Su, it would be completely different. A clown looking for death. Zenzan changed her previous gentleness and spoke in a cold voice, full of murderous intent, and her spirit moved. With a whistle, it was like falling into a cold abyss. It was as if she was in the underworld, and her soul seemed to be frozen. Although the two evildoers of Changbei were strong, they had no time to react to the martial arts that directly targeted the spirit, such as the Great Demonic Method, and they were hit. The spirit was dazed and lost. In a battle between masters, a carelessness is enough to be fatal, let alone losing consciousness in the battle. On the side, Song Yuhua raised his palm, and for a moment, a green palm could be seen, and then he slapped out with his palm. The palm method had the shadow of the Song family palm method, but the true energy was completely different. Instantly arrived in front of the two evil men, and the energy entered their bodies. The two men were shocked, stepped back a few steps, and then woke up. Their faces changed drastically. Obviously, they didn't expect that the two seemingly ordinary women could be so terrifying. The rare two evil men showed a trace of regret on their faces. Both women were like this? Then would the first floor owner be weak? Immediately, he wanted to say something, but the next moment he felt a pain in his body, and countless ants were crawling and biting. After a wail, the two fell to the ground and died directly. Hiss. This scene stunned the audience around, and also stunned Cao Zong and the other four. On the side, Bei Fenghen took a big step back with a dark face, looking at the two women in shock, and couldn't help but think to himself, WTF. Sister Zen, you? Sister, you? The two groups of people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Seeing the two women who were supposed to be weak and powerless kill the two villains in an instant, their brains were numb. The two women smiled shyly and said, "It's brotherly." Oh, the first owner of the building. He thinks we are too weak and can't protect ourselves in this chaotic world, so he started to teach us martial arts half a year ago, so that we can protect ourselves, even if he is not around. As the words fell, the entire Man King Lao was completely speechless. The boss of Man King Lao, who was originally a little unhappy, had a tingling scalp and goosebumps all over his body. TM, half a year? For a moment, even Bei Fenghen felt that he had been living like a dog for more than 10 years. Chapter 120 The war is coming. Okay, Xiaoling, I came here just to see you, to tell you that I'm fine, and where I am. When you get tired of running, come find me. Zenzan reached out and touched their heads, smiling and said, although Brotherly has no interest in the affairs of the martial arts world, nor in the world, Brotherly said that, if you are tired of playing tricks, you can come to the first floor to rest. The two of them widened their eyes. They had undoubtedly been in this treacherous world for too long. They looked so glorious on the surface, but how much pressure they had endured secretly? It's conceivable. Zenzan's words made the two feel inexplicably comforted. They smiled and were happy for Zenzan. They also knew that the first floor was a top-notch force in the world, but the two of them made a decision in an instant that they would not go there unless they solved their own troubles. The owner of the first floor could say this, no doubt because of Zenzan's face, and they were very satisfied with it. Feeling the emotions of the two, Zenzan smiled. She was too familiar with the mentality of her two younger brothers. After learning martial arts and processing intelligence for half a year, she was no longer the stupid girl. She immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to the two of them, saying, "This is what Brotherly drew." The two little guys were stunned, and Cao Zong couldn't help but reach out to take it. It bounced open, and the two of them took a look. The next moment, they were shocked and rolled the paper into a ball. Even though Cao Zong was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. His face and neck were thick, and Zhu Xiling's face turned blue. The whole person was embarrassed. There was no doubt that the scene in the painting was too embarrassing. It was actually seen by others, and it was painted by others. At this moment, the two people who were already famous all over the world felt as if they were hung on the top of Luoyang City with ropes and publicly executed. Fortunately, there was no pit around at this moment, otherwise the two of them could jump directly. Go and do your things. After the matter in Loyang is over, we will talk about it. Knowing that the two had something to do, Zenzen spoke softly. The two little guys looked at each other and made up their minds. When the matter was over, they would definitely go to the first floor to meet the legendary fifth wonder in the world. They were eager to know how many such paintings the other party had. And, no matter how much it cost, they had to get them back. The next moment, Cao Zong took action and shouted, "Where is Shangwen Long? Zhu Yuan picked you as the undercover of the Yinji Ui sect in Loyang. You should be quite capable. Dare you come up and fight to the death?" The plot was pulled back again. Soon Shangwen Long appeared and was defeated. Cao Zong and the other two took their people and jumped up and left quickly. In the Song family's wing room, Song Yuhua did not leave. She pulled Song Shideo and Song Yuzki and kept saying this. Since being enlightened by Li Su, her heart, which had been suppressed for a long time, was completely opened up, and she returned to the time when she was a mother and a sister, when she was a child. That stinky old man, he either knows how to practice swords or how to conquer the world. He is usually indifferent, but he always interferes in lifelong affairs. One day, Brother Lee will beat him up again. You too, as a brother, how can you not protect your sister? Let that unknown guy match you up. And the second uncle and the third uncle, each of them only considers interests. If you want to get married so much, why don't you go yourself? Song Yuhua snorted coldly and was extremely dissatisfied with Song's arrangement for Song Yuzki. Even Song Zhi and Song Lu were scolded. When Song Shideo and the others heard this, their eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly. Is this the elder sister? Is this still the gentle and lovely elder sister? The first host, what on earth did he do? Song Yuzki was cautious. Although she didn't say anything on the surface, she was actually very happy in her heart. She couldn't help showing joy in the corners of her eyes. Because of her sister's experience, she didn't have a good impression of marriage. Now that her sister said this, she found a backer. Let's go, Yuzki, Shideo, you guys go with your sister next. I want to see what that old guy is going to do. If you get angry, just cut off your relationship with him, and you will go to the first floor in the future. Song Yuhua was very domineering. With a wave of her hand, she directly pulled her brother and sister and walked out. On the side, Zenzen was very happy. Because of the demon relationship, the two of them were very close in spirit, blending into one. Both sides did not need to talk to each other, and they could sense what Yuhua was thinking. Therefore, she would naturally be very happy about what Yuhua was happy about. Asterisk 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 is that bastard in the first floor in Loyang? At this moment, somewhere, Zhu Yuan, who had taken Shangwen Long back, listened to the news from her subordinates, and her face turned black. A year ago, after the bastard Song spread the news, Zhu Yuan had a terrible time in the past 365 days. Not to mention the disciples under her, they all looked at her with very strange eyes. And the precious apprentice, the girl obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter, because after Song said that, Bayan Bufu did not dare to pester her recently, which made her very happy. Of course, in addition to this, the girl is very ambitious. She is confident in dealing with men. She dominates the villa without saying a word, and she has brought it down. She feels that she has mastered the magic. If the first floor owner dares to come, he will definitely be in trouble. But she knows herself best. The heavenly demon art is a degraded version of the Dao heart planting demon art. The two are in a superior subordinate relationship. The heavenly demon art simulates the effect of the Dao heart planting demon with true ki, so it is inherently inferior. The first in planting demons. Do you think it's a joke? To be honest, even Sehong Jian's Hay still has some confidence when facing the first floor owner, and the Yinji Ui sect is really scalp tingling. If it weren't for the face problem, Zhu Yuan had the urge to run away. If falling in love with Shizixun and angering her master to death is her first regret in life, then because of moment of anger, she said something to the old and uncultivated Zedi, which is her second biggest regret. You say, a person who is hundreds of years old, how can he be so incompetent? Of course, Zhu Yuan was terrified, and Sehong Jian's Hay was not much better. She was in Loyang and her body trembled. She didn't have the calm demeanor to face the heroes of the world. Her heart was beating. She always felt that the first floor owner was watching her not far away and was ready to take action. No, she had to go to Jingdian Zen Temple first. As the contemporary successor of Sehung Jianzhe, if she was really spanked, she would not live. For a time, Luoyang was in a state of panic. The arrival of the first floor owner undoubtedly made the chaotic situation even more unclear. However, just when everyone's attention was diverted by the first floor owner, a big thing happened. Someone attacked Jingdian Zen Temple and took away the world's greatest treasure, the Heshibi. For a time, the wind and clouds surged, and the attention that was originally diverted by the first floor owner returned to the world's greatest treasure again. Who? In Luoyang, Wang Shichen was extremely happy. He was very excited when he received the news. He knew very well that the Heshibi could not be his, and therefore he absolutely did not want it to be obtained by others. Now that she has been taken away, she is naturally excited. Soon, Li Shimin of the Li family was the first to react. He went straight to Kaozong and Zhu Xiling. The two sides parted ways unhappily, and Li Jing, who had been friends with them, parted ways with them. By the way, Su Su did not marry Xiang Gaishan. After saving Zhensun, Li Su naturally did not forget the little girl. He directly asked someone to take her away and sent her to the first floor, asking her to help take care of Fu Junzhou, who was still in a coma. Not only Su Su, but also many women were saved after the establishment of the first floor, and most of them were placed in the first floor to work. After all, when troubled times come, it is not just the few people in Huangdashu who suffer. The first floor. Zhensun and Song Yuhua looked at Li Su, who was painting, with curiosity. There are 3 people in the painting, and the leader is holding a rare treasure in his hand. Brotherly, is this the Heshibi? Did they really steal it? Zhensun covered her mouth with her hands, a little surprised. On the side, Song Yuhua was also shocked. Jingdian Zen Temple was not joking. She had seen those 2 little guys. They were very strong, but they were not able to break into the sea of fire and swords to seize the Heshibi. Li Su smiled. Yes, they really got it. There are many masters in Jingdian Zen Temple, and the Heshibi itself is extremely magical and difficult to get. When the 3 were practicing, Li Su also went over to feel it. There is radiation, and the concentration is quite high. If ordinary people stay around for a long time with this kind of energy, they will definitely die. Even if they practice martial arts, it will not be much better. In other words, these 2 guys who turned Taoism into Gangfa to practice can handle it, right? They are worthy of being the protagonists, and the arrangements are done properly. The strange treasure is effective for these 2 guys. Bei Fenghan can only say that he is lucky to participate in it. It would be the same if he changed someone else. Li Su smiled, took a pen, and licked Kaozong's tongue and said, "Let's carefully scrape the powder off Xiling's palm, and then take the wine to the stomach to replenish the body. Maybe there will be other miraculous effects." After finishing, he said, "Get ready. Brotherly, are you ready to do it?" "Yes. It just so happens that both the saint and the demon are here, so we can take them down in one fell swoop." Li Su sighed. The pit that the old man dug must be filled. He quickly finished it, and then roamed around, waiting for the end of the legend of the twin dragons. Asterisk 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 master. In the Jingdian Zen Temple, Shi Fixuan was troubled by the first floor master, and the theft of the Heshibi also made her entangled. However, with the sudden arrival of someone, she was surprised to speak out. Fan Qinghu, the current owner of Seheng Sword House. "Why are you here?" "Of course it's because of the first floor master." Huh. Fan Qinghu shook his head. Although the first floor master did not fight for the world, his influence was too great. In his seriousness, it was like a singularity that could explode at any time. Over the years, Fan Qinghu has been 80% sure about the layout of the world, and she is also prepared for the Nanling Heavenly Sword. But the sudden appearance of the first floor caused unpredictable cracks in her almost seamless layout, and she felt that she was heading in an unmanageable direction. This made her, who was used to controlling the overall situation, very uncomfortable. She had no choice but to return to her master's sect and invite the seniors from the sect to resolve this uneasiness. "Fei Zuan, just do your own thing. The master has made arrangements for the first floor. He will not be an obstacle to you." Shi Fixun was stunned and couldn't help but let out a breath. At this moment, she realized how much influence the master of the first floor had on her. Yes, Fixun understands. Recovering her original mentality, Shi Fixun's mind was calm for a while, and she entered the realm of sword heart enlightenment again, becoming more and more stable. Looking at Shi Fixun, who was leaving with others, Fan King, who turned around and looked at the inexplicable place in the void. Uncle Master. Well, I know. Looking at the figures who left, Fan King, who stood in place, her eyes gradually became indifferent. For her own beliefs, and for her own goals, even if she said she would do anything, she would go back and do it. Chapter 121 Sneak Attack. After getting ready, Lee Su took the two girls and set off directly. They boarded the boat that had been prepared long ago and headed towards Xianjin Bridge. At this time, Cao Zong and the other two should be fighting over there. It should not be long before Shi Fixun of Seheng Sword House arrives. Lee Su moved his true energy and pushed the boat quickly towards Xianjin Bridge. On the way, Zenzin looked a little anxious. According to the intelligence from the first floor, now except for Wang Shicheng, basically all forces in Luoyang City have set their sights on Cao Zong and his men. Lee Su patted Zenzin on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Your two brothers are very smart and will not be killed so easily." Zenzin nodded and calmed down a lot. On the side, Song Yuho reached out and took Zenzin's hand. She didn't say anything. Although she didn't like the way Cao Zong pursued her sister, she had a good impression of him when they first met. He was a man who dared to do and take responsibility. With Lee Su pushing the boat, Xianjin Bridge was already in sight in about half an hour. Well, the timing is just right. Shi Fixun appeared and was fighting with Zhu Xiling. That is to say, Wanwen should also be nearby. No, to be more precise, she should be in a boat under the bridge. Lee Su felt it for a while and smiled. She is really there. I came to Luoyang, and they should know about it. As for Shi Fixun, since the Heshibi was stolen, she naturally couldn't hide. Wanwen is really interesting. She is not afraid at all. Is it because I won't kill her? After all, the content of the oath is to marry her, so he is unscrupulous. After feeling the surroundings for a while, Lee Su raised his eyebrows. There are many masters, all lurking. The most amazing one is the guy in the east. What's the atmosphere? Is it the evil King Shi Zixun? And the one with a very close aura to Wanwen, is the Queen Yun there too? However, the key has weakened a lot. Is it the sequel of saving Shangwen Long? Forget it. Lee Su shook his head. It didn't matter who was there. If possible, the blood oath would be completely settled today, and then he would be completely free. If Yin Hao and Wanwen were willing, they could take them away. If they were not willing, they could still fight for the world. As for Shi Fixun, this girl's behavior was undoubtedly very bitchy in the eyes of modern people, especially the Battle of Shandao and the repeated stabbing of Zhu Xiling. In fact, it was because readers had a god's perspective and naturally knew who would unify the world after the Sui dynasty. With Cao Zong fighting for the world, they naturally felt unhappy when they put themselves in the shoes of others. But in this current situation, where the common leader is unknown, Shi Fixun's behavior is understandable. In a sense, they could be said to have foresight to choose Li Shimin. In order to highlight the protagonist, Huang Da deliberately vilified Li Shimin to a certain extent in the novel, saying that he was cold and ruthless when facing an enemy. In fact, as the Khan of Heaven, Li Shimin was still remarkable. As an emperor, he was very good. At least he had never killed any meritorious officials in his life. Not only that, he also built the Lingan Pavilion to commemorate them. How many emperors have done this? And feel Cao Zong's behavior carefully. What is his purpose in conquering the world? It is to prove himself. It looks passionate, but for people born in this era, it would be a headache if he really became a hegemon. If you were an ordinary person living in this era, what would you think if someone conquered the world to prove himself and constantly provoked wars? Therefore, even though Li Su liked Xuanglong very much, he had no intention of using the first floor to help Cao Zong. The world is not only about rights, but also about responsibilities. Li Su took the two girls in his arms. When Shi Fixun and Zhu Xiling were about to decide the result and Wanwen was ready to go, Li Su jumped up and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of feet and landed on Xianjin Bridge. With his arrival, the atmosphere in the whole place suddenly condensed. Although they had never seen him, when they saw Song Yuhua in his arms, everyone instantly understood who was coming. The first floor owner. Cao Zong screamed. Not long after he entered the martial arts world, he often heard the name and legend. He couldn't help but be curious. When he met Zenson, especially after seeing the painting that Zenson handed to them, the first floor owner undoubtedly left an indelible impression in their hearts. The other party had observed them for a period of time, and it was not just for a while. Hearing Cao Zong's cry, Zhu Xiling and Shi Fixuan both stepped back at the same time. Zhu Xiling took a breath. At this moment, he didn't care that Shi Fixuan was behind him. He turned his head directly, wanting to see the true face of the first floor owner, the one who took Zen's wife away. Of course, it's not just him. Shi Fixuan, Bei Fenghan, and everyone lurking around Qianjin Bridge. At this moment, their eyes are attracted by the appearance of the first floor owner. The fifth wonder in the world, the world's #1 intelligence force. No matter where he appears, he will undoubtedly attract people's attention. Moreover, after the battle between the first floor owner and Xiandao Song a year ago, a lot of shocking news came out. For example, marrying mother and daughter together. For example, spanking the head of the righteous way, the contemporary walking, but of Sehongjian's Hay. Now, the first floor owner has appeared, and Shi Fixuan happened to be next to him. What will he do? For a while, countless people had countless thoughts in their minds. Below, Wanwen, who was originally preparing to launch a sneak attack, did not move at this moment, and widened her eyes, with a face full of curiosity and expectation. And Shi Fixuan was very uneasy, facing Li Su who appeared in front of her. Her heart was beating like a deer, and she was sweating with nervousness. If she was really spanked by the other party, she would not live. Just as he was about to do something, Li Su suddenly frowned, and his eyes rarely flashed with an extremely cold murderous intent. In fact, at this moment, Cao Zong and others even exclaimed, "Sister Zen." Almost at the same time as Li Su fell, a figure appeared silently, like lightning, beside him, behind Zenson. He raised his hand, and pointed like a knife, stabbing Zenson's back. The terrible true energy gathered at one point. Although it was a hand, it gave people a feeling that even iron could be pierced and stabbed. Just this move, the whole audience was shocked, and almost everyone was horrified. Because it couldn't be stopped or avoided. Even Shi Fixuan and even Wanwen under the boat were shocked. The Yin Queen who was watching from a distance and the evil king who was standing silently, both showed extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Very strong, and they are undoubtedly on the same level. That kid is going to be unlucky. But who is this person? Is there such a master in the world? Instantly, such a thought came to the minds of the two. If it was just one person, it would be fine. But with others, and they were ordinary people, the first floor owner should not die, but the person in his arms would definitely die. Just as the two were thinking about it, Li Su moved. A year ago, this move was really difficult. If he wanted to save, he would probably be injured. Now, looking for death. The two words were spit out, and the murderous intent was as real as substance. Li Su took a step forward. In an instant, he was in thousands of places, and returned to the only one. The person who was supposed to be the sneak attacker, Zenson, became the sneak attacker. Li Su faced each other head on. He raised his hand and punched. The brilliant sun appeared. With a thud, two extremely terrifying ki burst out. In an instant, the surrounding area shook at the same time, as if there was an earthquake, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. After a punch, Li Su's face became colder. The other party turned around, and was actually behind Li Su, and hit Song Yuhua and Zenson again. With a wrong step, he turned into an unpredictable ghost. Li Su was the last to arrive, punching like a meteor, and each punch was extremely hot, as if it would burn everything, and hit the sneak attacker. However, although the opponent's behavior was despicable, his strength was real. Facing Li Su's terrible attack, he used his hand knife to chop, stab, or cut, and opened Li Su's attack with the same sharp power. He was on the move, and all his attacks were aimed at the two women behind Li Su. The hand knife became more and more fierce and powerful. Squeak. Squeak. Even though Lee Su was amazingly powerful and could fight against Shandao a year ago, he was not only a little tired of dealing with the attack of this person who didn't even care about his face. You know, he not only interrupted the opponent's attack, but also had to dissolve and push away the opponent's true energy. Otherwise, with the strength of the two, they didn't need to fall directly on Zenson and Song Yuhua, and the remaining strength could kill them. After hundreds of moves, scars appeared on Lee Su's body and blood was spilling out. Facing this scene, for a moment, the people watching the battle around had inexplicable looks in their eyes. Cao Zong and others were undoubtedly extremely anxious. Whether it was Zenson or Song Yuhua, they undoubtedly had a great relationship with them. Not far away, the evil king and the queen of Yin showed different colors in their eyes. The appearance of Lee Su put a lot of pressure on the evil king, especially since the other party was the heir of the evil emperor. In the magic sect, there is no such thing as everyone being one and loving each other. Of course, he would not attack directly. Now he is unbalanced in mentality and his skills are out of order. It's okay to fight against the younger generation of the martial arts world, but if the two fighting on Xianjin Bridge want to backhand him, it would be a sin. The true key of the two guys is very extreme. If the half-baked immortal evil seal goes up, it's just looking for death. Of course, although he doesn't plan to go up, if one side is seriously injured, he doesn't mind taking action and doing it, especially the owner of the first floor. The dead fellow disciples of the magic sect are good fellow disciples. Yin Hao had similar thoughts. If the first op died like this, wouldn't the problem that had troubled her for so long be completely solved? Of course, Lee Su didn't know what others thought. At this moment, he was really disgusted. As the wounds on his body increased, he became more and more angry. What made Lee Su want to go crazy the most were the two women he was protecting. Seeing that they had put him at a disadvantage, the two women actually planned to take action and walk out of the range of Lee Su's protection, not wanting to become a burden to Lee Su. You pissed me off. Chapter 122 Rampage. Lee Su seldom gets angry. He is a very cheerful person. From childhood to adulthood, there are not many times when he really gets angry. However, at this moment, he is angry, really angry. Every nerve in his body is beating, and every time the heart beats, it is not blood that is transported, but boundless anger. Two stupid women, stand still. Feeling Zenson and Song Yuhua ready to move, Lee Su became more and more furious, and couldn't help but roared. Don't think that your existence has become a hidden danger to me without authorization, and don't think that sacrificing yourself is a salvation for me. You are my women, and I can't even protect you. It's better to die than to live. And you two little things, don't move. This is my battle. It's not your turn to worry about it. He stopped the two women, and Shuanglang. Lee Su's eyes were cold enough to freeze people's hearts, and his murderous intent was growing more and more. He didn't care about the world, power, and wealth. The only thing he cared about was only one person. The people around him. Lee Su raised his head, and could not help but roared madly. How long are you going to jump on my head? The exploding anger boiled his blood, and ignited his spirit. At this moment, the demonic true energy began to fluctuate wildly, to an unprecedented degree, beyond imagination. As we all know, a tiger's tail cannot be touched. The sneak attacker repeatedly and continuously, like stepping on the tiger's head with his feet again and again, successfully pushed Lee Su's emotions to an unprecedented extreme. Roar. A long roar. The roar was like a dragon's roar, shocking 100 miles. In an instant, the sky above the entire Luoyang city was like a bolt from the blue. The terrible fluctuations exploded from Lee Su's body, sweeping across the area in an instant, affecting 100 feet. The spirit entered an unprecedented height, and through the fluctuations, it touched the smallest unit in the chemical field before the crossing, that could exist independently, relatively stable and maintain the physical and chemical properties of the substance. In human terms, it is the molecular level. But, with a loud bang, the land of 100 feet, more than 300 meters, all the house structures, with the fluctuations of the explosion, collapsed and turned into dust. Hiss. At this moment, even the sneak attacker couldn't help showing a look of shock on his face. Did the mind affect reality? Lee Su's eyes were scarlet, and the aura around him was like a demon abyss. The bright sun was polluted by his mind at this moment, turning black, and the twisted black flames were like the most terrifying scene in the human heart. The heart of Tao grows the devil. The heart of Tao grows the devil. With extreme anger and extreme emotions, it finally showed up completely on Li Su. Waist-length black hair soared into the sky, and the whole body was filled with black flames. As if to swallow up all the light, Li Su turned into an abyss, a bottomless abyss. The appearance of the devil. In the distance, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed, her face full of horror. The evil King Shizixuan couldn't help but be shocked and clenched his fists. The appearance of the devil is the most sublime realm of the devil sect. Only a few words in the secret teachings can be seen, and no one has ever truly demonstrated it. In an instant, everyone, yes, everyone, couldn't help trembling, with horror on their faces. Even Shifixuan and Lianakong, who hold the righteous mind, couldn't help trembling. This is not a sensory fear, but a spiritual overwhelm. It is the fear in the root of life, the trembling in the deepest part of the mind. Just like a frog being stared at by a snake, it is the instinctive fear of seeing the natural enemy. He moved his body, but it was no longer beyond imagination. Instead, he directly crossed the distance between the two in one step, as if penetrating space. Li Su said nothing, and with murderous intent, murderous intention, and murderous intent, mixed with boundless anger, he punched. But the terrible fluctuations erupted in his hands, and the air couldn't bear it, and it fluctuated violently. For the first time, the sneak attacker could not move freely. Li Su's punch not only blocked his way in, but also blocked all his retreats. This punch can only be taken. He took a breath, and all the muscles in his body began to vibrate. In less than 0.01 seconds, the true energy in his body began to boil. With a shriek, unparalleled momentum burst out. The true energy of decades and hundreds of years gathered together, squeezing the meridians, as if they were about to break, and gathered towards his palm madly. Clang. As if a sharpened sword, the opponent's palm burst out with a sharp sound like a sword. His eyes were empty, from existence to non-existence, neither thinking nor thinking. The breath suddenly became unpredictable and undetectable. It was clearly there, but he could not feel it. The strange feeling was indescribable. The hand knife came out. It was obviously launched later, but it arrived almost at the moment when Li Su's fist arrived. On one side, it was empty but not empty. On the other side, it was as if it was real. The two forces, as soon as they came into contact, the void collapsed instantly, and the next moment it was filled and bulged again. Boom. With a shocking sound, the terrible energy exploded. Qianjin Bridge, the huge Qianjin Bridge, could no longer withstand this terrible force and collapsed. The two people fighting separated at the first touch. Li Su turned around and took the two women with him, landing 10 feet away. The sneak attacker also flew backwards, landed on the ground, and slid back a dozen feet before stopping. Cough. Li Su coughed up a mouthful of blood. Facing the opponent's strange moves, his true energy seemed to disappear when he resisted. When you think it's gone, it suddenly appears. Li Su's internal organs collapsed, as if they were hollowed out. Cracks appeared, and his breath fell. The sneak attacker was even worse. His hand was deformed by the collision, and was shattered by the terrible fluctuations in Li Su's true energy. His internal organs were also greatly impacted. He opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his breath weakened. The most terrifying thing is the opponent's true energy, which is like boiling oil dripping into water. It is extremely irritable, just like his emotions, and it explodes at a touch. Both sides will suffer. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but think of this idea. However, the next moment, Li Su took a breath, activated the Golden Zen, and directly cut the internal injuries out of his body. Then his eyes spewed fire, and the demonic appearance burst out again, and the terrible murderous intent rushed into the sky. He moved his body, and pounced on him again. Hiss. Facing this scene, the faces of all the people watching the battle changed. What the hell is this, a joke? Question mark? Just now, he must have been injured, right? How did he recover in an instant? And this is obviously not the kind of recovery from the injury by force, but the kind of complete spirit in the true sense. Facing the rushing Li Su, the sneak attacker also changed color, with shock in his eyes. He really didn't expect the other party to recover so quickly. He wanted to do something, but unfortunately at this moment, he couldn't move at all. The true energy in his body was almost shattered by Lee Soo. In fact, if he didn't heal his injuries quickly, he would probably die soon. Whoosh! At this moment, 4 figures appeared. One person fell, leading the sneak attacker to retreat, and the other 3 figures rushed towards Lee Soo. Bang, bang, bang. 4 figures, in the air, fought frantically. Another master? In an instant, the people around felt that their nerves were about to explode, and suddenly found that this world was completely different from what they knew. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were made, and the whole sky burst into a thunderous sound. The terrible key was like a huge meat grinder, tearing everything into pieces. Facing the siege, Lee Soo did not retreat at all, and the demon key burst out in full force. The area of 10 feet was covered by the terrible fluctuations. All matter would be destroyed from the root here. Every move was pregnant with unparalleled power. It was clearly 3 against 1, and it was clear that the strength of these 3 people was slightly weaker than that of the sneak attacker, but at this moment, they were suppressed and beaten by Lee Soo. Boom. 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 Another 100 moves, the 3 people lined up in a row, palms against each other, true ki united, and slapped out with one palm. Boom. With a loud noise, they separated completely. Puff. The 3 people spit out blood at the same time, and disappeared like lightning when they landed. After Lee Soo turned over a few times, he also fell back to the ground. A trace of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed, and the golden Zengong was activated again, directly cutting out the internal injuries again. However, this time, although the injury recovered, his spirit declined. Even if it was not a fatal injury, the consumption of the golden Zengong on the spirit, after cutting twice in a row, was also huge, and it could not be used again. Standing in place, Lee Soo's face was livid, looking at the 3 people who were far away, without chasing, and stomping his foot. Damn it. With a bang, the Tuzanglong River bank collapsed directly. Looking at the furious Lee Soo, at this moment, there was silence around Xianjin Bridge, and no one dared to say a word. Around the Xianjin Bridge, which seemed to be swept by a natural disaster, countless people were chilled. The future world's top 5 wonders? This is just the future? If it is true, how powerful are the 4 wonders in the world? Brother Lee, Zenzan and Song Yuho ran towards Lee Soo. Standing there, Lee Soo quickly sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. The people had already run away, and he didn't want to continue venting anything. He turned around and looked them up and down. After making sure they were okay, he stretched out his fingers and flicked them directly on their white foreheads. Seeing the 2 women crying and holding their heads, Lee Soo exhaled and said lightly, "Next time, if you dare to do the stupid behavior of today, it will not be as simple as flicking the forehead. I'm not dead yet. It is not your turn to worry about me. Remember, the sky falls. I'm here." The 2 women did not speak, but bit their lips, and couldn't help crying. In this world, where women are just vassals, a man, a strong man, an existence in charge of the world's #1 force, puts their lives first. As a woman, what else do you want? After patting the 2 women on the head, Lee Soo sighed. I was careless. Sure enough, because of the improvement in strength, I was a little bit arrogant. Otherwise, the situation today would not have happened. However, after glancing at Shifixun, who was standing not far away, Lee Soo suddenly laughed. Sehung Sword House. Interesting. His eyes gradually became colder, and he said softly, "You haven't learned the saying that a dragon has a reverse scale, and if you touch it, you will die. Fan King Hu, if you think of me as a heavenly sword or the evil king, then I can only say that you think too much. Since you choose to fight, let's start the war." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, 1 year to unify the Holy Sect. As Lee Soo finished speaking, at this moment, all the forces could not help but change their expressions. Although they did not know why the first floor master thought that the person who attacked him was Sehung Jae, it was obvious that the first floor master, who had never had any interest in the world, was going to take action. And no matter how he acted, the world would be shocked. No one doubted it, because the one who spoke was the first floor master who could fight against Xiandao, and also controlled the world's #1 intelligence force. Shi Fixuan's heart was shocked, and she obviously did not expect things to develop like this. She wanted to explain, but the words reached her throat, and could not be spit out. Although Shi Fixuan had never seen the person who attacked just now, she was basically sure that it should be the person called by the master. After all, there are almost no people in the world who will attack the first floor and have the ability to do so. You said the demon sect? Impossible. It's not that Shi Fixuan looked down on them. The demon sect itself was too internally strife-ridden. Different factions often fought against each other. Although there were often outstanding people, their heritage was very poor. Even in a situation where the master and disciples were killing each other, they simply couldn't produce that kind of manpower. What's more, the sudden appearance of her own master meant a lot of things. Why? Shi Fixuan didn't understand. The first floor master was indeed an unstable signal, but the other party had undoubtedly been neutral so far. Why did the master use this method to drag people into the water? Queen Yin, Evil King, you are here, right? Li Su ignored Shi Fixuan and spoke directly. I, Zhang Li, as the descendant of the evil emperor, hereby declare that I will unify the holy sect in 1 year, so I will give you 1 year to prepare. 1 year later in Loyang, I will accept the challenge of everyone in the entire holy sect. You can challenge me in any way you can think of, from the world strategy or personal martial arts, single combat or group battle. If you are not confident enough, the 2 sects and 6 paths can come together. And this time, I will show mercy, and I will spare the life of any challenger. If you can defeat me, you can ask me to pledge allegiance, or take the first floor. But if you lose, you must recognize me as your master, and obey my orders. Of course, you can also refuse and make trouble in other ways. Of course, if you do so, then I will also ruthlessly crush you in the most comprehensive way. By the way, Evil King, there seems to be a problem with your body. If you can't solve it, you can come to me, and I will help you solve it. After all, even if I beat you who are half-baked, you won't be convinced, right? In the dark, the Evil King was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that the owner of the first floor would be willing to help him solve his own problems. Really? Fake. For a moment, the Evil King's mood was extremely strange, and he couldn't control it. The Queen of Yin is also like this. Your skills are not perfect, right? Okay, if you dare to come, I will help you recover, so that you can fight me with all your strength. The opportunity is given to you. Think about what to do. Li Su pulled up the 2 women beside him, turned his head, and looked at Shuanglang and said, I'll wait for you on the first floor, come on. After that, he directly pulled the 2 women and disappeared. Although Li Su left, at this moment, no one in the dark in front of Xianjin Bridge could calm down. It was too unexpected. Originally, it was a layout to encircle and suppress Shuanglang, but in the end, we heard that the first floor owner decided to dominate the world? Question mark? Although the demon sect is not very good, that is when they are scattered, but if the first floor owner really unifies them, what a huge force will be formed? For a moment, everyone had different thoughts, and the idea of encircling and suppressing Shuanglang faded. As for the Heshibi, it is best if that kind of thing is actually gone. Otherwise, if that faction really gets it, it will be a huge trouble. After all, its appeal is there. I had the idea before, but I just wanted to try it. Now that such a big thing has happened, who can sit still? The first floor. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but get more and more headaches. Each of them has their own forces. So should they take action? Or not? Thinking of the strength of the first floor owner, many people couldn't help but feel palpitations. However, no matter what, the first thing to do is to pass the message back. Asterisk 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 the first floor. Li Su, who returned, gave an order directly. Send a message to the ground network. From now on the first floor will turn from light to dark, unless it can be controlled. Otherwise all will be evacuated. Send a message to the Sky Network. Prepare to fight for the world. Yes. Without any hesitation. Brotherly, are you really determined to dominate the world? Song Yuhua took a breath and couldn't help saying, well, although I'm not interested, some things don't mean that. Just because you don't want to, others will admit that you won't. What's more, no one can do anything to my woman, and I can live peacefully. Song Yuhua took a breath and clenched her fists directly. Brotherly, if that's the case, I will go to Nanling and let my father. Hearing this, Li Su couldn't help laughing. Aren't you afraid that your father will disagree? No. The Song family will belong to you sooner or later. I'll take it, and you sit first. You won't mind. Really? That's really good, but no, you just help me sort out the information. It's actually very simple to unify the world. Ah. The two women were stunned, and Cao Zhang, Zhu Xiling, and Bei Fenghen who came later, as well as Song Yazi who heard the voice, were all stunned. Unifying the world. Simple. If it was simple, why would the world be so chaotic now? Li Su smiled, and he didn't explain. Conquer the world. Simple. Simple. It's nothing more than food and troops. And obviously, Li Su has both of them. That's right, he has them. The first floor, although not participating in the battle for world hegemony, in fact many people have not noticed one thing, that is, their existence has greatly reduced natural disasters and man-made disasters, and moved a large number of people from the war-torn central plains to Nanning in a covered way. Nowadays, near Nanning, more than a dozen cities such as Gizhou, Yazhou, Lidazhou, Lianzhou, etc., have gathered a large population. Each has almost hundreds of thousands of people. Not only that, as a modern man, Li Su sent people to keep inquiring 2 years ago, and the 3 high-yield crops of sweet potatoes, sorghum, and potatoes were found, and they are being planted in large quantities in Nanning. And then don't forget what the predecessor of the Demon Gate was. It was composed of the 100 schools after the exclusive Confucianism was abolished. Speaking of the 100 schools, naturally we have to mention the Mohist school. In the secret chapter of the Earth Sutra obtained by Li Su, there are many Mohist mechanisms and metallurgical technologies. Let's not talk about the mechanism. The metallurgical technology is very high, far beyond the level of the current era. After all, the war has lasted too long, and it has finally calmed down. It has been more than 30 years since the chaos began, and a lot of technology has been lost. That is to say, for Li Su at present, as long as he takes down the Dongming sect that currently provides weapons in the world, seizes Ryukyu to produce weapons there, and then cultivates masters through the first floor, he does not need to be very strong, as long as he can complete the first step. In about a year, he can pull out an army of about 300,000, and it is still fully armed. With food and troops guaranteed, is it difficult to rule the world? Moreover, as long as Li Su is willing, the difficulty of making a flintlock rifle is not high. Then there is the problem of the system. As a modern person, what system does he not know? Maybe Li Su is not interested in competing for hegemony in the world, but there is no doubt that the first floor he established has the world's #1 war potential in this world. As Li Su said, it is not difficult to dominate the world. Hey, Xiaozhang. Ah. Facing the intimate name of the first floor master, he couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that you want to be the emperor. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Li Su said with a smile. Now, I'm going to end it too. Cao Zhang was startled, and then he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Born as a grassroots, he has come all the way in the rivers and lakes. There are too many such contempts. Who is he? Cao Zhang. He is proud and upright. Even if the man in front of him is Zenseo's man, he will never retreat on this issue. A real man should die. And Song Yazi is on the side. How could Cao Zhang admit defeat? Although brother Xiangli is powerful, I still want to try. Listening to Cao Zhang's words, Song Yazi on the side couldn't help blinking his eyes. It was stupid, but undoubtedly very manly. Facing the first floor owner who could fight with his father, he was not timid at all. Really? Li Su turned his head and looked at Zhu Xiling and said, facing your best brother, I don't know where you get the confidence from. Xiling, what do you think? Zhu Xiling was stunned, then smiled calmly and said, "Brother Xiangli, I support Xiao Zhang's decision. Ha, you are worthy of being my brother." Cao Zhang smiled and said directly, "Brother Xiangli, if you ask me to come here just to make me withdraw from the battle for hegemony, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I will not give in, even if the opponent is the first floor." "Really?" Li Su laughed. "I knew that you two would not let me down." Ha. The two were stunned. They felt that the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Bei Fenghan, who had his hands on the knife at his waist, was also stunned. "I'm not interested in the world, nor in the emperor, but I have decided to fight for the world, so I have the responsibility to be responsible for the world and the people." Li Su showed an extremely happy smile on his face and said, "Whether you are the emperor, the general, or the prime minister, I have no doubt that you have the potential. The only thing you lack is experience, knowledge, and opportunities. So Xiaoling, I will give you half a year to continue to be free and easy, do whatever you want, and I will not care about you during this period, and after that." Looking at the two people who were stunned by his words, Li Su smiled and said, "I will arrest you, and then arrange 10 old masters for each of you to line up for 8 hours a day, to teach you how to rule the world, and how to serve the people of the world. After all, after conquering the world, you still have to manage the world." In an instant, Cao Zhang got goosebumps all over his body, and Zhu Xiling next to him was also startled and shuddered. Reaching out, he gently touched the heads of the two little guys. The protagonist said, "The touch is really good. My lovely brother, you can also try to escape, but..." He took out the picture book, flipped through a few pages of the two people's dark history, and showed them to them, saying, "This thing is likely to be seen by people all over the world." Immediately, whether it was Cao Zhang or Zhu Xiling, their expressions first turned black, then blue and green, and they only hated that they could not beat each other. "Wait, brother Xiangli, this has nothing to do with me." Zhu Xiling spoke without hesitation. "How can it have nothing to do with me? Haven't you always supported Xiao Zhang?" Li Su blinked and studied. 10 old masters, 8 hours a day. Only a ghost can bear it. He wanted to dominate the world, but it was just dominating the world. Cao Zhang was about to speak. "Xiao Zhang, please don't tell me that you are fighting for the world just because of interest, not because the people of the world are no longer suffering. If that's the case, it would be too disappointing. What do you regard the people of the world as? Playthings? This is worse than those ambitious people. At least their ultimate goal of fighting for the world is to get the world, don't you think?" Yazhi. Suddenly mentioning himself, Song Yazhi was stunned and nodded subconsciously. After all, how could someone fight for the world just for interest? That kind of person is simply crazy. Hearing this, Cao Zhang couldn't help but widen his eyes, and the whole person was frozen in place. He opened his mouth, but at this moment he couldn't spit out a word. "Okay, I have a lot of things to do next. You two should cherish this last free time that is hard earned." With a slight smile, Li Su pulled the two women up and disappeared directly. Watching the first floor owner disappear, at this moment, whether it was Cao Zhang or Zhu Xiling, their faces were undoubtedly green, realizing that they had been cheated. Puchy, haha, haha haha. At this moment, Song Yazhi on the side couldn't help laughing, and tears fell. "Congratulations, Cao Zhang, the first floor owner is willing to unconditionally support you to dominate the world." Second uncle once did an analysis and said that if the first floor wants to dominate the world, it will be very terrible. Cao Zhang heard this, and his handsome face immediately turned black, and water could drip out. Why does he want to dominate the world? Because others look down on him. He is not convinced and wants to fight for his dignity. As a result, the owner of the world's #1 intelligence force, the first floor owner, not only regards the two as younger brothers, but also believes that they have the ability to become emperors and prime ministers, and is ready to conquer the world for him to manage. For a while, the complexity of the heart was simply a mess. However, who is Cao Zhang? Facing the first floor owner who makes them feel like a brother, he can't say harsh words, but Song yells his words. "Why are you so proud? I'm the emperor, and you are the queen. I can't run away. Do you think you can run away?" Song Yazhi, who was smiling happily, suddenly widened her eyes. The next moment, her pretty face turned red. After giving Cao Zong a fierce look, she turned around and left. This bastard. Seeing Song Yezi running away, Cao Zong couldn't help but feel proud, but when he disappeared, he immediately collapsed and said, Xiaoling, what should I do? Zhu Xiaoling gritted his teeth and looked at Cao Zong. You ask me, who should I ask? It's you. Why don't you do something else? Why do you have to fight for the world? No, he has to go to the first floor owner. Forget Cao Zong. He has no interest in power at all. Exclamation mark. Chapter 124. The world still needs to be ruled by the Han people. Cao Zong and Zhu Xiaoling were depressed. After that day, Li Su did not show up, nor did he see them. This result made Zhu Xiaoling want to cry, but he had no tears, and even the way he looked at Cao Zong these days became very strange. Facing his brother's gaze, Cao Zong had smiled apologetically these 2 days. In the same life, 2 brothers, Zhu Xiaoling was undoubtedly completely deceived by him. The 2 of them sat in the first floor with their heads shrugged, feeling very unhappy. Even with Bei Fenghen's defeat of Kueo not long ago, the 2 of them looked so boring. Although Li Su said that he would give them half a year of leisure time, he also had someone bring 2 books to them and gave them to them. He told them directly, do you want to be arrested and learn in half a year? Or do you want to learn slowly by yourself through practice from now on? The 2 chose the latter without any hesitation. With a bitter smile, the 2 opened the books in their hands at the same time. At first glance, the 2 were stunned, and soon they were attracted by the content of the book. Cao Zong's books were mostly related to war, while Zhu Xiaoling's books were mainly about people's livelihood. It explains from various angles, from the local people to the national affairs, and it is extremely comprehensive. At the end, there are corresponding topics in each chapter of the book, allowing them to give answers based on their own insights. The 2 were attracted to it at first, until they saw the topic. They suddenly realized, looked up and looked at each other, and couldn't help but change their faces, knowing that the first host was serious. Cao Zong shivered a little and said, Xiaoling, why do I feel my scalp tingling, my heart pounding, and my heart trembling, but I can't get up the slightest resistance, but I feel inexplicably happy. What's going on? Zhu Xiaoling smiled bitterly and shook his head, because brother Xiangli really treats us as his younger brothers, and he doesn't look down on us like others do. Instead, he believes that we are capable and gives us recognition. Didn't he say this when he eavesdropped on the teacher's lecture before? A scholar dies for his confidant. Brother Xiangli treats us as a national scholar. Even if it feels troublesome, I still can't help but feel happy in my heart. Xiaoling, what should I do? My heart is very confused. I don't know, but try to learn. Xiaozang, don't you want to dominate the world? Don't you want to prove yourself? Now that the opportunity has come, seize it. And although it is obviously the first time for both of us to meet brother Xiangli, from his paintings, we can see that he has already known us since Yangzhou. If he really has any ideas, we have no room to resist. And I can feel that, although brother Xiangli said those words, he still gave us room to choose. Books are proofs, let us learn, and also give us room for buffer. In addition to letting us think, it also lets us consider. If we really don't want to, brother Xiangli should not force us. I, Cao Zong, want to prove that I'm not inferior to others, but the opportunity really appears in front of me, but I'm like this. Is this hypocritical? The 2 little guys smiled bitterly, but they began to organize their answers, based on the content of the textbook very seriously. Almost a week later, the 2 put away the books. There were too many contents. Even if they remembered them, some of the questions in them still needed to be carefully thought about, and even practiced by themselves, before they could get the answers. They stood up, and prepared to leave. After all, they had been here for quite some time, and the things in Luoyang had not been sorted out yet. Especially Li Mi, he must not be allowed to capture Luoyang, otherwise, there would be basically no one else to do in the world's hegemony. Ready to leave. The voice suddenly came. It was Li Su. The 2 were stunned. They didn't expect the first host to still be there. Yes. How is your study? What do you think? Now I know that there are so many tricks in conquering the world. Cao Zong smiled bitterly. The people's livelihood is so complicated, and there is so much knowledge in the economy. Zhu Xiaoling also smiled bitterly. In these 3 days, the 3 views of the two were undoubtedly refreshed, and they realized how superficial their previous ideas were. Really? Li Su smiled. War theory, economics, the crystallization of modern times. The effect is self-evident. Cao Zhan was about to say goodbye, but Zhu Xiling suddenly looked up at Li Su and said, "Brother Xiangli, you have been observing us all the time, right?" "Yes." "What about my mother?" Zhu Xiling asked the biggest question in his mind. On the side, Cao Zhan fell silent when he heard this. Since the other party had been observing them, he should know their situation. Although it was a bit too much to say so, this was the character of the two people. They focused their emotions. Fu Junzhuo. The two were silent. "She's still alive. I took her away after you cried and fainted." In an instant, the two widened their eyes and looked at Li Su in disbelief. "Not only Fu Junzhuo, but also your sister Susu, who you knew in Wagon Village, was taken away by me. She is now with Fu Junzhuo, taking care of him." The two couldn't help but clench their fists. Their breathing became rapid, and their hearts were shaken. "Brother Xiangli, can we? As for Susu, you can go to see her. She is in Nanning. As for Fu Junzhuo, you have to wait until the world is unified. Although I saved her life, I didn't wake her up. She has been unconscious." "Why?" The two widened their eyes. "Maybe it's because of the crisis, or maybe it's a whim. She's very good to you, but it doesn't change the fact that she's from Korea. Her purpose of coming to the Central Plains is to cause war." Li Su looked at the two of them and said softly, "His hero is my enemy. In the face of national justice, all personal feelings must be put aside. I know you two are very sentimental. Fu Junzhuo's death was a big blow to you, so I saved her. At the beginning, I didn't plan to dominate the world, so I planned to let you meet when the time was right. But now it's different. Since I have decided to dominate the world, the Han nationality is my top priority. Korea, Turks, and Tuayuhan are undoubtedly enemies. Unifying the world is not a problem. If the Han family wants peace, they must solve all the surrounding countries. Otherwise, even if the world is conquered, it won't be long before it will be in chaos again." Zhu Xiling took a breath and couldn't help saying, "Brother Xiangli, do you have to invade other countries?" Li Su laughed when he heard this. He reached out and touched Zhu Xiling's head and said, "Silly boy." Taking out a piece of paper, Li Su said softly, "This is the statistics I had people do. In the first year of Taikang reign of Emperor Wu of Jin, after the destruction of Wu, there were 2.46 million households in the unified Central Plains, about 16.16 million people. Then the highest number of households was in the third year of Taikang reign of Emperor Wu of Jin, with 3.77 million households recorded in history books, about 22.62 million people. During the Five Barbarians' invasion of China in the late Western Jin dynasty, during the time of Liu Kong of Hanzhou, the population of the various Hu people in the areas controlled by Hanzhou was about 630,000 households, about 3.15 million people. At that time, the Han people had a population of about 7 million in various regions, with a total population of 12.4 million nationwide. By the time of the 16 kingdoms of the Five Barbarians, in the 11th year of Jiangxi reign of Emperor Yu of Formian, there were 2.46 million households and 9.98 million people nationwide. The two were stunned. Before the Five Barbarians invasion, the household registration in the first year of Taikang recorded a population of 22.62 million. During the invasion, there were about 12.4 million Hu people and about 9 million Han people in the country. In just 36 years, the Han population dropped by 13.62 million. Xialing, tell me, are those guys outside innocent? The two trembled all over, their eyes widened, and their blood seemed to freeze. 13.62 million people. What kind of data is that? What kind of concept is it? The Han people unified the world. Even if they destroyed the other country and ruined the other family, they would stay and integrate into us and become a part of us after a few decades. There might be cruel things, but the final result would be good. But the people outside are different. Once they invade, they will not think about integration. In their eyes, the Han people are two-legged sheep. They can kill them if they want to, and they can destroy them if they want to. They will not treat people as human beings because they have such customs. They are barbaric, brutal, and have no civilization at all. Also, Xiaoling, you are wrong. Maybe from the perspective of countries, I'm invading them, but if you look at it from the perspective of the people of that country, it is different. We are going to liberate them, bring them civilization, bring them etiquette, bring them loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, and bring them freedom and peace. Li Su smiled and said, there is no doubt that this is a just act. In a trance, the two little guys walked out of the first floor with a wonderful look on their faces, as if they were in a dream. It's so different, it's really so different. They have seen many people fighting for hegemony in the world, such as Dao Giant, Liang Shidu, Du Fuwei, and Li Shimin. After comparing everything, the two found that, if the world is to be unified, only the first floor, only their eldest brother Xiangli, will convince them. One is wholeheartedly concerned about the people of the world, and the other has already looked outside when everyone is just fighting internally. If the first floor really unifies the world, it will probably be the blessing of the people of the world in the people. Xiao Zhang, I want to follow brother Xiangli to see the prosperous world he wants to build. Haha, Xiaoling, we occasionally want to be together. Then the first thing to do is to make Luoyang absolutely not fall into Li Mi's hands, at least within a year. Yeah. In the first floor, Song Yezi and Song Shideo stared at Li Su blankly. She hated power struggles and wars in the world. If possible, she didn't want to get involved in these things. But after listening to what Li Su said to Xuanglong, they found that they couldn't help but have their hearts beating wildly. Countless things kept emerging in their minds, and their emotions were hard to suppress. Owner. Call me brother-in-law. Ah. The two were stunned, and Song Yuhua blushed. But soon, Song Shideo said directly, brother-in-law, is what you just said true? Did so many Han people really die during the 5 barbarians' invasion of China? Li Su smiled and said, why should it be false? The Song family should also have such things. If you don't believe it, go back and check it out, and you will know. Hearing this, Song Shideo took a deep breath, raised his head and his eyes were burning. He had no interest in the world, and even fell in love with a woman from Korea. He had no consciousness of being the heir of the Song family. But at this moment, Song Shideo seemed to understand something and knew something. This can't go on, Song Shideo. Brother-in-law, I will return to Nanling immediately, inherit the Song clan, and do my best to support my brother-in-law's path to dominate the world, for the Han dynasty, and for all living beings. I will also go back to help my brother, and provide support to my brother-in-law. Song Yezi was also very excited. Li Su smiled and said, haha, then I really thank you two for supporting me, but don't be anxious, take your time, first study hard, find your second uncle, find your father, learn how to govern, learn about people's livelihood and economy, and prepare for this world in this Han dynasty. Yeah. The two nodded vigorously, their little faces blushing, and found what they should do. Asterisk 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 Chengdu, Bashu, Z family. Zhui looked at the letter in front of him, his eyes uncertain. This letter was delivered not long ago, and the writer was none other than a woman Zhui was very familiar with, and had admired before. Fan Qinghu. The content was also very simple, to deal with the first host. Although no more detailed content was written, Zhui understood the other party's meaning in an instant, and even the plan emerged in his mind in an instant. The owner of the first building has a unique personality, but there is no doubt that he values feelings. And it is obvious that this kind of person is the easiest to deal with. Just attack the people he cares about. The power of the first building in Bashu. Unlike other families, a year ago, after Li Su took Song Yuhua away and broke the alliance between the Song family and the Ji family, although Ghui did not say anything on the surface, he observed the first building in Bashu very carefully, so detailed that he had touched all the forces of the first building in Bashu. For a whole year, Ghui took action personally, and although the defense of the first building was strict enough, he still touched on it. Even if the other party has turned from open to covert, Ghui still has control over the situation of most of the first buildings in Bashu. It's hard to say about other places, but here in Bashu, on his territory, if he wants to take action, the forces of the first building will definitely not be able to escape. So, do you move? After a moment of silence, GHUI made a decision. Move. No, you can't move. If the Z family wants to continue to gain a foothold in Bashu, they must have an explanation with the first building. Their son's fiancé was taken away by someone, and the alliance with the Song clan was terminated. No matter what the cause was, this was fatal to the Z family, very fatal. First building master, you were the first to attack the Z family. You put the Z family in its current predicament. I think you are also ready to be retaliated by the Z family. ZHUI made a decision with an extremely cold look in his eyes. Soon, a carrier pigeon flew out of the Z family fort and headed eastward. In just half a day, somewhere in the east, among the mountains and ridges, there was an uninhabited place, where a temple stood. As the carrier pigeon fell, Fan Qinghu, who was quietly sweeping the fallen leaves in the temple, paused for a moment, and then she started sweeping again. However, as the carrier pigeons flew away one by one, heading in the east, west and north, it was obvious that they had already started preparations. Chapter 125, Training in the Mountains. Not long after Xuanglang left, Li Su also left the city with the two women. Since they were preparing to fight for hegemony, they naturally had to go back first and make the corresponding preparations. They couldn't continue to be idle like now. However, because the intelligence system had already been established, Li Su was not in a hurry to leave. While he was going south, he was also constantly practicing. Although the previous battle made him extremely angry, the magic transformation 11 was greatly improved. Especially with the addition of extreme emotions, it seemed to have transformed. While taking the two women south at a rapid speed, Li Su overflowed his own spirit and constantly captured everything around him. The transformation of mental power, feeling the molecular level of matter, the world in front of Li Su undoubtedly became a brand new look. The air in front of him was no longer untouchable, but he could actually feel its changes. With this feeling, Li Su gradually captured some things that he had never discovered before. The fluctuation of life. Through the observation of plants, Li Su saw photosynthesis. Through the observation of animals, Li Su saw the changes in the air. Oxygen and carbon dioxide, these terms that originally only appeared in chemistry. With the perception of fluctuations, Li Su began to feel their existence through his mind. This is a qualitative improvement. Without hesitation, Li Su began to sink into the practice. He had a feeling that, when he completely mastered the changes in this fluctuation, his strength would undoubtedly be raised to a whole new level. The Dao heart planting demon method was not only able to influence through the mind, but could even form a substantial influence through the mind. Passing Nanyang, entering Wuling, turning to Xi'an County, and then going down to Nanning. Arriving in Xi'an County, it has entered the first building's sphere of influence. Instead of going to Nanning, Li Su took the two women directly to Nanling. He had already notified the first building and set up one of the bases here. Asterisk above Songjia Mountain City. In just over a year, I didn't expect your strength to have made amazing progress again. Song looked at Li Su with a strange look in his eyes. Compared with the battle a year ago, his strength was undoubtedly incomparable. Especially in terms of his Dao heart planting demon method. Even Song suffered a lot of losses, but he didn't expect that he could achieve that level. Li Su sighed and couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said, Master Song, are you bragging about yourself? Don't play with people like this, okay? Yes, he is stronger than a year ago, but when they fought again, Li Su still didn't get any advantage, except at the beginning, after he made him suffer a loss through the special fluctuations of Dao heart seeding demon. He was directly suppressed by the opponent. This is really unreasonable. Is Xi'an Dao so strong? He has Dao heart seeding demon plus 9 yang magic art. With the compatibility of domineering and weirdness, Li Su still couldn't help but twitch in his heart when facing Xi'an Dao. It's mainly the opponent's knife. It's really unreasonable, okay? It's just like the lock in the game. You can only block it, and there is no room for dodging. For a while, Li Su not only missed the Vajra body protection magic art. Song smiled on his handsome face. He liked and appreciated Li Su's existence more and more. The reason for liking him is that every time the opponent comes, there are surprises, and martial arts give him an unprecedented feeling. And the appreciation is the news from Nanning, which is beyond imagination. Even though his second brother Song Zhi had analyzed that the first floor had a high potential for war, when the other side really started to move and did not hide, it was discovered that it was not that simple. It was simply terrifying. As a strategist, Song quickly came to a conclusion through the news from Song Zhi that any force in the world that faced the first floor alone would definitely be beaten so badly that even its father could not recognize it. Military tactics and strategies were meaningless in front of the army formed in Nanning. War was brought into a new concept by Li Su. Basically, once Li Su unified the demon sect, the world would almost be in his pocket. Even if the righteous side had the intention, they could only be powerless. That's right, what Li Su lacked at the moment was probably only high-end combat power. The Queen of Yin and the Evil King. If he could get these two people, plus himself, even if Fan King who still had many cards in his hand, it would basically be useless. After all, Li Su himself was extremely powerful. It was basically impossible for one person to kill him. You have to be careful. Song said slowly, based on my understanding of Fan King Hu, she will never let you form an absolute trend. Before that, she will definitely try every means to snipe you. Once you have a problem, even if the first floor has the strength to unify the world, it will be useless and will be eaten away. Li Su nodded after hearing this. He was not surprised. After the battle on Xianjin Bridge, he understood what kind of character the owner of Seheng Sword House had. No, it should be said that the legend of Shuanglang itself clearly described the methods of this owner. Song grows with the trend of the world, and the opponent could not hesitate to exclude Ning Daoki to interrupt him directly. Facing the world, that person can be said to have put everything behind. And this is nothing. The real thing is to deal with Cao Zhang. The four great monks intercepted many times, and Ning Daoki also took action. These are all the old generation. They actually fought against a younger generation one after another. Where is the face? This is not counted. In the end, Shi Fixuan was asked to play the emotional card and persuade Cao Zhang through Zhu Xiling. Look at the force and emotion, one set after another, fighting and eliminating, and destroying the young marshal's army. Although Huang Da's purpose is to conform to history, it is undoubtedly unscrupulous in reality. Now facing me, what else do I need to say? Question mark? You must know that there is a conflict between Cao Zhang and the demon sect, and the other party has also grasped his mentality, so they will hold back a little. As the successor of the evil sect, there is basically nothing to say. After staying for a while, Li Su got up and said goodbye. After leaving Sangjia Mountain City, Li Su did not return to the first floor, but went directly to the other side of the deep mountain. He planned to practice well and fully master the Daoxin planting demon method. It would undoubtedly be very effective against Sonk, but because he had just mastered it not long ago, he could not maximize it. He must improve his strength, because Fan King Hu will definitely take action, and before he unifies the demon sect, the other party will never give him the opportunity to unify the demon sect. And this time, I'm afraid that he will be extremely well prepared and arrange an unprecedented killing array. Not only the people who attacked him, but also Ning Daoki, one of the three wonders in the world, and the four great monks of Buddhism might appear. No, it should not be a possibility, but the possibility of their appearance is as high as more than 99%. In other words, once he makes a move, with his current strength, his chances of survival are slim. Basically, the things that need to be explained have been explained. On the first floor, with the cooperation of the Xian Lodi Merchant Department, Zenzhen Yuhe, and Song Zhi, the sword of the Song clan, there is basically no problem. Next, he only needs to improve his own strength and be prepared to deal with Fan King Hu's next move. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.